Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 8th Slide2Open Shipping Finance Conference. It's a pleasure to have you all here, and I'd like to extend a special welcome to our international colleagues, particularly the senior teams of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, the IEEE, joining us from the United States, and the Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technology, the IMarEST, who have traveled from the United Kingdom. We are honored by both your presence and your contributions. I am excited to announce that shortly, representatives of these two esteemed organizations will sign a significant memorandum of understanding. This agreement underscores our shared commitment to driving sustainability and innovation in the maritime industry. Our advisory board and working groups have worked tirelessly this past year, shaping standards, producing impactful papers, and advancing important discussions that influence global shipping. I'm grateful for their dedication and efforts. This year's conference is more than just a meeting of professionals. It's a celebration of talent, innovation, and creativity within the maritime community. For the first time, we blend a traditional conference with artistic performances to reflect the dynamic and multifaceted nature of the industry. Ahead of us lies a day full of thought-provoking discussions, valuable networking, and even some moments of fun. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to thank all those who made this event possible: our sponsors, partners, contributors, the incredible Slide2Open team. A special thanks to Professor John Prousalidis for his valuable contributions. Finally, I wish to express my deep gratitude to our advisory board, and in particular to our chairman, Mr. Leonidas Dimitriadis-Evgenidis, for his leadership and support. With that, I would like to invite Mr. Evgenidis to say a few words to open our proceedings. Thank you, and enjoy the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Sun shining Athens with very bad traffic, but a very warm day in all respects. It's with great honor to welcome you all to this significant occasion taking place here in Greece, the cradle of maritime heritage and innovation. As chairman of the advisory committee of this forum, this esteemed forum, it's a privilege to address you on a day that marks a pivotal step in fostering collaboration between two world-renowned institutions, the Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technology. Here is my British, I would say, academia background, because I'm an MCILT and I have a master's in transport and logistics in London. So it's really very exciting for me, because UK is something like a second home for me. And the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, our famous and proud IEEE. Today we witness the signing of a memorandum of understanding, a document that not only reflects shared visions, but also lays the groundwork for profound advancement in maritime engineering, electrification, sustainability, and decorbanisation. This partnership represents the alignment of expertise across disciplines, uniting marine and electrical engineering professionals to address some of the most pressing global challenges of our time. The collaboration outlined in this MOU will harness the strengths of both organizations, IMarEST's leadership in marine engineering and IEEE's pioneering work in electrical and electronic technologies, and not only. Together, they will set a new benchmark in innovation, develop vital standards, and provide educational opportunities that will empower professionals across the globe. This agreement goes beyond a formal partnership. It is a call to action for all of us to embrace a future of sustainable technological progress. By working together, we can ensure that our industries not only advance, but do responsibly with a commitment to the betterment of humanity and the preservation of our planet. As we embark on this journey of collaboration, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to IMarEST and IEEE for their vision and dedication. Let this partnership serve as a beacon of what can be achieved when we unite across disciplines and borders for a common purpose. In today's challenging times, and really we're entering a very challenging era, and by being an eternal optimist, I want to believe that what sounds a bit cloudy in front of us, we can turn that to an opportunity, because all this process of decorbanisation certainly will meet more obstacles in the future. But it's you, to the people of research, of academy, and of excellency to set up the standards in order to secure viable fuels for our vessels in a sustainable world. Very good roadmap we wish you, and welcome to Athens.
A quick welcome from your conference chairman. It's been really a pleasure to have worked with Despina over the past years. We have nice chemistry. Despina and Slide2Open stand for quality, and so it's a nice challenge and a welcome opportunity. Very briefly, I think Slide2Open continues its tradition of holding its conference when big events happen. So in years past, wars have started the week of the conference. This week we had a war potentially ending, a conflict. We've had an exchange of hostages. This is all promising, as Leonidas just said. There's beacons of hope around us. I think the biggest word, key word for this year is geopolitics, and these will influence shipping to a tremendous extent. You can call it the Panama Canal, you can call it Greenland, you can talk swift decisions like TikTok, as President Trump said yesterday. He has the power to turn a $1 trillion company into a $0 company. So we live in this type of world, which is why holding conferences with diverse content and exchange of ideas is more critical than ever. So we welcome you, and we hope you enjoy the day ahead. Thank you very much for being here.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to introduce... Oh, you want to introduce me?
Yes,
okay, go.
Good. I would like to introduce Dr. Thomas Coughlin. He's the president of Coughlin and Associates, and he is 2005 immediate past president of the IEEE. Tom was here in summer, and he met a lot of our members of the advisory board, and he was guided around Athens, and he's a very good friend of Greece, I can tell you. So, Tom, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Despina. Good morning, everyone. So it is my pleasure to join Chairman Leonidas Dimitriadis-Evgenidis and Chair Angelos Ropas Pantaleon in welcoming everyone to the 8th Annual Slide2Open Shipping Finance 2025 Conference in Concert. So I'd like to thank Despina for organizing today's conference and for the kind introduction to participate. and I'm honored to be here as the 2025 IEEE past president. IEEE is proud to sponsor an event on this important topic. You will be hearing more about IEEE from my esteemed colleague, 2025 IEEE President and CEO, Kathleen Kramer, following me. So I want to take a few minutes, though, to talk about how I became interested and involved in this event. So I had the pleasure to be in Greece this past summer, and I was invited to attend a meeting with colleagues from IEEE Standards, as well as John Prosalidis, Professor of Marine Engineering at the National Technical University of Athens, and representatives from the shipping industry and the Greek government on the topic of electrification of ports, or the interface between local power providers to the ports, who can in turn provide the required power to keep vessels running. Ports are being subject to imperative measures to reduce their power demands and losses, as well as their emissions. At the meeting, we discussed how IEEE could help the maritime community to achieve these goals regarding emission reduction and energy savings. The meeting led to continued calls to John about implementing electrification of Athens port during much of the rest of the week while I was in town. And I was happy that IEEE's presence at the meeting helped bring these parties together, and they were able to have a meaningful dialogue on how this could be accomplished. So IEEE's involvement also ties with other enterprise activities that have created a measurable impact on climate change and sustainability, which President Kramer will discuss later on. IEEE welcomes collaboration with other leading organizations related to maritime and collectively working together towards meeting these significant decarbonization and sustainability goals. Again, thank you very much for inviting me to participate, and I look forward to an exciting and enlightening day, and I'm really pleased to be here. Thank you very much.
Going to listen to a video message from the Minister of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy, Mr. Christos Stylianidis, who wasn't able to come here because today in Greece we have the election for the president of a democracy, and this makes the day very difficult for people from the government to be present here.
Distinguished representatives of the Greek and international shipping community, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a great pleasure to address today such a distinguished audience, and I would like to thank the organizers for their invitation. Unfortunately, it was not possible to participate in person, but really thanks to technology, I can share my thoughts with you through this video message. You know well that Greece is a country whose history and economy are strongly linked with shipping. Greece, and this is not a real proverb, it is a sort of proverb, Greece and Greek people lives by the sea, for the sea, because of the sea. Sea is in our DNA. Dear friends, to ensure the sustainability of the maritime sector, significant challenges must be addressed. Decarbonization, digitalization, the promotion and support of its human capital, as well as the new political landscape, huge geopolitical challenges. These are all very critical issues. As policymakers, it's crucial to ensure a stable regulatory framework and a global level playing field for the industry. We must turn these challenges into opportunities. The transition of the shipping industry to a carbon-neutral sector is the most significant challenge. Greece, you know, advocates for the adoption and application of global uniform rules through the IMO, International Maritime Organization. We consider that the 2023 IMO strategy on the reduction of GHG emissions from ships provides a solid pathway upon which we must further elaborate to achieve shipping's decarbonization. 2025 will be a crucial year for delivering the IMO strategy midterm measures. So, time is of the essence. We must take this opportunity and work together within IMO with a constructive mindset, flexibility, and of course, a spirit of compromise. To this end, Greece, along with almost 50 IMO member states and the International Chamber of Shipping, ICS, propose a greenhouse gas pricing mechanism as the appropriate way forward. In particular, by adopting a greenhouse gas global levy contribution to a new fund to be established under IMO. We strongly believe this is a simple, effective, and fair measure which deserves broad support. I'm confident that working together we can bridge the differences among the various proposals. We can reach a timely agreement. We can effectively shape the global maritime landscape for the years to come. Adequate finance and the appropriate investments needed is also of crucial importance. It is clear that a blend of financial instruments, both private and public, are needed. At the same time, funds generated by global market-based measures should be used wisely and equitably. These funds must help states, especially vulnerable ones, build the necessary infrastructure for the green transition and to support the industry itself. In parallel, if we want a successful shipping energy transition, we have to ensure the worldwide availability of safe and affordable low and zero carbon fuels. It is therefore paramount to gradually pass from the current uncertainty to a predictable environment. In this way, we will guide future investments and ensure that they will reasonably pay off. To that end, all stakeholders have to work together to find the best possible ways for the most radical transformation of the shipping sector. This is the reason why we strongly supported initiatives such as the Clean Energy Marine Hubs. Our target is to coordinate and join the decarbonization efforts from ports, shipping companies, and energy firms. This is a prime example of how collaboration for a common cause can drive positive change. Dear friends, we all agree that we need efficient, sustainable, and thriving shipping in Greece, in Europe, in the world. Thank you very much for your attention. I really wish you a successful and productive conference. Thank you so much once again for this opportunity.
So it is really, we are very lucky because we have with us two presidents of the IEEE. We have the immediate past president of 2005, Mr. Tom Coughlin, who just addressed us, and we have the 2005 president of IEEE, Professor Kathleen Kramer. Professor Kramer is a professor of electrical engineering in the University of San Diego, and she will address us briefly.
Thank you. It's my great honor to be here as the 2025 IEEE President and CEO, and to share for you a little bit about my very large organization. And so we are a community, we are a technical community. We're the world's largest technical and professional community. And we're a force for innovation worldwide. And our core purpose is to foster technological innovation and excellence for the benefit of humanity. And that is the two-line explanation of what could be much, much longer. And so here's my much, much longer list. I found out just 2 days ago, after we prepared this overview for you, that we are, as of 2 days ago, at 495,000 members worldwide, including over 170,000 students. Our technical is a very broad term. Many things are technical. And so we have 39 separate technical societies, many of them contributing and working with our IEEE Standards Association. And they represent many individual technical interests. One of our major areas of effort is technical information and sharing and advancing technical information. And so our digital library is used by the world, and it has 6 million documents. And our conferences, we have, in the last year, we had 2,260 conferences that were IEEE conferences. We would count this as one of them. And those conferences, many of them are professional and advancing the industry conferences, but many of them are also, we confess, there's academics such as myself around, and those conferences alone produce 300,000 research papers a year. And so it's quite an enterprise. What brings us together today is the Standards Association, which is one of our 6 major boards, and arguably the most significant impact of all that we do, since our roots go back to Thomas Edison and Westinghouse, and 140 years ago being founded. In your everyday lives, including shipping and naval, we are impacted every time for everything in our lives that needs power or that we need to communicate. And virtually all of that, you can thank IEEE, or IEEE's been significantly influential in that development. And it's a collaboration and requires collaborative leadership of all of us that supports and goes beyond governments and individual societies. And so we're always looking to reach out and do more and collaborate with each of you. And I'm so grateful to have had the opportunity to be here with you, and for the efforts of Despina and the chairs and I don't have a list of names in front of me to read, so I won't try, but I'm very grateful for each of your leadership efforts to advance technology for humanity, for the ports. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. This was brilliant, and thank you for being here. And I would like to call now Mr. Chris Goldsworthy. He is the CEO, the Managing Director of IMarEST, the Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technology.
Kalimera. It's an absolute pleasure to be here to represent the IMarEST in such a wonderful event, along with Slide2Open and IEEE and everyone else who's involved in putting on such a wonderful event. So it's a testament to how well things work, the effort that goes in behind. So thank you to everyone. My name's Chris Goldsworthy. I'm the 1 year and 3 week still new CEO of the IMarEST, and I'll ride the new bit for as long as they let me get away with it. But I have been a member of the IMarEST now, personally, for 36 years. The IMarEST is a grand total of 4 years younger than the IEEE, founded in 1889, and is now having members in 120 countries, supported by 50 local branches globally. As always with the executive team, we are not the ones driving the Institute, it's the members and the volunteers that do this with so much enthusiasm and passion in creating a home for the marine professional. The challenges facing the maritime sector now are such that they cannot be solved by one discipline or profession alone. So to use a marine analogy, I like the 2 C's, the collaboration and communication, which we have the pleasure of signing the MOU after this talk. So we look forward to working with the IEEE to develop safe new standards for the maritime sector. It's very apt that this conference is being held in Greece, as one of the foremost maritime nations in the world, and by deadweight, the largest ship-owning country in the world, with 21% by deadweight, and within the EU, 59% of all owned vessels. So the decisions, thoughts, discussions, innovations here today really can help shape the future of this sector. Let's just be reminded how critical the maritime sector is to everyone's way of life. Last year, it was more than 92% of everything that moved on this planet moved on water. And that was more than 300 billion tons of cargo. If we cannot attract people into the sector and keep it sustainable, everyone's way of life will change. So we need to safeguard that by making it an attractive place to work and a safe one. Shipping's efficiency is there. We emit 3 times less than train transport, 8 times less than trucks, and some 80 times less than air freight. But of course, we can and must always do better. So we're looking for that cross-disciplinary discussion on how we make that happen safely and sustainably. So, as Leonidas mentioned previously, this really is a call to arms for everyone to get involved, especially the ship owners and ship managers, who traditionally have received legislation as a done deal and then have to work out ways to do it safely, economically, and make the thing work. I know from 20 years in ship management. What we're calling for you to do is to join up with an institute, preferably us, but sales pitch aside, to get involved in the design, development, ratification, and implementation of future legislation. That's the way that we can make this work going forwards, is involving the people at those stages. We're pleased to say that at the moment at IMO, we have volunteer members active in 14 working groups and leading the path on some of these. We always need more, and we welcome that experience and knowledge. These are our 24 special interest groups, which, with us encompassing the engineering, science, and technology, we do cover the full life cycle of innovation, from identifying there's an issue, designing a solution, testing, building, installing, commissioning, operating for the full life cycle, and then safely decommissioning. But we want to add to that knowledge base with involvement from everyone here and representative bodies. So please get involved. There are 2 SIGs, as we call them here, that directly relate to what we're going to talk to today. And they're the ship's energy and efficiency and marine electrical special interest groups. But there is something in there for everyone involved in the maritime sector. So we would look forward to welcoming you. Thank you. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to add something very, very brief. You've talked about being pragmatic, and I think this is key, involving the shipowning community, which is key. But also I would add that the shipowning community should not be seen as the source of the problem, but a possibility of for the solution to be found. And frequently, it is ship owners who drive world trade and help drive world trade who have to prove that they're not there to destroy the world. So there has to be a bit of a shift, a turning of the tables, to make ship owners feel welcome into this whole community, into all these initiatives that you mentioned.
I would only make one change to that and remove the possibly and replace with must.
There you go. Forward-looking and positive.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So don't go down, please, because now is the time we're all anticipating. I'm really honored to call President Kramer and Mr. Christopher Goldsworthy, the full official name.
If I get my full name, I think I'm in trouble.
Okay. Because we are going to sign a memorandum, a landmark memorandum of understanding. This agreement reflects the shared commitment of the 2 institutes, of these 2 powerful organizations, the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers and the Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technology, the IMarEST, to advance sustainability in the maritime industry with a focus on collaborative initiatives in key areas such as development of standards, rules on sustainable maritime sector, ship and port electrification, offshore plant installations, in the development of training materials, books, tutorials, seminars, webinars, in supporting and accrediting educational activities such as CPD and MSc courses, in the organization of events, and in assisting international policy organizations such as IMO and the European Union in technical issues. So I think that Mr. Schubert has the, yes. And I would also call Mr. Rudy Schubert from the IEEE Standards Association, along with Mr. Peter Shepard from IMarEST, have the approved copy of the Memorandum of Understanding, and we can sign it over there.
On the table.
There is a microphone also if you want to say a few words about that. And I would also call the chair of our advisor board, Mr. Leonidas Dimitriadis-Evgenidis, Dr. Thomas Coughlin, Professor Christopher Hodge, Professor John Prousalidis, Mr. Alpes Shah, and Mr. Shepard.
We can use the same pen if you want.
Oh, okay. To sign as witnesses.
Both left-handed.
Okay. We're witnesses.
Yeah, witness.
Eyewitnesses.
Congratulations, you're a witness.
So,
I think
I think that this memorandum is groundbreaking, and I have to tell you, to repeat once again, that throughout the year, we work hard. These teams work in the joint working groups, contribute a lot, and gather for the advancement of standards, the creation of courses, and the advancement of research as well. So I'm really aware, we must be aware that this is a historic moment. Things are going to advance a lot through this memorandum.
So I think we should hold it up.
So
shake hands.
I think that we should all applaud this. And we will be here next year again to see how this thing goes.
And shake hands as well.
Oh.
It's not going to be Las Vegas Marriott.
Okay.
Since we are talking about decarbonizations, allow me to tell you that there is a QR code at the back side of your badge, name badges. You can see the agenda
Pleasure.
by scanning it, the
I look
conference
forward
agenda.
to what we can do together.
We're blessed that we got this through.
Yes, and in very short notice.
So thank you.
I know, that's what I'm trying to whisper.
How pragmatic you've been, so...
And,
Όχι, όχι.
thank you.
Paragallo. May even return your pen.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So we now pass to our next session, session 2, the human side of shipping. And I would like to ask Mrs. Elizabeth Calvary to moderate the next panel, Developing Safety Culture, a Sonata for Resilience.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. I would like to invite together with me so as to have a very nice discussion about safety culture in cruise, Mrs. Maria Corconzellu. She's preparing herself, and Mr. Kostas Kontes. We will be together so as to discuss about safety culture, a discussion that goes beyond policies and procedures, to tell you the truth. So we will see how culture influences lives of those at sea. And hello, welcome, Maria. Thank you. Have a seat, please. And we are waiting for Mr. Kontes. Welcome again. Welcome on board.
Nice to see you again,
Nice to see you again. Every year we try to introduce the importance of human element.
One more time together.
Every time. Because it's an issue that it's important for shipping industry, and I think that with the experience that you have so many years, you can introduce and tell us a number of things.
I agree, that's why I'm here
Welcome,
again.
welcome. Great. So here we are. May I introduce you to our friends and panelists here. So Maria, please introduce yourself. You have experience of 20 plus years, 24 plus years in the shipping industry as a crew manager and working with trying to find a number of innovative solutions for these people at sea, recruiting people. So please.
It is my pleasure to be here once more. I would like to thank Mrs. Travlou and yourself for the next panel. I'm representing Synergy and United Maritime, and as you say, I'm here because we are struggling to find solutions
always
for crewing, for recruitment. That's why we are here to discuss.
Thank you for coming. And Mr. Contes, with experience of
Thank you.
third-party experience.
I have been working on for many years, more than 20 years, on the third-party management industry. I'm a marine engineering, and I used to be a member of IMarEST. So it's time for me to join back, I think. I have recently joined Naviland's group, which is a new third-party management company with base in Greece. So, very interesting. The human element is an interesting part, and within our experience and our expertise, we are here to give our thoughts and our beliefs.
So thank you, both of you. As I said before, we are trying to have a discussion here that goes beyond policies and procedures. So the most important for us here is to discuss about culture and if this is considered to be a shared value, or is it just a compliance procedure or just a procedure in shipping companies. So Maria, please, I would like to have your...
it is one of the most hot topics this year, these months, and it is how easy it is to build the safety culture. Of course, it is not easy at all. It has to do with the personal responsibility, with the psychology of the seaman, with the professionalism. But of course, there are various things and strategies that the company can implement in order to enhance the safety culture of the crew on board.
I would like to interrupt. In general, I interrupt, so please about...
Of course.
Excuse me about that, but the thing is that I would like to make it more practical. So it is important to have the procedures, to have the mentality actually of what safety means, because we all understand that safety has to do with avoiding harm for people at sea. But as you mentioned, Maria, it is important, first of all, companies to understand that this is important, first of all, and try to implement some procedures and do something so as to avoid harm, plus other things, because according to my belief, and I believe for all of us, it's not only about people, it has to do with life, has to do with environment, has to do with cost. So it's a little bit of everything. And Costa, please, can you help us here with the procedures?
I think, if this tends to become a tick box exercise or just an administrative task, it should not be like that. The safety culture is all about, the human element and understanding really behind the consequences of that, of the risks associated with not complying with the safety culture. So if really we as managers, we as seafarers, we as an industry are able to share the consequences of non-action, which means non-compliance with the safety culture, then there would be an easy understanding of, or easy compliance, or better compliance, let's say, towards the final task of really having...
Can you help us with procedures like 1, 2, 3 important things that a company needs to have in order to start?
For me, critical part before going towards, what is safety culture and how do you start introducing the safety culture on your company or your ships is you need to assess. So making an assessment on board the vessels, understanding what is the issue, understanding what the seafarers believe about safety culture, or your shore personnel in the offices, their understanding about safety culture. Then you sit down, you understand, you evaluate, you review what the assessment has brought forward.
So to identify the mentality, you mean
identify the mentality, identify also if they believe, if the crew on board the vessel believes the same thing that the office as well believes, and see how do you bridge that gap towards.
I agree with Kostas. Safety culture is something that has to do and has to engage all levels, not only the crew on board. Sure, it has to engage also the office throughout the management and all the crew on board. Of course, we have to train the people on board.
So another step might be first with the assessment and then training.
The training and education is always very, very important. The crew must engage themselves, train, real-life sessions, real-life scenarios, safety meetings on board to establish, attendances from the office on board to discuss the risk. How important is to have this and build this safety culture, not only just to complete a checklist or have a protocol, but is important for themselves to protect the human life by day-to-day emphasizing for the safety to be the core value of a company. It makes crew psychology even better in order to be able to perform and protect each other as a team.
Okay, and you give me, and Costa, would you like to answer?
Yeah, I mean, what I wanted to add is, as Maria said, bridging the gap between ships and office. So senior leadership visits on board the vessel is an important element because this is how you present you give the right example on board the ships. Then there is the crewing seminars that we do in the manning offices nearest to the seafarers region, but those ones, they need to be done, with the right emphasis, with the right organization behind, so that on those conferences, you really discuss items that are important about their safety culture, their life on board the vessels, what is that needs to be improved. So,
okay, and I make it a little bit more difficult now.
I would like to add that we must involve also the leaders. For example, the top officers. The top officers. So if the leader, the captain, the chief officer, the chief engineer on board are practically day-to-day involved with the safety and prioritize same, this will go towards to all the crew. Including also the safety drills on board. Safety drills on board.
Okay, yes.
This must be, something that happens every week. We must not forget.
Okay, I will make it a little bit more difficult for both of you. For example, how in practice these things happen. For example, you may have people from different ethnicities. So the cultural diversity and the thing is that there are people who perceive differently what safety means. Okay. And what can we do? How the company help people understand that what do we mean by safety, and if they actually follow what the company believes or tries to establish as a value?
The company must be
an example. If you have from your own experience, it would be more
of course, many examples,
okay,
hundreds.
You're here.
It's all the crew on board nowadays are multicultural, not only one nationality. Filipino, Ukrainian, Greek, Romanian, Bulgarian. There are a lot of differences, different mentality, different cultural differences. So what you can do is to be next to the crew, train them, engage them to respect the different mentality of the colleague.
Yes, but
this is very, very important because you can show the example and the rest crew can follow.
I would go one step further. So what I think is important as well is, identify the right leaders from those nationalities. So if you are working with Asians, for example, understand who is your best, Filipino master. Engage him within your strategy, engage him within your company, and make sure that he is the right ambassador for you within his
yes,
colleagues.
Costa, now you just mentioned an important thing that has to do with skills, leadership skills. Because as far as we discuss about culture, you say that there's a larger umbrella under, and there are a lot of topics that we need to discuss, but we don't have the time. But when we talk about someone who leads by example, we try to find the ambassador who's going to continue doing what he also or she also believes. We're talking about leadership skills. We're talking about communication. We're talking about being the right example. And you have to believe that safety is important.
And this is a weak part of our industry today. And I will tell you why weak. If you read the statistics, you will see that there is close to 2 million seafarers globally. That's the pool. That's the global pool. So we're talking about 50,000 ships globally. That means that, and if you read out on the evaluation, stuff like that, you'll see that there is a shortage of seafarers by 2026 of close to 100,000 seafarers. What does it mean? That you have promotion of seafarers faster. That means that experience is less. That means that you need to be able to cover up that element with probably additional training, but leadership does not come with that. It comes with experience as well. So a good leader will come through having seen incidents in his life, having been able to act properly over there. So this is an element that within our industry we need to be able to find a way to sort out.
From my experience, because I'm a neuropsychologist working with crews and how they communicate and what are the important issues that the skills actually that influence performance.
Soft skill. Leadership is a soft skill.
And I may say that it's shocking sometimes that when we do these experiments and trying to in a way develop these skills in a simulator on a bridge, when there is an incident of an accident, no one communicates with anyone. So this is something important because everything starts from communication and ends to
open communication is very important.
Open communication. So we talk about culture. So we said about the important things. You mentioned the procedures. We understand that companies need to do something. So we need to change the perception of some people who do not understand or at least have the same mentality as what safety means. Can we have now, can we say that technology can help nowadays with all these changes that occur, the AI, because everything goes to that?
I think yes. I think there's already an amount of systems that they are helping you.
Can you give us examples?
So there are systems that they are helping tracking if the crew on board, for example, through cameras, are wearing their PPEs. If they're going on the engine room and they identify through the camera that there is no PPE used by the crew, that they are notified back in the office or back to the mast, it depends what you want to do. And there is an alert or there is a warning about something. There are systems that they are proactively giving you let's say, or online systems that they can show you what is happening, what the consequences of an incident might have happened if there was no action by that time. So all these things, if you consolidate them all together, you will be able to get a good understanding of
this is a way of controlling situations, but preventing is about
there is the AI that prevents probably collisions on ships, they are
alerts,
all alerts, or
Have you tested something like that in your companies, Maria, Costa, both of you?
We are deeply involved in all the new technology aspects, of course, and we have tested various systems that can help us monitor the situation on board, cargo handling, loading, discharging, some movements, monitoring what has happened exactly in the bridge. It's like the black box in the airplane,
Okay, you're mentioning beautiful things and great things, but the thing, I think you know the motto, and you have heard the motto, stop the job. There's a huge campaign about stop the job. If we have these procedures and we actually face an incident when we need to stop the job and say to the officer, a crew member, stop the job because things are going to be very dangerous for all of us. Is it something that actually happens? Because this is my concern is that we do have all this technology and everything that are very, very important, but when things happen on board, do we actually follow the procedures?
Okay, I will tell you.
Please,
I believe.
both of you, I'd like to have
Please.
And if you want, I believe that it is happening sometimes, not all the times. You know, most of the people, especially the ratings on board the vessel, are being afraid to stop the job because maybe it will be considered like a weakness and
it's higher.
Yes.
So they're afraid of higher.
Especially for this, that's why we are trying to enhance to the crew prior joining that they must not be afraid to stop the job whenever they feel that it is not safe, whatever the impact can be, even if this will be commercially, and stop the vessel. Because, you know, it is, of course, the commercial, the cost is important for the shipping companies. We are working in order to be paid, all of us. But the human life is more important. So if you have a problem like this, fatalities and injuries, it costs more.
Needs a lot of work to help someone understand that he needs to, or she needs to understand that hierarchy sometimes needs to be breached and safer.
And there is another element which is very important. You know, the engagement with your crew, the closer you are, the more freedom they have as well from their side to open reporting. We encourage open reporting. The open reporting certainly many times, you know, helps us from avoiding big things, big failures, series of failures. So while the Stop the Job campaign is something that we encourage on board our vessels, this will not come if you are not close to your seafarers, if they don't feel that open reporting is something that will not penalize them, that will help us understanding more of what we need to improve. So a combination of the two, you know, that is something that happens, should happen, and, you know, will help the industry going forward.
So safety, it's not a procedure, just a checklist to have and continue with our journey.
It should not be. The system, the ISM system, was built not for an administrative reason. It was built for the simple reason in making sure that all critical issues are identified, or best practices are shared, or, you know, officers of the company are able to make sure that they are not forgetting something in the back of their head, and that everything is followed through. But it has to be followed through, and, you know, double check that this is followed through. How do we enclosed space permit? We said the other day. Enclosed permit says if it is only done with a checklist, without making sure that, you know, the area where the seafarers are going is really properly ventilated.
So if you would like to wrap up a little bit of what is important for you, just to leave your...
You know, for me, the wrapping up, you know, safety culture is something that needs to be combined with the company and all the way through the ships, and make sure that there is zero tolerance towards safety. Understanding the criticality of what non-compliance with safety culture can bring to the environment, to the seafarer's life, to the asset of the owner, to the
It's not just one thing, it's a holistic thing.
No, it's a chain.
Great, thank you, Costa. And Maria, please.
I believe that the company must engage the crew, must empower the crew in order to be able to voice out their safety concerns, their problems on board, so as to have a holistic feedback and be able to solve and prevent injuries and fatalities. Education, training, continuous training, and open door policy.
Open door policy, very, very important. We deal with human beings. We deal with lives, important things. It's not just a procedure then. It's...
And we tend to believe that, the shipping industry is something different. You see the airline industry, you see what are the follow-ups from the airline incidents, from the incidents actually on the airlines, and understanding how they analyze, what are the lessons learned behind. We should be able to do the same thing on the shipping environment as well. We should be able to analyze every incident, make sure that this is a lesson learned for everyone, and that we improve from there, that we are not working on two different directions.
I think it's one of the most difficult things that people like you need to deal with every day. And we have to remember that every vessel is a different culture, has its different culture because of the officer, because of the captain, full of feelings, full of human lives, of responsibilities, of difficulties. So we need to combine all these different cultures of different vessels, of different beliefs, different mentalities, and make it one value, the value of being safe and secure and sail as safely as possible.
Yes.
So thank you for being with us. We continue with the learning and development and how skills are important, soft skills, as we just mentioned some important things that are here. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
And all the best to what you're doing.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
And after the security culture, we need to talk about well-being. And who is better to speak to us about well-being than a person who has really done a lot of research and has advanced e-health and remote telematic medicine on board than Dr. Philippos Sotiriadis.
Good morning to all. My name is Philippos Sotiriadis, and I'm the CEO of Telematic Medical Applications, where I will present you our innovative telematic medical solutions for crew well-being. The TMA mission is to enhance maritime healthcare, ensuring every seafarer has access to quality medical support regardless of location. Crew well-being is essential for safe and efficient maritime operations, but life at sea brings unique challenges. So prolonged location from shore increases physical and mental health risks. High stress environments lead to fatigue and to reduced productivity. Limited access to medical care can escalate minor issues to emergencies. That is why telematic medical solutions provides real-time health monitoring and remote medical consultation, predictive analytics to prevent health issues before they arise, and swift emergency response, bridging the gap between ship and shore. There was a study back in 2013, I believe, that took place on 23,000 plus vessels, where they found out that the 20% of the vessels deviations were due to false medical issues that could easily be treated on board. The average cost of each deviation were calculated about of $180,000. So that is an annual cost for the industry of 168 million. So TMA has come and has come to conduct a conforming system suitable for the maritime and the aviation. For the maritime, we have manufactured portable telemedicine units that are integrating ICU and hospital-grade equipment certified by FDA, CE, and ISOs, and of course the whole system is GDPR compliant, bridging the healthcare distance via a very user-friendly interface in a very cost-effective way. So, NOAA, No Arc of Health, is a telemedicine case, is a portable self-contained system designed for mobile and remote healthcare applications. We have recently integrated AI on our software, where via the camera of the tablet, it can get heart rate, oxygen saturation, respiration rate, mental stress, one lead ECG, and trend detection and historical view. That's why, so the reason that we did it in order to offer the tablet and the NOAA with the basic measurements alone and free of charge along with our subscription. Now, the NOAA tablet, if someone wants, it can be combined with medical equipment, diagnostic medical equipment, as I aforementioned, where you see here the three models, advanced, basic, and light. The only differentiation on these models are the medical equipment that is integrated inside it. So in the standard option, there are the basics, 12 leads ECG in order to detect all cardiac issues, blood pressure, oximetry, saturation, thermometer, blood glucose, and the biochemical analysis. And in the advanced model also, it is fully ranked with military specs, certified. Not only that, the system, it is optionally can bear from ophthalmoscopes, stethoscopes, biochemical analyzer up to ultrasounds and portable X-rays if needed. It can be from basic, let's say, medical services up to services that can be provided from a primary health care clinic, depending on the equipment that we have installed in. More than that, we have recently added 3 solutions. We call it smart patches, where the first one is the ECG epidermal sensor that provides continuous real-time cardiac monitoring, detecting complex issues such as arrhythmia, ischemia, ensuring crew safety and operational efficiency. The second part is for diabetes. The diabetes epidermal sensor provides real-time monitoring again for glucose and hemoglobin levels, helping manage diabetes patients proactively and reducing risks of high-risk crew members. All these patches are reusable, and the only consumable bulk, consumable, I think it's the sticker. The last smart patch that we have introduced is the wound care bandage that monitors critical wound metrics, enhancing recovery and reducing infection for injured crew members. It tracks pH on the wound, CRP, moisture, oxygen, and other metrics. Now, how the system works. the system. It's the coordinator. In our case here, it's the first or the second captain, where he collects the measurements from the patients. Then the data it is transmitted to our medical 24/7 medical call center. And when the data are received, the real-time communication via video call or voice, it is establishing between the doctors and the telemedicine station that is on board in order to provide the treatment that they should provide to the patient. And all of this also goes back to the telemedicine station written and signed by the doctors. This can take place through the TMA's MedConnect Cloud EMR, where it connects the NOAA telemedicine portable stations with the cloud, and via the cloud, the doctors have full access to the incidents that happen on board. This is what I had to present to you about our innovations and our new products. Thank you very much.
We cannot talk about the human element in shipping without talking about education. So after security culture and after well-being and healthcare, e-health, we have to talk, and it is our pleasure. I welcome the moderator of our next panel, Mr. Panagiotis Korakas. Mr. Panagiotis Korakas is the head of the Cultural Heritage and Blue Synergies Department of Navtica Chronica and ISALOS.net. And the panel is titled, Who is Transforming Who? Technology, Gen Z, and Shipping.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Kalimera. My name is Panagiotis Korakas, and as Mr. Travlou mentioned, I'm the head of Cultural Heritage and Blue Synergies for Navtica Chronica magazine and the ISALOS.net initiative. I would like to thank Mr. Travlou for the invitation to moderate this panel, and it's great to kick off the new year as part of the Slide2Open Shipping Finance Conference. Our upcoming panel is entitled, Who is Transforming Who? Technology, Gen Z, and Shipping. With me here today are going to be speakers that represent various parts of our shipping and maritime community. I would like to begin by inviting them to the stage. With us here today is Mr. Makram Daouk. He is the Business Director of Crossworld Marine Services, the marine HR branch of the Crossworld Group that focuses on one of shipping's most critical elements, the crew. Also with us today is Professor Ioannis Golias. He is the Governor of the Eugenides Foundation and Professor Emeritus in the Civil Engineering School of the National and Technical University of Athens. I would also like to invite Ms. Venetia Kallipolitou. She is the Cross-Departmental HR and Training Manager for the Tsakos Group. With us here today is also Mr. John Platzidakis, the Honorary Chairman of Intercargo, the International Association of Dry Cargo Ship Owners. And last, but certainly not least, Captain Nikos Tsoulis, the Director of the Deck Department at the Merchant Marine Academy of Macedonia. So, good morning to all. Before we kick things off with our panel, I would like to say a few words in order to lay the groundwork for the upcoming discussion. Members of Generation Z, that is people born 1997 to 2012, they are becoming an increasingly important part of the workforce. As this new generation is gradually entering the shipping industry, their professional expectations, their core values, but also their adaptability to new technologies have been characterized as important factors for the future of the industry. This is something that we touched upon during last year's panel discussion, but this year I think we need to further elaborate and delve deeper into this matter. Our speakers here today We'll explore the current impact that Generation Z has on the shipping industry, while also highlighting the important steps that need to be made in order for the maritime community to properly train, to guide them, and ultimately welcome its next generation of professionals. At the same time, the question arises, with technology reshaping the whole industry, can innovation also aid in creating new roles and paths that appeal to members of Generation Z? Mr. Platsidakis, I would like to start things off with you. You have a vast experience within the shipping industry, and you've always kept a keen eye on all matters relating to Greek maritime education, something of great interest to you. We have a tendency in Greece to devalue most things, but despite that, and despite any deficiencies or perhaps flaws of the maritime education system in Greece, we still witness that even today the Greek seafarer is a stellar pillar for Greek shipping. Which do you believe are the strengths of Greek maritime education and of the Greek seafarer themselves?
Interesting. You provoke me a little bit. I don't think we are unique nations. Many times we refer to what is happening in Greece versus other countries. Everywhere we do overvalue or devalue things. It's part of the human nature. In terms of the Greek shipping education as it stands today, I think it is in an acceptable status. What does it mean? It means that it could be worse, but it could be much better. The fact, though, that Greek seamen are of good quality in general terms, it means that the education we provide them, together with the one provided by the companies themselves, is achieving a good goal at the end of the day. Nevertheless, the education certainly needs a kind of a shock treatment. And by that I mean that we don't have, to my humble opinion, a holistic approach to the Greek maritime education. In other words, we don't know exactly what happened in the past, what has been the track record of all these people that were engaged with as a profession on ships, what is happening exactly today, and where do we want to be. So I think that unless we have this kind of holistic approach and all parties concerned to decide where they want to go, it's a kind of knee-jerk effect. It's a very spasmodic reaction. Every year we meet at the Ministry of Marine, at the Committee for Maritime Education, to decide how many people we want to accept at the marine academies. It's a kind of a number from nowhere. If it was 1,400 last year, let's go for 1,400 or 1,500. It doesn't justify why. I don't want to take more of your time. Certainly it needs a kind of reshape. In terms of Greek seamen, I'm a great believer, as you may know, for decades now. For the reason, not because we are better seamen than other nations and we have it in our DNA. Certainly maritime and the marine business is part of the Greek enhancement over the centuries. But what makes the difference today as far as ocean-going ships, and not only, is that if you engage with Greek seamen, what makes the difference is the philotimo. And I apologize to the non-Greek audience. Philotimo reportedly doesn't have an equivalent in the English language. That's the key word that you establish, or you may establish, a bond between the shipping company, the ship, and the seaman. So if philotimo works, then I think you have achieved some 50% of the goal, because they become part of the whole engagement. They do care in a different way. I don't want to diminish the importance of non-Greek seamen, but the fact that they visit the office, they come to know face-to-face the people in the shipping company and vice versa, this could make the difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Platsidakis. Captain Tsoulis, you have been a director at the Merchant Marine Academy of Macedonia for well over a decade, and you actively participate in informational career days in various schools. So my question to you is twofold. What is your experience with the last few generations that have entered the Merchant Marine Academy, and are there lessons to be learned from these generations? And on a second note, does the seafaring profession appeal to Greek school children?
At first, I'd like to thank you for the invitation and to start answering your question. I would like to say that the main difference between the generations is the increased reliance of Generation Z to electronics, something that wasn't able to witness it before. But they do it in a somehow fast-track approach. The previous generations were spending a lot of time reading manuals, reading books, and were making all kinds of preparations before try to work on some electronic instrument. Generation Z tend to begin pushing buttons with doing, at least most of the times, a minimum preparational work. They try to keep away from the book and try to, let's say, test in a different way the software at the time that they really want to have safety on board. So I believe that it's a matter of educational culture that has changed during the past couple of decades. So at this point, the students and young officers are tending to move away from the book and from the theory in general. So our main goal, I believe, should be to make them understand that the theory is the keystone, is the main pillar upon which we can build safety on board. We can have safe practices. Now, according to the career days, we are doing our best to inform our high school students about the maritime industry, about the seaman's life, about the professional prospects. And to do that, we have done many visits. We have talked to tens of high schools. And at some point, we have used also our students as sea ambassadors. The seaman's life is very, very special. From our talk with the children, we find out that the salary is the most impressive first thing to know, to tell them. But also, another very important part of our discussion is the zero unemployment of the sector. So it's very easy if you want to move and be a naval officer to find a job and to proceed. Yes. Now the understanding of the duties and the responsibilities they will be facing during their sea time is also very important. We have talked about that. And of course, it's something that they didn't have access to this kind of knowledge. Another downside to our communication with the students was that in many cases we found out that their family is negative. They don't want their children to work at sea because in most cases they didn't have a seaman in the family before, so they are a little bit afraid. They are not sure if it's if it's going to work with the children, living away from home for many months. So this is another problem. In any case, we try to exhibit the pros of the maritime industry and point out that it's one of the best solutions for our high school students today.
Thank you, Captain. While we're still on the subject of maritime education, I turn to a member of the panel with important experience regarding the human element and training, having also served for a number of years as director of the Seafarers Training Directorate in the Hellenic Ministry of Shipping, Ms. Kallipolitou. I think it would be beneficial to hear a few lessons learned, both from the Tsakos Enhanced Education Nautical School teams and the Tsakos Merchant Marine Academy. What was your experience in the creation of these pioneering initiatives, and what has the reaction of the local society been so far?
Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to thank Ms. Despina Travlou and, of course, Eugenides Dimitriadis and Professor Gollias that had the courtesy to invite me to this panel to speak today. And this is a great opportunity for me to reiterate that once more I have my master's degree as Hellenic Coast Guard officer under the scholarship of Eugenides Foundation. Going now, I would like to take some moments in order to have a historical background of all these initiatives. Starting in 2017, with the inspiration of our founder, Captain Panagiotis Tsakos, stating that I did in my life so many things as a master and then as a ship owner, due to the fact that a brilliant man built a high school in my village in Chios Island. So that was the thinking, and we said, okay, what we can do a private, non-profit nautical high school centralized to marine and maritime professions. We built over the years the trust with the educational community and the local society, and we elaborate in a holistic approach, as Mr. Platsidakis said earlier, the life at sea with seamen and our officers, together with young people starting at the age of 15. And then we start building in excellence by introducing more workshops, more educational sector, acknowledging that in our times, in the future, in the years to come, we have to build on the specialty, the category of electronic, electrical engineers, and in the people that are going to handle automation on board vessels. The success of this initiative, it was obvious through the years because we now, as an average, we have a percentage of 95% success in the Pan-Hellenic exams. What we introduce to our pupils is how to collaborate and combine the professional knowledge with the educational training programs. And then we built extra educational zones. So after the compulsory program, as defined by the Ministry of Education, we built in another zone for supportive teaching, and we built in another zone by having different sponsors, workshops like astronomy, like literature, because we believe that in order to be a well-matured candidate for your next step, you have to have balance on all sectors of life. And then we built upon adult classrooms, and we saw in the framework of the high school, the Lyceum, that there was a lot of people trying to have a second chance. Most of them, they have passed in a university, but at the end of the day, having no opportunities for a career development, they wanted to go back and to start by having a seaman career. That's the so-called in Greece parallel system. And then the moment that the legislative framework opened from another country, an EU state, like Cyprus, we took the opportunity and we submit for a Merchant Marine Academy. And that was materialized last September in the inauguration ceremony, where Under the Cypriot accreditation, we introduced an academy with two main training programs, the one for the navigation officer in charge of a navigational watch and officer in charge of an engine watch. And we continue. Just a few days ago, we submit for ETO as well, electrotechnical officer. So you see, by dealing with maritime education is an investment through the years with continuous progress. And what we saw, and it was astonished, at least for the, not the local only community, but in the national community, it was the attractiveness that this new initiative have. In 20 days after the accreditation in July, we managed to receive more than 200 applications, and we fulfilled the maximum by having now 45 cadets. So that means that every effort and every initiative dealing with our new generation for our vessels and our shipping companies is on the right direction. As regards training programs, I think that I don't want to waste more time.
Thank you.
We will revert on this.
Mr. Dauk, I turn to you based on your work with crews at Crossworld Marine Services. How would you rate the readiness of Generation Z cadets and seafarers when it comes to their skill set, hard and soft skills, but also their willingness to continue with their career on board merchant vessels, i.e. their commitment?
First, I'd like to thank you for the invitation, but also thank you for bringing this topic up, the topic of generations, because we go in and out of meetings with shipping companies talking about the quality of crew and what's happening with crew, but we never really tackle the fact that these are generational traits that are showing from the millennials onto Generation Z, and that's going to continue on and on and on. So it's really important. To qualify a little bit, Generation Z or Generation Z, however you want to call it, they have very good foundations in the sense that they're knowledgeable. They are coming out of good schools. The schools, even the less good schools, if you want to say, have a pretty good standard nowadays, a pretty good technology. Having said that, they're tech savvy as well, and they're tech adaptable. That means that not only do they know their way around technology, but they know how to adapt to new technologies as well, which is something that the older generations would not have had. They're socially rounded. That means that they're impermeable, if you want, to all these issues of racism or cultural issues. They're culture rounded as well, which means that they can land, by their exposure to social media, they can land on at any port without having to feel that they're really foreigners. They identify more or less. They don't feel at home necessarily, but they identify.
Like citizens of the world.
Correct, all across the world. So it's easy to put them on a vessel and it's easy to send them across. And they're hungry for success. This is undoubtable. But it's not all rosy. They are very high maintenance overall. They are very demanding, and they're very, I wouldn't say arrogant about their demands, but they're adamant about their demands. They feel that if they give 1% of effort, they need to get X% back. They have no patience, meaning that if they request or require something, it has to be done right there and then. Or else they could get up and leave. They have no loyalty. No loyalty meaning that they don't feel that, oh, I owe it to the company that, I perhaps need to sort of, pay back in a way or not. If I don't get what I need, I'm out of here. And nowadays, with the current crewing market, it doesn't help because there's a big gap in the crewing market, and he knows or she knows that they have opportunities. They can go anywhere else and probably even make more money, having left that company right there and then. And last but not least, to say about them is they're not independent anymore. You can no longer leave a seafarer on a vessel and know that they're going to run by themselves. They're very dependent professionally from the office. The office has to constantly guide them and move them forward, but also socially. They cannot be disconnected. It's impossible to have them disconnected. So yes, there are higher maintenance, plus also, speaking of high maintenance, maybe to quote a little bit, not to quote, but to mention maybe our founders, Captain Leonidas Dimitriadis-Evgenidis, boarded the vessel, his first contract in the 70s, boarded the vessel and came off the vessel 52 months later. So you can imagine nowadays a seafarer how much maintenance we have to do for a seafarer, including well-being, including all these discussions we're having, hotlines, et cetera, to make sure that that seafarer, while finishing his few months contract, is still making it all the way towards the end of the contract without any issues. So it is quite a process. It is quite a generation, and it's not necessarily a problem. The problem arises when you ask the question, are the companies ready to accommodate those people, right? Are the companies gearing up to maintaining those people and taking the hands of those people and working with them? This is, I think, the main gap there. So are they ready to answer your question? Yes, they are. Are companies ready? Not all of them are. Many of them are, but not all of them.
Thank you, Mr. Dauk. So the Generation Z coin has two sides. I turn to you, Professor Gollias. The Eugenides Foundation is a decades-long institutional contributor to the Greek maritime education system. For a year, the foundation has placed a special emphasis on academic knowledge and the creation and distribution of educational publications that meet scientific standards and industry needs. What is the main challenge for maritime education nowadays, and how does the foundation's educational material contribute towards this task?
Okay, good morning to all of you. Well, I'll start by saying that the challenge really is related to the new generations that are coming and to the new technology that is coming. I'll start by saying something very common, that you have seafarers who are very competent, but not only competent for what happens now, for what is required now. They have to be confident, also competent for what is coming in the near future and what will come in the more
further down the line.
Yes, more the line. And to do that, they have to have the ability to learn through their professional life that they can tackle with all the challenges that the technical progress will present in front of them. I can say some very quickly, for example, the carbon oxide that have to be diminished, or the sulfur emissions that have to be diminished. You will produce new technology, and then you'll have new expertise, new skills. So we come back to skills. The digital applications in the maritime industry, they will produce needs for understanding all the complex apparatus that are on the ship and how they communicate and they intercommunicate, or how to use computers for deal with autonomous systems on the ship. They have to deal with big data and analyze them and understand them. So there are a lot of new expertise that will arise from the technology. These new skills are emerging, and they have to be dealt with through new skills. So here you can see how Generation Z is entering, also Generation A, which is coming. Z has finished, the period. We have now Generation A that is coming, which is much more prone to all the digital, all this new technology. So the question is, how do we go about it? I was covered by what Mr. Dauk said before about the properties of this generation. But we have to deal with them. It's a generation. It's not only how they work, it's how also they behave. It's how they communicate, how they collaborate, how they proceed with teamwork. They have different codes of behavior, and we have to put them in the work, this is in job, because these are the guys that are coming, or the ladies that are coming, and we have to see how the millennials will collaborate with them, and how the baby boomers are living now, so they're not anymore, I guess, very few of them are on the ship now, but we have to see how we deal with them. So the Eugenides Foundation, long time now, we are focusing on how to include in all these educational procedure the new technologies that have arrived and are coming also in the future. And also, we're giving a lot of attention in the fact that the students have to learn how to learn. So in the professional life, it's for sure that they'll have to tackle challenges through the technical progress that will arrive, and they'll have to learn themselves. So this is a big challenge, and I think this is a challenge for the educational, not only the maritime educational, it's for any educational, but the maritime has its own properties. So I would say, and that's why we also concentrate on the digital transformation of the maritime education. We think we have started that, and we have a lot of activities there. I think digital transformation can help first make more attractive for the new generations to arrive there and to show them the new paths, the new skills that are there, to show them that maritime industry is not something different, it's there. All the challenges that are in other professions are also in the maritime industry. And that's why we have already proceeded with the idea of the book is perhaps is changing also. It's not a book, it's educational material. Educational material can be pages written, it can be VR, it can be simulation applications, it can be gamification, and all of these digital tools should be used because Generation Z cannot sit just there and listen to the teacher or to the board. They have to interact, and that's why we have produced in the MAREST, with the Interreg project, with the MAREST project, we have produced 2 courses which are interactive, and we have produced the platform and also come in touch with professors who are going to teach these courses. So I think this is a challenge, and this is the way we should tackle it.
Thank you, Professor. I'll keep the conversation with you for a bit. Ms. Kallipolitou mentioned balance beforehand. During the previous decade, there was a tremendous emphasis placed by many educational establishments on soft skills, sometimes neglecting the importance of hard skills, the so-called hard skills. How can a balance between soft and hard skills be achieved, Mr. Golias, especially given the fact that new technologies, as you said, are becoming an ever larger part of the seafaring profession?
Okay, the issue of soft skills and hard skills is an issue that attracts a lot of interest. I mean, as far as the balance is concerned. And we have to find the balance between these 2 different skills because they're both very usual, but we have to find the balance during the educational procedure. Now, all these things I said before about new technologies and what is coming, I think this is the backbone of ship operations will be soon. They are already, and they will soon be. Issues like navigation, safety, fuels are very much related to hard skills. And this is going to become even more complex. And so the significance of hard skills is going to increase. So I think there's no doubt that the backbone of the curricula in education should be the hard skills. Now, the hard skills, is it enough alone? No, it's not enough alone, because all these complex engineering, or if you like, technical issues, have to be applied in practice by people, and this cannot be done by just one. So they have to collaborate, they have to have teamwork, they have to communicate, and I think this is where soft skills enter, and it's not of minor significance. Now, I guess that the challenge for the educational procedure now is to come to a model of education where you have at the same time the hard technical skills and the soft skills. So I have a problem, let's say I have an exercise which is a failure of a machine. Now, I have to have someone who can know how to fix it, knows how to fix it, but also should be in the exercise. In the exercise, you should include procedures where these people will collaborate with others. So you should combine the 2 skills in the educational procedure. Of course, you can have modules of education for soft skills per se, but I think best thing is to combine them. Mind you that due to the fact that all technical progress will increase. Things will become more complex, and the degree of communication, the degree of team working will also increase. And final, I would like to say that, of course, you have to come in touch with the industry and also with the technical providers to see what you need, so you can define the technical skills they have to have, and also the soft skills they have to implement the technical progress. And final, perhaps in the examination, in the assessment period, in the examination period, exams should not have only technical questions, but there should be exercises, there should be real-life cases, tests, where you'll test whether the person, the student, has the technical skills, but also the soft skills to apply the technical.
Thank you, Professor Golias. Speaking of new technologies, Captain Nico, how does the public system of merchant marine academies integrate technological innovations associated with the seafaring profession? And essentially, my question is the young cadet graduating from a merchant marine academy in Greece, is he ready to work on a vessel that is equipped with high-end technology?
This is a matter of huge importance. The Greek public merchant marine academies, and I would like to stress, to underline the word public, they're trying their best to keep up with the technological advances. But unfortunately, on many cases, this is not happening. They are responding much slower than the private merchant marine academies. And why this happens? In my opinion, it's only because the public sector's administrational structure is very complex, and at some point we will have to change it. The public sector now, they need to do two things. At first, they have to identify the changes that need to be made, and secondly, they have to implement these changes. It's something very difficult. A lot of work has to be done. The economic factor is very crucial, and we need to say that at this point we have allies, we have funds coming from Europe, the regional development funds, and if we achieve to absorb them fast enough, then we can get enough modern equipment, modern technology, to be able to train our students. Apart from that, we also have donations from big institutions. For example, Eugenides Foundation is a big supporter through many decades, and is giving a helping hand to promote the public education. But it's not enough. Many things have to change in terms of the administrational structure. Now, according to our students, the young cadets, the young officers, all the big Greek maritime companies, they invest in our students, and it means that they see potential in them. They hire them and they promote them to become second officers, they become captains and chief engineers. From our side, we do the best we can to raise the educational level and to offer more competent personnel to the industry. Our programs, our educational programs, contain all the new items STSW adopts, and so we have the ability to implement at the point that at least up to the point that we can support it technologically. we can give them today's best education that is possible. Offering top-level marine education is not also a very easy task because we have problems with a permanent shortage of appropriate teaching personnel. This is a huge problem because there are many public merchant marine academies in Greece, and they all face the same problem.
Similar problems.
But hopefully, I heard Mr. Stylianidis, our minister, this will be addressed, and hopefully it will be solved shortly.
Thank you.
So we hope that better days will come for the
Great
public
ahead.
marine
Thank you,
education.
Mr. Dauk, you mentioned about the previous generations and the current generations that are more inclined to adopt new technologies and eco-friendly practices. Is this something that Generation Z is attracted to, and does it make a difference for retainment, in your opinion?
To be honest, that's how they've been built. So currently, if you go to academies and schools, they're built based on technologies. If I mention, for instance, the PMMA, which is in the Philippines, government academy, if you want, they use VR, they use all sorts of technologies that I've seen myself, AR, VR, you name it. So these students come out of there really tech savvy. They know how to use technology, and they're actually, unfortunately, tech dependent. And why am I saying unfortunately? Because fortunately, if the companies, as you mentioned, have heavy technology, these people are able to find themselves within the environment and find themselves at home. If a company, however, doesn't have any technology, and you bring someone who's so tech savvy and just throw them on a vessel that just has an ECDIS at most, that causes, that person is going to be a bit lost. That's one aspect. The other not so positive aspect of it is that this heavy reliance on technology means that it's like maybe what happens to all of us now. For those who sail a boat, we just put the GPS, we know how to plot a chart, right? Take the GPS away. We've had that experience a few months ago with the crossing from Lebanon to Cyprus. Take the GPS away. How do you plot a course? Do we all still remember how to plot a course on a chart without having the GPS? So you become over-reliant on technology, and you forget key things about obviously the sea. So seamanship is not something that's becoming innate in those people. They're becoming over-reliant on technology, and obviously the office tells them what to do, so they're basically pawns on the vessel and not necessarily active resources who can actually know how to react if technology wasn't there and know what to do in every situation.
Thank you, Mr. Dauk. Ms. Kallipolitou, from your experience with the Tsakos Group, how well prepared are the young cadets coming out from the merchant marine academies, and are they adequately informed on the new technologies that are now a key part of the profession? And on a second note, what measures does the shipping industry take to train and retrain its personnel?
Thank you. Just a general remark before proceeding with the reply is that I'm not sure that it's a Generation Z. I think that probably it's a Generation Flash. Everything is going fast now.
Exactly. Absolutely.
So we have to adapt. We have to adapt our training systems. We have to adapt our mechanism. We have to adapt, and we don't have so much time for this. And I'm not talking only from the side of shipping industry. I'm talking also from probably the side of administration, if I was a representative there. We have so many exams from the past that will guide us of how to proceed. So it's not only a matter, it's a holistic approach. I'm saying again and again this because it's a matter of strategy and how you make your strategy for the years to come and how you build, because STCW, if we are talking about STCW, is not only training, it's not only watchkeeping, it's also certification. So that means that in this chain, the holistic approach should prevail by having the training programs, the necessary training programs, the necessary and skillful tutors. We have to have a system of exams So if the graduates of an academy is capable to take over their duties, you can address the same question to all the other professions. After a degree, are you capable to be a doctor? Are you capable to be an engineer? And that's the substantial role of the company, where we took over and we retrain and refresh. So it's a multitask that, for example, another important aspect before giving the floor to another speaker, it's a continuous training for the seafarer, for the officers, and not only the officers, on board and ashore, through the whole professional years. It's not a matter of a degree and then a master degree and then some seminars. No, it's a continuous training. And it's a mixed responsibility. The shipping company has the responsibility because they have the responsibility to embark somebody who will be with the right skills, soft and hard. But first hard, and then we'll work on soft as well. Huh? Train and retrain, it will be always a case for the shipping community. And that's what this is one reason that all the companies now have an in-house training center in order to provide, or have some colleagues and partners in order to provide this vocational training to our professionals at sea. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kalipolitou. A last question for Mr. Platsidakis. The relaunching of the Hellenic Maritime Day, the Imera Eborikou Navtikou, for 2025 is an initiative of the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping. The original celebration was first launched in 2006, almost 2 decades ago, and an idea conceived by you. I would like to first comment, how was the idea received at that time?
Interesting. As you know, events and incidents affect our lives today and tomorrow. It was accidental. I remember some 20 years ago, I was reading the then newspaper Lloyd's List, and I saw on the first page that it was the UK Maritime Day. And the whole royal family on that day spread across the country, Liverpool, London, Cardiff, you name it, in order to be part of the celebration of the UK Maritime Day. So it was a very distinct commitment of the society, of the royal family and the British society, the British society to the maritime enhancement of the country. For a few minutes, I said, okay, we have one as well. It was the Naftiki Evdomada, the nautical week. So I said, okay, we have one as well. So I was in peace of mind for a few minutes, and some 10 minutes later, I rethought about it. I said, hold on, this is the celebration for the War Navy and not for the maritime, the merchant maritime industry. And I felt shocked, to tell you the truth, and ashamed that although we're very proud of this industry, centuries or thousands of years in existence, we don't celebrate it. I said, okay, we have to do it. But as you know, the residents of this country, including myself, of course, are not very receptive to changing things. What is happening today should happen tomorrow, no changes. You remember some years ago what happened when the government, the then government, asked for the gasoline stations to issue a receipt. When you fill up your car, it was an explosion, inevitably, impossible to do it. Some weeks ago, the taxi drivers did not want to put the little paper on the back window that clients have the option to pay by credit card or issue or get an invoice. It took some 2 years, actually. And at the end of the day, it was decided, the support of the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping and the Union of Greek Shipowners, to give it a try. And I think it was 2006, you said, yes, that we started the event for every 2 years, not the year that coincides with Posidonia, not to make it very crowded. The objective was actually to present ourselves, to present the Hellenic maritime industry to the Greek public, and not only, to pay tribute to the past ones, and also to educate the present people of what it is about. So, in other words, it gave us the floor where we could present to the people what shipping is about. The objective was not to persuade, and I think this is still the case. The objective of the Hellenic Maritime Day was not to persuade people to come along, simply to tell them what it is about and then leave it up to them to make a decision. And also it gave us also the opportunity to pay tribute to distinct personalities of Greek shipping who have passed away. That went on for 3-4 times, I think. Then COVID came along, and then we forgot about it. Part of this initiative was also the fact that we, as the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping, we were sending two-sheet presentation to all lyceum in Greece, one copy for every single student, not one per school, but one per student, in order for them to be able to take it home and present it to them, to their parents, because they had to know what it is about. Anyway, it was discontinued for a number of years, and now it has come back, and we try to reestablish it this coming year for 2025. And I think it's something that we have to keep on doing. Respect for the past and presentation of the present.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Plesidakis. Ms. Travlou, do we have time for questions from the audience, or should we wrap things up?
Let's try and...
Sure.
Is there anyone from the audience who would like to... I would want to make a quick comment. I love the references to Generation Z. I think we don't fully understand it. That's the generation that's going to push all of us out of the professional world, and we will usher them in. So it's very important that we understand. We hear many companies firing Generation Z people, so that's an easy solution, but it's not a solution really. It creates a bigger problem. So it's good that we have this in our minds. I think one issue is remuneration. That has to come into the discussion. Although the nautical profession is better remunerated, one wonders in the 21st century, whether given so many options around us, the remuneration is enough to entice people to continue pouring into the industry. 2 quick comments from my side. Anyone who cares to ask a question or make a comment, please.
Congratulations. I'm very, very happy to hear and learn, especially from Mr. Ioannis Golias, because I also am an advocate of hard skills along with the soft skills. But hard skills are always important, and even more important now. As a businesswoman in Greece for 22 years in the fuel business, I saw many young graduates who would come to work for me as an interns or entry level, where they were not familiar with office work, and it's gotten worse. So I don't know if everybody knows here, I'm an advocate of education, maritime, but putting the little seed in young people about business, commerce, trade. And we have the adoptaship program in the Greek schools now, which is really helping. And just as a side thing, but maritime education is very important, especially for seafaring. And I commend you all. Thank you.
If there are no other comments, then I think it is time to move on to Despina Travlou, who will make a nice introduction for us.
Yes.
Good.
That was a brilliant panel. Thank you so much.
Fotografία.
And now I would like to call Mr. Manos, Mr. Anastasios Manos, who is the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of the Hellenic Distribution Network Operator, and he will bring into our conference the energy perspective.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be here with you and be able to address this note to the Maritime Forum, so strongly interrelated with the sustainable decarbonization efforts. As you already know, Paris Convention and Fit for 55 package of regulation of the European Union, along with IMO resolutions in all human sectors, is active, including, of course, maritime, and compromise course of actions towards the climate-neutral target. This affects definitely the energy market, but also the maritime sector. And regarding the maritime sector, the emission reduction is addressed both in ships and ports that serve them as transportation hubs. Among the most mature and readily available green shipping solution is the shore-side electricity, or like it is well known, cold ironing, which must be implemented in a series of ports up to 2030. At HEDNO, the DE, we have been following all new European regulations and directives about climate neutrality and environment friendliness, such as we upgrade the distribution grid with new components of low losses, increase the grid capacity to enable the injection of renewable energy systems deployed in any point in the country, etc. Actually, in Greece, approximately 60%, 65% of the renewable fleet is connected to the distribution grid, exactly because of the actions the distribution grid took the last few years. Now, regarding the shore electricity, which is interpreted in huge amounts of energy flows, we have expressed our willingness to be heavily engaged in the implementation in Greek ports, besides reinforcing the network to support this effort. Thus, considering the time limitations as well as the eligibility criteria for funding, both ministries of Energy and Environment, as well as that of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy, have approved in principle this engagement, which shall facilitate the whole project in a centralized and thoroughly studied manner for the entire country. Reason behind that is also the many ports that we have in Greece and the quite different character or administration each port has. In addition, in this way, Greece will be able to exploit the available funding schemes, such as Green Transportation Fund, Decarbonization Fund, Modernization Fund, etc. In the previous 4 to 5 years, we have been also following several projects funded by the Connected Europe Facility instruments focused on Greek ports, such as Piraeus, Igoumenitsa, Volo, Rafina, Lavrio, Kerkyra, and Kavala. While currently we have put into tracks the implementation of operation of 3 such systems already in the port of Igoumenitsa and intended to follow with Rafina. Moreover, we have started including this large-scale project to our 5-year grid expansion plan. So we have incorporated the necessary actions and investments to support proactively cold ironing deployment. Finally, wherever the ports do not have any related studies already performed, we will make the effort to execute these studies so that all ports subject to cold ironing rules be ready on time with a uniform manner and approach. Concluding, as distribution grid, we're strongly supporting this effort for the country and the European Union. Thank you very much for your time and your attention.
I would like to thank Mr. Manos because I think he told us very important things in a very short time. So that's the dream of the organizer. And now we are going to stop for a break, coffee break, and we will come back in half an hour. So let's go outside. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you back. We are in time, and we are back for our next session, which is the session Energizing the Future. And I would like to call Mr. Kogios, the ICT Security Services Senior Manager of OTE Group, who also is an expert in cybersecurity solutions, to address our audience.
Thank you. I can start. Okay. Just a moment, sorry. My name is Nikos Kogios. I'm the Senior Manager in Cosmote, in IT Security, specializing in cybersecurity solutions and services, both for OT Group and some big-sized customers in Greece and Europe. Okay, let's talk first about the bad guys, you know, the hackers. There are many types of hackers. Some years ago, we only talked about script kiddies. You know, it was an easy attack, an easy risk to defend with antivirus, with some basic firewalls. From script kiddies, we now come to APT groups, to state nation sponsors, and this type of attackers. APT groups are actually companies companies of hackers that targeted the organization to gain some mainly financial inputs. And there are a lot of types of attacks for doing this: denial of service attack, identity, data leakage, and primary ransomware attacks, and some IoT in the recent years. How they do it? They first gain access to an organization through a phishing email, through a vulnerability, and they elevate the access. They stay inside an organization until one critical time or moment. They, I don't know, depends on their target. They start the ransomware. They took some data out, or etc. Let's see some recent cyber attacks in maritime shipping. Probably you have heard in 23 a cyber attack, a ransomware actually, in a software. Took about 1,000 ships as a hostage. Also, it was said before about the geopolitical tensions. Recent wars had a lot of effects in cyber security in general. Of course, in maritime also. There a rise on maritime attacks in ransomware, more than 40%. Keep in mind that those statistics come out of the cases that the client told the authorities about the attack. There are a lot of attacks that don't come out to news or authorities, and there are a lot of cases, as it said on this article, that the companies actually decide to pay for the ransomware. There are statistics that they say that at least for last year, about 3 billion paid in ransomware. In the recent years, you can see from the graph here that all the attacks, the successful attacks of ransomware, are multiplied. Okay. There are specific challenges, cybersecurity challenges in maritime. Most of those challenges comes out of the legacy systems and the IoT systems that are being used in vessels. And of course, the human factor, the humans that actually work on this, and the security awareness of them. Most of them don't have an actual security awareness. They don't use strong passwords. They're not very careful about what they're running on their laptops. And of course, they're an easy target. From the other hand, maritime shipping is a highly valued target for the attackers due to the economical reason and the usability of an attack and the way they handle things. Due to the operational challenges, it's very difficult from central location to remote manage ships and other times, especially when there are under attack. The time challenge. The time challenge is a general challenge in cybersecurity. From what we have known as a cybersecurity analyst, and what has been published, but most of the time it took 1 up to 48 hours to gain access to everything, to compromise everything. That's a huge challenge for every organization, even for organizations that have invested already in cybersecurity. So automation in the line of defense is very crucial. What we can offer? First of all, we have a variety of offensive cybersecurity services. That means we test the organization and we find critical vulnerabilities and critical risks. And we help the organization to identify first, to prioritize, because there are many, most of the cases, and to solve. I'd like to say that most of the cases in the last 10 years, in where we give this service to our customers, most of our cases were successful. That means that a hacker could easily penetrate the systems and make damage to the organization. That's what we offer. We offer the simulation of an attack, so the customer can be ready for an actual attack, can be ready and prepared. So, after the offensive, here comes the defensive. We invested a lot of defensive systems, mostly Microsoft security system, Defender, EDR, and we can help you create and automate things due to the time factor challenge. To automate things and to respond without the need of a human factor. That's very crucial to tackle this objective of time I mentioned earlier, and that's a very useful way to keep the cost down, to automate and use of machine learning and artificial intelligence, of course, as part of the defensive system. We also offer SOC services, monitoring services, some specific services for ransomware resilience. I don't know if your organizations actually use backup. They may have backup, but does this backup work? Have you ever tried to restore things or backup? We actually have a specific service for this with secure backup that can stay healthy even on a ransomware attack. Of course, the network security, we have already a lot of customers in this area. We're very experts in the network part, of course, as telecommunication, and the attacks that comes on the network side. And DDoS protection, as said earlier, is a type of attack that targets the availability of a system, the availability of organization. It's more crucial for organization to stay online these days. As said earlier, without the use of GPS, probably the ships won't go anywhere. Yes, of course, and probably not only the GPS, but the internet itself. As part of Deutsche Welle Group, we make use of threat intelligence inside the group, and we have a huge vast of cybersecurity analysts or engineers, both in Greece and other countries of that the group is here, has a presence, sorry. And we're very capable and expert. We have a great expertise in large organizations and keeping identify what's critical to defend and what's not. Our team are very capable and certified in a lot of technologies, but most of all can help you to prioritize your needs with previous offensive exercise, internal, external pen test or something like this, and help you prioritize things and target what's critical for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Koyos. I think that cybersecurity is an issue that we have all encountered in a way or another. We all have encountered issues, cybersecurity issues, and that was very enlightening. I would like to call our next speaker, Mr. Themis Vagiakos, who is the Director of Global Sustainability at the American Bureau of Shipping. Mr. Vagiakos has a diverse work experience in various roles and industries, and I am very curious to, and I'm anticipating to listen to you.
Hi, everyone. Kalispera. My name is Themis Vagiakos. I work for the American Bureau of Shipping as Director of Global Sustainability in Greece. Throughout this presentation, I would like to focus on building resilience. So how we do it and why this is important for the industry. Let's start with common knowledge. So there are 3 stages of the decarbonization path in shipping. The first one is the energy transition, the so-called alternative fuels and energy sources. As energy transition, we expect around 70% of the decarbonization pathways to go through the energy transition. Because we believe that the majority of the decarbonization benefits can be removed directly, we can get that by removing directly the carbon from its own source and inducing zero or very low carbon emission technologies and systems. The second is technology improvements. Obviously, we're talking how to boost performance, how to reduce carbon intensity. And we can do that by new hull designs, new retrofits, hybridization, electrification, wind assisting propulsion. The third one is operational efficiency. So how do we make voyage more operational, more efficient? And we can do that with weather route optimization and other technologies and methodologies that had to do with, apart from weather route optimizations, with energy-saving devices. Even if this view is correct, however, it is static. It does not mirror the challenges, the inherent challenges the energy transition brings on the table, which is obviously the funding gap, the performance gap, and the interdependencies between the challenges. So, speaking of the energy transition, let's talk about the energy system. It is quite massive and complex because it produces and consumes energy, obviously, and it has been doing for the last few centuries. It is embedded in the global economy, providing growth, and it serves billions of people. It is quite easy whenever we need to dispatch energy and to use it wherever we need it. So it is quite easy to ramp up and down the supply. However, it has inherent difficulties. First of all, we are talking about a physical transition here. So millions of assets needs to be interconnected because they're interdependent and provide specific functionalities in order to enable the global economy to work. Number two, it is, I would say, highly wasteful because more than 50% of the energy is wasted. And more than 85% of the CO2 emitted on a global level is due to this energy system. So yes, it is high performing, it is highly effective, but it has inherent challenges. Due to those challenges, we as community, as industry, need to find the right solutions, systems, in order to better understand, to assess what will be those technologies to provide on-par performance. How do we map the benefits that the zero or low carbon technologies bring on the table? And finally, how do we bank this project? How do we make this bankable? And I'm not going to talk about the usual suspects of European governments, about Innovation Fund or European Innovation Council, but how do we bank it through private sector? At the same time, we need to find ways in order to ramp down the old system with the fossil fuels and ramp up quite smoothly the new system. So it's quite an endeavor. Trying to scratch the surface of energy transition, there are common challenges out there, and allow me to touch upon a few of them. First of all, it's how do we manage the renewables variability? At some point, the renewables will get at a point where they will have a higher total share in the total generation. But as they grow, they will command flexibility from the supply side. And I'm talking about storage capabilities, about infrastructure, about backup generation. So how do we smoothly provide the scalability and funding needed in order to have supply-side flexibility? Number two, how do we expand and connect the grid? In front of us, we have a grid which can be highly decentralized, interconnected, which goes from large to larger, and it needs to become more resilient. That's the first challenge. The second is that it takes more than a decade, especially in the European land, to provide permissions and construct transmission lines. So we need to find a way to make this process more streamlined in order to increase the time to value. Number three, refuel shipping. At the moment, we are trying to come up with synthetic fuels, biofuels, hydrogen, or its derivatives, because we want to pivot out of the fossil fuels, which do provide a high energy density, and it makes the carryover of heavy loads transferable over long distances. This is also an endeavor by itself. In order to do that, we have to incentivize the developers, the supply side, with contracts. That supply will be there when the demand will be articulated. And we need to find a way not only to fund this, but also make agreements between us about the landfill use for synthetic biofuels of low-carbon electricity. Harness and scale hydrogen. Over the last few years, there have been many announcements regarding hydrogen, but only very few, less than 5% of those, have been pragmatized on an investment level. So if we're supposed to have hydrogen to attain 20% of decarbonization, we need at least 1,000 times more capacity on electrolyzers. And carbon capture storage, usually, over the last few years, we were seeing technologies that were focusing more on small business cases and of high concentration streams, in general around ethanol and ammonia. However, we need that on the lower concentration in order to start decarbonizing other industries like the cement industry. And shipping will have a strong role to play in that. In every of those challenges basically share a certain degree of complexity. However, every challenge shares the same features. what we see is performance gap, because we do not have established low or zero, let alone zero carbon technologies that would guarantee the same performance. We understand that certain challenges, for instance, hydrogen, in order to create solutions, we need to have already solutions from previous challenges, so we have interdependence, and we do not have the accumulated knowledge from previous generation needed in order to make this happen. It is as if a client comes, asks for a digital product, and we promise that we will deliver a certain day, let's say 2050. However, we're still on the MVP level. So how do we tackle those challenges? First of all, we need to address the elephant in the room, which is we need to explore and enhance the financial landscape. Above any innovation fund, European Innovation Council or in Horizon Europe, which definitely they de-risk investments, but we need to bring private sector in the game. In order to do that, advisors like ABS need to specifically address what is the total cost of ownership, including opportunity cost, and speak about details from cost of capital till partnerships. And in order to do that, what is needed, apart from maritime expertise, we need tech intensity, meaning tech adoption and capabilities. And we need to pivot quickly in terms of trade-offs, scalability versus reliability versus bankability, which brings me to the second, which is agile. A few years back, everyone was focusing on cost optimization, on efficiencies, operational excellence. They were trying to become better and to grow with stability and predictability, everyone, every industry. Now, everyone is talking about new operational models where organizations tend to become more decentralized, more resilient, self-healing. With new work cultures, everyone is trying to invent or even reinvent itself under new organizational structures. We see tech, which is embedded in business. So how does ABS bring value on the table? How does ABS empower clients to build capabilities that would enable them to operate despite the disruptions? Ideally, we would like to be with our clients from the get-go, from square one. If this is not happening, then in the middle of their journey. Regardless the stage, we are there for our clients to co-create vision. And when I say co-create, we build that with them, because proximity brings empathy. We need to understand and customize our service and products to clients. And then we follow the typical transformation journey. We design the roadmap together. We build capabilities in terms of governance, operations. We measure the business outcomes in order to be aligned with the vision, the prioritized goals, and the use business cases. We deliver solutions and we provide support. However, it is the reality that whenever a client embarks on this sustainable transformation journey, it bumps into complexities. And the client needs to manage those complexities because if the client does not do that, usually it destabilizes or it adds a considerable risk in the current business model. So what is needed is a 360 approach. ABS provides holistic solutions, services, that touch upon product and service management in order to provide overview of the services till the product features of new products, program and partnership management, because orchestration of partnerships in order to build ecosystems which are needed, because focus not only on the vessel but on the entire value chain is needed. Business value management, we overview, we provide monitoring services on how to create value which is aligned to the initial vision and goals. Strategic innovation, we build a joint envisioning capability with a client in order to attain the decarbonized targets. Last but not least, culture and change management. Change management is needed because the path towards decarbonization is difficult and partners will be needed. Ultimately, what ABS does is to build preparedness, the ability to be ready, and We build capabilities that enable clients to adapt despite disruption. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vayakos. And now it's time for our next panel. It is the most crowded panel we have because alternative fuels and electrification in shipping is a really hot topic. And we have so many things to say. It's also our field that this conference and this advisory board, it's our field of expertise. So without further ado, I will call Mr. Manos Agaglou, the moderator of this panel. Mr. Agaglou is Business Development Manager, South Europe Advisory Services of Lloyd's Register.
Kalispera. I have the mic. Good. Kalispera. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this panel discussion on alternative fuels and the electrification. It is a privilege to moderate this distinguished panel as we explore one of the most critical topics, the shaping of the future of maritime sustainability. Today's discussion is centered around navigating the complexities of a rapidly evolving maritime landscape. We will delve into the challenges and the opportunities of transitioning to alternative fuels, electrification, and the sustainability solutions that will power the shipping industry's future. Our esteemed panelists will provide insights into strategies for addressing the interim period before alternative fuels become widely available, the pivotal role of ports in driving technological adoption, assessment of financing options and realistic deadlines for emission targets, ambitious regulatory frameworks and their impact on the maritime industry, the potential of fully electric ships, including advancements in propulsion systems, grids, and green energy sources, and lastly, preparing our workforce with the skills and training programs essential to assure a successful transition. With us today, we have an incredible group of thought leaders, innovators, and industry experts who will bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to the table. Let me briefly introduce each of them. Mr. Alexander Prokopakis, Executive Director, International Bunker Industry Association. Professor Christopher Hodge, Chief Electrical Engineer at BMT. Mr. Spiros Paschalis, Managing Director, Sea Ahead Marine. Mr. Vasilios Petousis, Energy and Sustainability Manager, Synergy Maritime Holdings Corporation. Professor John Prousalidis, Professor of Marine Electrical Engineering, NTUA, Vice Chairman, IEEE, MSCC, and member, IEEE, EPPC Working Group on Energy, Head of the Industrial Connection Activity, Sustainable Maritime of IEEE, Chairman of IMarEST, Marine Electrical Special Interest Group. Mr. Rudy Schubert, Director, New Initiatives, IE Standards Association, and Mr. Peter Shepard, Head of Technical and Policy at IMarEST. Moving to the structure and flow, our session will begin with a round of questions directed to each panelist, offering them the opportunity to share their perspectives and expertise. Following this, and if time permits, we'll transition into a more dynamic discussion, fostering interaction and cross-dialogue among the panelists through follow-up questions. This promises to be an insightful and thought-provoking session, and I'm excited to get started. So without further ado, gentlemen, let's dive into our discussion. And to begin with, I'd like to invite Professor John Prousalidis to share his thoughts on shore-side electricity, which is gaining traction in ports, as we see. But please, Professor, tell us, what do you think are the main technical and regulatory hurdles in making this solution more widely adopted? And as a sub-question to this, are ports ready to handle the demand for green electricity?
Well,
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the question. Well, it seems, yes, indeed, that one of the most mature technologies that are readily available is electricity, considered as an alternative fuel. But there are several considerations and several challenges that we have to face. I prefer to say challenge. The main one is that although electricity could resolve this decarbonization in the ports area, the energy sector has not been prepared for this actually challenge. They actually tend to decarbonize the networks, the power plants, and so on. Ports tend to be located at the very weak points of the electric network, so we need to reconsider and to restructure the whole thing. This is one major issue that needs significant time. Let's say HEDNO, as Mr. Manos said before, needs something about 5 years to change their plans and so on. Now, coming to other more practical or less practical technological issues is that each ship is not identical, let's say, to one another. So we need to have, let's say, a volatility and a flexibility in adopting these solutions in each port. Ports, on the other hand, are not easy. It's not easy to adopt themselves either. Although there is a very good standard that it is under continuous development and so on, and it is supported by IEEE and the other international standardization bodies like IEC and ISO and so on, but we need to keep developing them, to tend amending them all the time, because we do have more power to provide, difficulties, let's say, where the cargo is sided and so on. And last but not least is the fact that, at least in the European Union, there is this story of the energy market. Electricity has its own rules regarding buying, selling, and so on. This is not, let's say, a vertical facility and so on. So we have to comply with these rules. And all of them, we always have to keep in mind that we need to have the green electricity to be also cheap. So yes, these are, let's say, just a simple enumeration, and I should say the short list of the hurdles. There is also a longer list.
Thank you, Professor. If I may stick with you, and I'd like to touch upon the concept of all-electric ship. So if you could please give us an update on the progress and challenges of achieving this vision. And as a sub-question to this, how close are we seeing fully electric vessels in commercial shipping?
Well, this all-electric ship question should be addressed actually to my friend Chris Hodge.
Nope.
We'll get to Mr. Hodge as well.
Well, as I kept telling to everybody, he was the first man ever talking about all-electric ship, this idea. So, nope. Anyway, this story comes back and forth. Let's say that we are starting from electric propulsion, but we need to have the main power source. For several reasons, let's say if we have abundant, let's say, energy on board, like for example in nuclear reactors, like once again, specialty of Chris, and so on, then perhaps there is no problem. Batteries, for example, is nowadays getting interest, but we all know they are costly, they need too much space, they are too heavy, and so on. So they could be appropriate only for short shipping distances or whatsoever. So this is the most favorable nowadays, considering the technology that it is once again readily available, which is lithium-ion, with all these versatile let's say, complexities and so on. On the other hand, in the past, we did have several other, let's say, mixed solutions, having LNG as the main power source, or back in the old days, diesel, or so on. So still, as soon as we we produce the electricity and we have it, let's say, there, then we do know that all-electric ship provides actually the ultimate efficiency, because anything electric has a superior and supreme, let's say, index of efficiency of more than 90 to reaching 98 or 99%. But the point is that we need somehow to produce the electricity first.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mr. Hodge, as you understood, Professor Prosalidis passed you the baton before for this question. So you have a long experience both in extensive ship electrification, which is not only met in military ships, but also in commercial ships. And electricity can be considered as an alternative means of propulsion, but is it a favorable one cost-wise, safety-wise, etc.?
Yep. That's the end of the jokes. Thank you for asking me here and for asking the question, and thank you, John, for your kind words. You said a lot in your answer that I'm planning to say in this one, so I'll probably abbreviate it a little bit. But if you're asking, as you are, what's attractive about electric propulsion and can it find a use? Well, the answer is yes, it can. But it depends very strongly on what you want it for. And if the need is just for increased fuel economy, reduced losses, then so long as the operational speed profile, by which I mean the time spent at various speeds, is favorable, it can reduce costs. And this was found with cruise liners and somewhat surprisingly with warships. But electric propulsion can never be more efficient than a well-designed mechanical system at its design point. Therefore, there's really no pull or need for electric propulsion in many commercial ships that have a standard speed of passage and stay there for the whole of the voyage. For example, container ships and oil tankers would be very hard to make more efficient by adopting electrification. But in that case, I think hybrid propulsion can help, especially when entering sensitive waters with environmental concerns, or just for cold ironing, for want of a better word, in port. That can all be done with a hybrid propulsion system, and ideally, in my view, with batteries. Other applications self-evidently pull strongly for electrification: warships for high-energy weapons, noise-sensitive research vessels, and ships and ferries operating close to land, such as the Calmac ferries operating in the Scottish Highlands. Dynamic positioning vessels are another example. So there's a wide range of ships which could gain benefit from adopting electric propulsion. The other part of the question was, could it be made safe? And it's actually straightforward to make electric propulsion safe, and certainly as safe as mechanical propulsion. And remember, as John has already said, thank you, John, electric propulsion is actually 50% mechanical. And so all of the safety concerns of mechanical propulsion apply to electric propulsion as well. Different risks do arise because of electrification, but they're understood and can be managed. Standards, not least by any means those of the IEEE, provide the solution. That is the end of my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. If I may, I'd like now to switch a bit from electric propulsion to alternative fuels. And I'd like to address my next question to you, Mr. Prokopakis. From your perspective in fuel industry, how do you see the evolution of alternative fuels in the interim period before these solutions become mainstream? And what could be a realistic timeline for wide-scale adoption?
If we have a crystal ball, I think we all here will be rich. As an association, we are fuel agnostic, and we think that there needs to be space for all alternative fuels in order to advance and reach the goals of decarbonization. I don't think we are reinventing the wheel. There are specific steps that need to be happening if we're discussing about fossil fuel, LNG, electric propulsion. There needs to be a need, and then investments need to be made. So this is going to be the path that any alternative fuel will follow. As a timeline, it seems now that things are not progressing as fast as they should in order to reach the target, but it's evident that at the end, shipping always prevails. They find a way and things happening on time. Hopefully this will happen for 2030 goals, 2040 and 2050. So the timeline is there. We are expecting some deliberations in the IMO over the next, this year actually, in order to have specific measures and see how things will progress. I don't see one fuel prevailing. And as an association, we believe we're not going to have a dominant fuel like fuel oil is today. We're going to have a multi-fuel mixed landscape. That makes things a little bit more complicated, but it gives the fundamental difference of shipping that there are options. And ship owners will go for different options, some commercially based, some operationally based. So it's a landscape that still is shaping, and I don't think that nobody can pinpoint, okay, by then we will have LNG, or then we'll go hydrogen, electricity, whatever.
I'd like to stay with you for my next question as well. How can the banking sector support the shipping industry's decarbonization goals while maintaining cost efficiency and reliability of supply? And as a sub-question, are there enough incentives for suppliers to invest in alternative fuel infrastructure?
I'll start with the easy one. No, they're not. And not only for bunker supplies, but I think in shipping yet, there are not enough incentives to do that. And we see that because there is a slow uptake on alternative fuels. There is an uptake, but admittingly slow. The bunkering industry, and this is the field that we are in, I mean, we are here to support the shipping industry, whatever the needs and the ship owners request, saying that we are the last mile. So we are part of the integral chain, but we don't make the decisions. Whatever product available is from the demand side, from the supply side, and what product is needed from the demand, we are here to bridge this gap and bring it to the industry. So we see, and I think most of us know, that there's a big uptake on LNG right now. Most orders as an alternative fuel on LNG. We saw a big surge last year for methanol that stopped, and this has to do with the supply. So the market understands that it needs hand in hand. And this is the dynamic change that shipping and bunkering are facing, because over the last 20 years, the industry was seeing spot deals, supply, demand. Now you need long-term agreements, and this is parts of other industry. Maybe Mr. Prosalidis said on electricity, there are different ways of doing business that the shipping industry might adapt or might not. So with that said, it's again, going back to the first one, incentives are not there. The landscape is constantly changing, and the bunkering industry is here to support shipping when the decisions are made.
I appreciate your honest feedback, Mr. Prokopakis. Thank you. Mr. Paskalis, I'd like to turn to you for my next question. From your extensive experience in coastal passenger shipping, what are the most promising alternative fuels that you think for this sector? And how do they compare in terms of availability, cost, and regulatory compliance?
That's, is this working? That's a good question.
I can hear you.
You can hear me.
Yeah. Maybe
tilt it a bit.
Yeah. And, you know, a ferry is a quite complex vessel. It carries passengers as well as rolling cargo and cars. And this makes it a very distinct type of vessel. We have various sizes of ferries doing, a few nautical miles. Some others doing some hundreds of nautical miles at different speeds for different reasons. They connect ports that are lifeline ports or other commercial ports. And, this complexity makes it very difficult to choose what will be the next alternative fuel to be used. However, it seems to me that in Greece or in Europe, three fuels will be, let's say, running in the future. The one is electricity, which is most probably the fuel for these very short distance ferries running some nautical miles up to 10, 15, 20 maybe. And thereafter, the other options are, for the longer distances, it's LNG or methanol, I will say. Because, you know, in ferry, we try to use each and every square centimeter of the vessel to load passengers or cargo. Therefore, the vessels, usually being medium-sized vessels, they don't have enough space, you know, to have capacity, big capacities for LNG infrastructure on board the vessel or hydrogen, for example, that needs to be in minus 270 degrees in order to be liquid. So I see that mostly the ferry operators will walk in the way to adopt methanol, whatever type of methanol is available in the future. And in some cases, for the big ferries, maybe LNG or bio-LNG will be the solution. Things are changing. We heard previously Mr. Vagiakos saying that the biggest problem is funding and how to make each and every new case bankable in order to make sense for some ship owners, investors. And if this is not, let's say, solved somehow, the uptake of the alternative fuels will be very slow in the ferry industry. And, you know, at the end of the day, it will be the same. All this money collected from ETS, Fuel EU, whatever will be the new IMO meter measures, greenhouse gas levy or whatever it is, not to coming back somehow to cover the price gap between the fuel oil that the ferries are using today and the new alternative fuels that will be used in the near future, because 2050 is quite close, I would say.
Thank you, Mr. Paskalis. I'd like to invite also Mr. Petousis to contribute, just to hear another perspective from a shipping company. Mr. Petousis, as an energy and sustainability manager for a major shipping company, how do you approach assessing and investing in alternative fuels and electrification technologies that mentioned before? What factors are most critical to decision making?
Thanks to the organizers and everybody for attending, first of all. What are the most critical factors on investing in alternative fuels? Our ultimate responsibility as a ship owner is to protect our stakeholders. So we cannot really deviate from that mission, meaning that we make pragmatic, data-driven choices on alternative fuels. That means that we need each investment we make to be sustainable financially, and we also need to get able to proceed in serious changes to be able to trust the technology, meaning that it has to be a proven technology. Regarding drop-in fuels, we have conducted various trials with biofuels, which, as long as they are available, give a very good solution on actually decreasing the emissions. On the intermediate phase, we have not yet invested in LNG, let's say, vessels, because we understand LNG for the time being to be a transitioning fuel with a lot of gaps, such as the methane slip, that have to be covered before we trust that it will be our next universal fuel, outbalancing, let's say, the old type fossil fuels. In the meanwhile, we try to push the envelope, and we are retrofitting one of our vessels to get able to utilize hydrogen to produce electricity and actually ease up on the main engine. So, but that's achieved through a PT-in. It's the opposite of the shaft generator for the ones that are not familiar with it. So the idea is that we do slow steps in proven solutions that can be sustainable financially, that make their money back at least, and we remain on the top tier of the best practices, but not exploring, let's say, at very exotic ones.
Thank you, Mr. Petousis. I'd like to gently challenge you a bit further, if you don't mind. We all acknowledge, and you should know 100%, that carbon reduction targets are ambitious and very costly. How do ship owners find this fine line of balance, the financial burden of compliance with regulatory requirements while remain at the same time competitive in the market?
The balance is very difficult. And since it's this time of the year that we are verifying EU ETS for 2024, for all the people that are around this area, it's very clear that the balance, the financial burden is big. The financial burden is big for the charterers as well as ourselves. The only way that we see actually to remain compliant is to try to achieve as much efficiency as we can. Efficiency on our vessels, let's say to consume less fuel than our competition or than a baseline. Efficiency in the way we work so that the least, let's say, resources on the office side are dedicated in this side. So efficiency excellence is at the time being the only competitive advantage that you can try to grasp in order to maintain a more competitive position than the rest.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your feedback. I'd like to stay in this challenging question framework. So my next question I'm going back to Mr. Paschalis. And coming back to a known challenge. We know that several ships are pretty old. Retrofitting older vessels is a major challenge in general, but also for passenger fleets. What are some practical strategies for balancing the cost of retrofits with the need to meet new environmental regulations?
Yeah, let's see why the Greek coastal fleet is aging. There are a couple of reasons there. The one is that Greece had some very difficult years, starting from 2010 until almost 2018-19. Therefore, this period didn't left any funds, let's say, for further investment to the existing companies. The second reason is that the infrastructure of the coastal services in Greece actually has two sides. The one side is the lifeline services, where the Greek state is helping the operators to survive, and the other end is the competitive routes, the free market routes as we call them, where the competition is quite heavy, I would say, quite intense. Therefore, also this factor is leading to difficulty in the existing companies in the market to make some money in order to invest for the renewal of the fleet. Strategies like, spending funds or investing funds to retrofit vessels that are 30 or 40 or 50 years old, because we have some vessels operating in the Greek market that are close to 50 years old. It's not a very, good idea for any ship owner, because on a old ferry, if you spend money, you just spend money and you throw them in the sea, because this will not going to increase the value of the asset. Therefore, I will see that in the next 5 to 10 years, the biodiesel or whatever type of biodiesel is available, the HVO, the UCOM, or whatever else, will be the solution. Meanwhile, the system shall prepare itself in order to renew the fleet. Renewal of the fleet in the current world shipbuilding, let's say, environment is quite expensive. And because, as I said earlier, the ferries are, let's say, complex vessels. This will lead, for sure, the Greek state to ask for specific criteria for new vessels to enter the market. And the ones that can meet these criteria will enter the market and will enjoy maybe some better time in the future under a less competitive environment. Let's see how this will evolve in the near future. The good thing is that the Greek Ministry of Shipping and the islands is now understanding the problem. The next step is for the Greek government in total to understand the problem and sit down and make a strategy for the next 10, 15 years.
Appreciate your feedback, your honest feedback, Mr. Paschalis. Professor Prosalidis before made a reference to nuclear. So I'd like my next question to be addressed to Professor Hodge. Slightly touching on a promising but also a polarizing option, which is nuclear, that has long been considered for maritime applications. In your view, what has changed, or have there been any changes recently that can make nuclear reactors more viable for commercial shipping? And as a sub-question, what are the barriers to adoption?
I think I'm going to merge both those questions together. But at last, a question that I can't answer just by saying yes. So let's have a go. I have a very good friend who was once the head of the Royal Navy's design authority for our nuclear steam raising plant. And he was asked, what about putting nuclear power into merchant ships? And he told the man to go away, find a darkened room, lie down until the moment had passed. But it's not quite like that now, is it? Nuclear power has never really found favor in merchant ships. It has been tried, and actually to an extent successfully, but it's never endured. And I think that's really because it was so complex and the regulatory environment hadn't really got going, but it started to and made it all too difficult. The changes that now renew the interest in using nuclear power are principally the recognition and wide agreement of the pressing need to reduce emissions, and reduce emissions even in an industry whose performance is as good as the merchant shipping's performance is. So it's really a question of where we are. That has benefited from the advent of small modular reactors, sometimes called SMRs, which are not only small, but they're designed with intrinsic safety in mind, as if the earlier ones weren't, and should be a lot easier to regulate and certify than their counterparts as used in submarines. But we should note that small nuclear reactors are not that small. If we assume that we need 10 megawatts of combined electrical and mechanical power, then our small nuclear reactor would need to provide 50 megawatts of thermal power. Most small modular reactors now being designed exceed this amount significantly. And now I come to the barrier. We should also recognize that regulation of the small modular reactors, or any new merchant ship reactor, might be simplified, but it will grow more complex, as being in merchant ships, at least 2 countries will be involved, maybe more. The more countries involved, the more difficult it will be to create a unified regulatory regime. And complexity breeds cost. and that will be a huge disincentive to adopting nuclear power in merchant ships, despite the very good environmental advantages they will bring.
Thank you for your feedback, Professor. Very, very insightful. Mr. Schubert, if I may direct my next question to you. Standards and regulations are critical, as we know, to supporting the maritime industry's transition to alternative fuels and electrification. What are the key areas where we need to see more standardization, particularly in digitalization and electrification?
Thanks for the question, and thanks for having me. I always enjoy talking about standards, particularly those at IEEE. I think what's kind of interesting, and I've worked with John quite a bit on this, as we see more electrification, I always look at it as more of an issue of cascading complexity, because the more we electrify, it's not just the ship to shore, because now you've got to do something different in the port, to have the source of the electricity there. And it's not just about the port, because now it's the port connecting back to whoever the grid operator is in that particular region of the world. So there's multiple parts that have to be addressed in tandem. Now, another alternative, of course, is microgrids. Microgrids is another area that if somebody said, oh, I need a lot of electrification, I'm going to just build my own. We see that today in other heavy load situations. A good example is data centers and the growing power needs with artificial intelligence, where they are looking at a lot of locally generated power, whether it's an SMR, whether it's wind and solar, or whatever it may be. Now, the good news is we have a lot of standards already. Probably just about every basic building block of the energy grid has a standard associated with it. There's been tremendous work in the last 10 or 15 years on the interconnection of distributed energy resources. A lot of that really was driven by wind and solar initially, as that got more introduced to the power grid. But we're seeing an increase on interconnection with energy storage. And I think energy storage is going to be another part that plays in. If you're trying to get greener energy into a port, for example, you're probably going to have to put energy storage in the port. And now where it gets tricky with all this is all the standards out there, whether they're from IEEE or IEC or whomever, are really built around the traditional commercial residential power systems. Now, ports, just by their nature being there often by salt air, so you have corrosive aspects. The standards that we have today are not necessarily designed specifically for the maritime application. So I think there could be great opportunity in looking at how do you take what we have today and how do you apply that more specifically to the maritime arena. And I guess I'll take it one step further from a standards perspective. A lot of times we do standards not just to have them, but we're looking for interoperability, interchangeability, trying to make things theoretically more simple when it comes to operating, purchasing equipment, operating the equipment. But now if you think about interoperability and interchangeability, and the ports are around the world, I often do talks on standards, and I take out my cell phone and say, whenever I land in a country, it automatically picks up what that network is, and everything's going to work. Now, depending on the ship design and depending on the port it's going to, is everything going to be interoperable and interchangeable? Different parts of the world, they're using different frequencies, they're different levels of complexity, and I think that becomes an interesting question of, do we need some standardization on the ability that I can take my ship anywhere in any kind of ship and I can plug in and everything is going to be working just fine. So I think there's a tremendous number of opportunities, and it's really looking at what do we have today and what do we have to change to adapt it to the maritime industry.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shepard, IMarEST, being an official consultant to IMO, plays also a key role in advancing technical knowledge in the maritime industry. What do you see as the biggest technical challenges for shipping in adopting alternative fuels and electrification?
Okay, I think the IMO has a role, more than just sharing technical knowledge, but it's actually implementing the technology and rolling it out. I think it perhaps links to what Rudy was just saying about having common standards in places and enabling ships to go from one port to another and still being able to plug in. The question asks, well, what are the biggest challenges? And I think we've probably identified them already. And it's really difficult to come up with a relative one. So I'm just going to talk about two very big challenges that people have already discussed. When it comes to alternative fuels, the infrastructure onshore to enable that fuel to arrive at the ship. The alternative fuels, ammonia, methanol, hydrogen, they all have or will all need new infrastructure for production, transportation, storage, bunkering, and everything else. And there's a challenge in getting it. I guess it should be built to the same standard, and the IMO has a role in ensuring that the rollout is carried out in a sensible and strategic fashion. The other big issue that I was going to raise in connection with alternative fuels is the safety of them. The properties of the alternative fuels is different from what the maritime sector is used to, although it has transported some of these fuels in the past, but it's toxic, low flash point, all sorts of things that make them inherently a bit more risky than conventional fuels. So the designs need to be inherently safe, and we need to also ensure that the staff and the seafarers are trained appropriately, and that there are new safety protocols such that the fuels can be implemented safely. Moving on to electrification, we've covered the points already. There's scaling up of the battery technology. At the moment, the batteries will support short ship routes, but there is a need for a different technology, possibly for longer routes. I know that there's an ambition to electrify the cross-channel ferries between England and France, but the batteries are potentially not there. And secondly, the grid, as we mentioned earlier on, in the southeast of England needs to be tripled in size, is what I've heard, in order to be able to support that activity. Although that actually brings us on to the other point that we talked about earlier on about the small modular reactors, in that as you were suggesting, maybe you put the small modular reactor on the shore and actually just use it as a local power source for the vessel there. So those are some big, significant technical issues for both alternative fuels and for electrification. Moving forward, it needs collaboration across all maritime stakeholders, but also it requires collaboration with other stakeholders as well that the maritime sector has maybe not previously been engaged with. There is a big investment in alternative electricity generation, and certainly the UK, and it's probably true in many countries around the world. Our electrical power generation facilities are coming to the end of their life and they need to be replaced, and there's going to be a huge investment program. But equally, looking on the demand side, there's an awful lot of industries that are counting on getting that new increased capacity, and it may not all be made available to the maritime sector. So there needs to be some sort of agreement between the different parties as to who's going to get what, and maybe using renewable electricity to generate hydrogen just to replace domestic gas in gas pipes may not be the priority, although some people think it is.
Thank you for passing the ball to me for my next question, because you mentioned collaboration. From a policy perspective, how can the shipping industry ensure that it remains ahead of regulatory changes while continuing to innovate? Are we seeing enough collaboration, in your perspective, between industry, academia, and policymakers?
I think the key thing is it needs to collaborate and communicate, to use Chris's two C's. To ensure that the policy making doesn't get out of kilter with what the industry can actually deliver and can actually do. And in terms of how the collaboration happens, yes, we are a consultant at the IMO, the IMarEST is a consultant there. What's happened over the last couple of years, and Chris knows more about this than I do, because he's actually been party to the group, but we have established a human element industry group that consists of a number of NGOs that are, who have consultative status at the IMO, and it itself is addressing particular and specific issues. And the experience has been that when we collectively put together our thoughts around a particular topic, it gets listened to at the IMO, and it seems that with the support and the backing of a wide range of industry bodies, things actually do progress, and there's less faffing around the arguments or the local politics or whatever. So, yeah, and in terms of collaboration, point that I almost didn't miss, but one of the reasons for coming along today was actually to sign the collaboration with the IEEE, because as Rudy was saying earlier on, there is a need for standards going forward, and actually collectively we can work together. We in the IMarEST have a smorgasbord of members, if you like. So we have people, ship managers, we have seafarers, we have engineers, we have scientists, and everybody else. So we already we're already facilitating collaboration between lots of interested parties through being a member of the IMarEST, and actually we can extend it elsewhere with understandings and agreements with external organizations as well. And again, the point I was making earlier on, we need to be collaborating as well outside the maritime industry, so we're not in competition for these scarce renewable energy resources, effectively.
I appreciate the feedback, Mr. Shepard. Coming back to you, Mr. Schubert, what role do you see for IE in guiding the shipping industry through this period of transformation? Are there any upcoming standards that will specifically address maritime decarbonization and electrification?
Yeah, a couple of years ago, and this is actually when I first met John, we were just looking at range of renewable energy, sustainability type of areas that IEEE should be looking to get more involved with. And one of those areas was in the maritime industry, because what we looked at was that, as you heard in the keynote from Kathleen this morning, we're getting close to 500,000 members at the IEEE. We have so many disciplines that we cover. So we have power and energy, we have industry applications, we have an ocean engineering society, which it's kind of, you don't hear about that one as much, but they do a lot of interesting things. And I found it interesting in Chris's talk this morning too, that I think there's probably some synergies there that we may want to look at. But we have this breadth of people, who are working in particular areas. Their expertise are often very, I don't want to say narrowly focused, but specifically focused on some topics. And I think that there are a lot of people who can bring their expertise within the IEEE to bear on the maritime industry. They haven't looked specifically at applying those technology areas to maritime. When we first started up the initiative, what we found very quickly was, well, there's a little bit over here, the work on cold ironing type standards that John's been involved with. We found some other ones in another pocket, and nobody was really talking to each other. So our goal when we started this whole initiative was, how do we bring these people from disparate parts of the IEEE together? So that was kind of the first step. And now, working with the folks at IMarEST, we're saying, all right, so we've started to bring a good group together, and now how do we grow it so that they're engaging with the experts from other organizations? And that's what we always look at IEEE as building collaboration and consensus on important topics, using the Advancing Technology for Humanity tagline that we have. And so I think this area of maritime has been very ripe for opportunity for IEEE to work very closely with organizations that are much more specific to the topic. And we hope that it's going to be fruitful as we go forward, particularly on the standards areas.
Fantastic. Thank you. Conscious of time, I'd like to extend basically the question about collaboration to the rest of the panel, because in my view, this is very, very crucial moving forward. So are we seeing enough cross-section sector collaboration between ship owners, fuel suppliers, technology providers, and regulators to make the transition a success or feasible? Can I start with you?
Of course. I think it's the first time that we see such an intense ask for collaboration from all parties. And, it's, at least in my experience, the first time that the ship owners is asking for regulations in order for things to advance. It's unprecedented, and it shows that we all have the spirit for the common goal, that is decarbonization. But since there are major shifts for the industries, we need this collaboration. So I think all parties are talking intensively. We have a challenge that was mentioned, what's happening on the IMO, and people need to understand that, yes, it's a body that has a lot of advisors, like IMarEST and IBIA, but at the end of the day, it's the governments that make the decision. So it's not an IMO as a body, it's the members of the IMO, and when you have governments making decisions, the representatives need to be cognizant of what the constituents want. So it's a complex process that even as stakeholders, we collaborate. Right now, we face a delay on decisions, critical decisions for the industry to progress.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I fully agree. I fully agree. And as I said earlier, because governments are deciding at the end of the day, each government holistically shall understand the issues and the problems and the need for regulations. For example, in Greece, there should be much more, let's say, collaboration between the Ministry of Energy and Environment and the Ministry of Shipping, as well as with the Ministry of Finance. They shall sit together and understand the challenges and, vote in IMO the proper way.
Thank you very much. Professor Hodge?
Thank you. Excuse me. I think there's very good cooperation between regulatory bodies and suppliers, industry. But on the other hand, I think collaboration between countries and projects is dire, in fact, almost non-existent. And if you look at the history of military programs, particularly in my experience, some naval programs, it all starts out with a great will to collaborate and gradually evaporates. I think that has to get better.
Thank you very much. Mr. Petousis, 30 seconds.
I'm in total agreement that we need more collaboration between governments and the executioners of the policies. I think that the biggest example of this is that the European Union is increasing its ports cost for its consumers these days with two regulations, the ETS and the Fuel EU, and in the same time, the United States a few days ago pulled out from a treaty. That means our IMO is not quick enough. That means that the rules of the game are not clear everywhere, which does not help the industry. And with better collaboration, I think we would be able to achieve it because we are all emission decrease pro.
Thank you very much. Professor, as a last comment from your side, please.
I cannot but agree with all the previous speakers and simply say that this collaboration is not an end to itself, but rather a means to a good end. And this is to a better future for our children, the next generation. So we have to keep working on it. Because this collaboration that we have announced, let's say this morning, couldn't have been achieved if all these people that have been involved didn't have, let's say, an open-mind version of what they're doing.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I think we don't have any more time for questions from the audience. I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you gents.
As we do have a lunch break coming up, maybe I can be rude enough to delay lunch for a few minutes. If there's any questions from the audience, I want to be the cynic in the group to start off a question. 5 years ago, I was of the opinion that in my lifetime, we wouldn't see the use of alternative fuels in any meaningful scale. 5 years later, I still feel this way. And I want to ask the panel members whether I'm too cynical or whether there's a trace of truth in my feeling here. And then open it up to other questions.
Agil, I think you're a little bit harsh.
I'm a little bit harsh. There we go.
You have seen, at least for one alternative fuel, an uptake of 50% of OSHA's orders. So you cannot expect that you will see an uptake of 100% in the next 5 years. So it's good to be strict and have ambitions, but I think the industry is moving. Not in the pace again, but you cannot say that we're never going to...
So in your and my lifetime, we'll see a meaningful...
strongly believe that, yes.
Strongly believe that.
Yeah, I feel also that in 20 years from now, the ferry industry in Europe will move with alternative fuels.
So Slide2Open, the 28th Slide2Open is something we can...
Maybe. 28, version 28.
Any other feelings on this, or the audience would care to?
Just to make a very quick comment, I'm not sure we need to get in a competition as to who is older, but I think we will see alternative fuels in my lifetime taking a bigger part in the industry. And I think finally, and it won't maybe be in my lifetime, but eventually, of course, the economics of the reducing availability of oil is going to make that happen anyway.
Mm-hmm. Good. Dear audience, any feelings, any comments, questions, please?
Yes, I have a question to pick up on what Peter correctly asked. Unfortunately...
No, go ahead.
It's working.
It's working.
Yes.
So unfortunately now you can hear my question. But to pick up on what Peter very correctly said is one of the major concerns that we have is building a structure of training now. I've been chief engineer at sea and I've taken ships from the shipyard where fuel systems are nice and painted, shiny and tight. I've also sailed on 32-year-old ships where they're not. How do we build the training structure now so that in 25 years' time, on an ammonia-fueled ship, where 1,200 ppm is fatal and irreversible, and any exposure cannot be removed from the body, so that is accumulative, how is a third engineer changing an injector not going to put himself at risk and everyone else on the ship? I was in a talk last Thursday with a ship owner that's just built an ammonia-powered tug. The crew is so concerned about bunkering that they're wearing hazmat suits to bunker. By the time we're relying on PPE, it's too late. And are they going to be wearing PPE in 20 years' time doing routine maintenance? We have to get this right now.
I'm guessing you don't want to go to lunch because you're opening two things, the lack of seafarers and training. I mean, as IBIA, we are so much into training because we see that problem, but I don't think we have the time to go into that. It's a point.
A brief comment, just a brief comment, if you will.
It's recognized. I mean, first of all, we have a lack of seafarers. We're getting in a more complex environment that you're just not operating valves anymore. Everything is electronically, so you need, going into getting the seafarers, then you need better training. Because if you have an accident and it's irrelevant of what alternative fuel will be, it would have an impact in the whole industry. So it's not a silo of methanol or hydrogen, it's going to be of bunkering of the whole. So association like us puts in place training programs that focus on that better education of seafarers. But, you know, it's a process because yet, we're going back to the discussion, said there's not enough regulations to know where the training should be focused. Safety, by no means. I mean, I feel like, I guess before that, we're moving a little bit away from the industry. If you remember all the vessels, at some point there was a big push of safety first. We need to keep that as an industry in order to advance more in the technologies that are coming.
It's just that safety becomes more challenging, I guess, with new technologies. That's what you're getting at. So.
And how are we going to attract people to sail on these ships if there's the added risk you can be poisoned?
Can I please add something to your question? The evidence speak for themselves. We are going to more dangerous procedures with less seafarer, with less time than for training. In the same time, we are having an evolution on artificial intelligence, which is a very good opportunity for us ourselves to standardize and ease procedures so that we will have a better and safer human involvement to a standardized procedure. Each one of us came here with a car. The gasoline it contains is a highly explosive liquid that could devastate a big area. In the same time, the standardization of the procedure makes it safe for all of us to be able to utilize in a decent way. The same is that we should do. We should really modernize our ships and our procedures, utilizing the new technologies that are available to get able to go better and safer.
So we have a steep learning curve, but we'll get that. Just to spread the comments and questions around. Anyone else care to make a comment, a question? Please.
Hi, thanks. That was a very interesting discussion. Just to ask, I mean, in Maritime, you talked about refueling and infrastructure and port electrification, which will require infrastructure. But this is a kind of a shared problem between countries because you're shipping freight from one place to the other. Emissions are shared, so they're a global thing. To what extent has this, and we know from system design that if you want to optimize port emissions, you need to have a whole view of the system. So to what extent has this been treated so far as an international problem? So for example, share the optimization problems on an international scale when it comes to infrastructure design and planning and operations. And is that a part of the puzzle, and how important part of the puzzle would you say that is? I don't know who wants to pick up the question. Or
John?
Yes, I could give partial answer, not a full answer. First of all, yes, we need always to have a holistic approach of the solutions, otherwise we pay penalties. For example, Rudy mentioned the story of mobile telephony. When it started, we didn't know, let's say, the radiation problems. Now we have almost resolved them. Now, coming to this internationalization of the problems, we know that IMO, for example, makes the effort to provide global resolutions, but we all know that there are many, many, many exemptions. And one of these the only, perhaps, unique singularity is within European Union. For example, Mediterranean Sea is going to become an ICA zone very soon, but we have the countries of Africa and so on. What is going to happen? We face similar problem between the cooperation between different countries. What is the price for electricity, for example, or whatever? What are the banqueting options, and so on? We need to work, but let's say nowadays, getting the optimistic point of view, we are able to have a more globalized view of the solution, rather than in the past. So this is, let's say, the optimistic. Coming now also giving, let's say, just a slight perspective of what my friend Chris wanted to hint, is that, is there any readily available solution for tomorrow? I should say rather no, or for the day after tomorrow. We keep working. Coming now to the more academic part and my way of thinking, I should come once again, and perhaps being inspired by the previous, let's say, panel, we have to focus also on training. Keep making people thinking. I'm afraid, and I just want to share this thought, that, let's say, relying too much on AI is not a good point.
I think
it's a very useful tool, but we need to keep thinking.
To sum it up a little bit, we need public-private cooperation amongst countries. We have a steep learning curve ahead, but there's hope in our lifetime to see a lot of what we're discussing materialize. So on that note, we thank you. We have a very strict conference organizer, so you'll have a shorter lunch. We will start on time.
We're ready 10 minutes.
Unless you want to make
I would like to add, but
The moderator was on time.
Yes. That especially Alexander gave, that this underlines how important this MOU we signed earlier today is, because we're focusing on research, we're focusing on standardization, training, modules, educational modules, and certification modules, and that makes it even more important. The more I listen to you, the more I understand how important this is, and we must keep up doing the good work. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Τέλεια. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Now we have a 1 hour break, and we will be back here 45 minutes, yes. We consumed some of that break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are starting the third session of our conference today. This session has to do with geopolitical complexities and environmental and regulatory shifts in shipping. But before we start with the panel discussion, we have the honor and the pleasure to have with us the newly elected president of the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping, Mr. George Alexandratos, who I call
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, καλό απόγευμα. It is a great pleasure and an honor for me to be here today, speaking at my first conference in the new capacity as the President of the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping. It is an even greater joy to do so at a conference that stands out for the exceptional quality in both organization and content, as well as for the innovative spirit. The maritime industry, as we all know, faces a wide range of challenges, from geopolitical complexities and regulatory changes to environmental and economic risks, compliance with regulatory requirements, and of course, the pressing need for new ship propulsion systems, alternative fuels, and innovative business models. All these place significant demands in our future. So in this context, it is especially encouraging to see so many experts gathered here today, bringing ideas, knowledge, and skills that can offer decisive solutions. I would like to warmly congratulate everyone involved in this morning, a significant initiative, which was not other than the signing of a memorandum of understanding between the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, IEEE, and the Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technologies. I have also to tell you that I'm proud that I had as president Dr. George Pateras, who had for 9 years offered so much for the contribution to shipping through his presidency of the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping. Also, George Pateras had the magic word, ethos. And last but not least, I don't know if I can continue in similar steps. I wish so, and I need all of you of that. But one thing I ask you, never compare me with his technical expert and knowledge. And I say that because I'm sure that for this very nice initiative, you will need him, and I propose you to knock his door in order to share his absolute knowledge. And I like, although he's not here together with us, a warm applause for him and his contribution for the 9 years as president. So I was particularly interested
to learn that this collaboration, which is a magic word for me and for the 32 members of the board of the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping, collaboration, synergies. So this collaboration aims promoting innovation in the maritime sector, developing standards and rules for sustainable maritime industry, create educational materials, and support training initiatives. Also, I'm very happy to see that there will be an assistance to the international policy-making organizations on technical issues. I personally commit to exploring further the remarkable work you are doing. I wish to learn more about your initiatives, and I will actively support, together with the Board of Directors of the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping, your efforts. And we have everybody to mobilize the Greek shipping community to contribute such endeavors. To that end, I ask my very good friend, a friend of all of us, Mr. Leonidas Dimitriadis-Evgenidis, Chairman of the Advisory Board, and Mrs. Despina Travlou, who is the Maritime Ambassador of IEEE and board member, to provide us, in the next weeks, a detailed overview for your activities so we may explore avenues for meaningful collaboration. Be sure that our doors are open. Already, just before the last 5 minutes, we have arranged with the Institute of Eugenides Foundation to meet together for a full agenda and develop the next potential steps. And I think that you shall also accept my proposal to have with you the meeting, because I need, and everybody needs, the information, technical information of this signing of memorandum to be shared and to be developed. Ladies and gentlemen, Greek shipping has long been a cornerstone of the global economy and a driving force for growth. The Hellenic Chamber of Shipping will continue to support the competitiveness of Greek shipping. We shall focus also on medium and small-sized companies. And I think that with your assistance, we can go further. Never forget that shipping is not only ship owners, is not only seafarers or the staff working in our offices. Shipping indirectly or directly supports more than 100 categories of jobs. And here we are, everybody who want to join the dream of making this family bigger, of making this family more expertised, join us. We are here. We do not know anything. Γυράσκον αΐδη διδασκόμενος, όπως λένε και οι καθηγητές μας. And I don't want to take any more time. I just τυλίγω τα χαρτί μου and I'm ready for hard work together with your assistance. Thank you very much for honoring me here and inviting me to make this speech. Thank you. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Ξέρω ότι σε αυτά πρέπει να είμαστε έτσι λίγο πιο εγκρατείς, αλλά επιτρέψτε μου να φύγω λίγο από την εγκράτεια και τη σοβαρότητα την οποία οφείλουμε να έχουμε όσοι υπηρετούμε αυτούς τους θεσμούς και να δώσουμε ένα τεράστιο χειροκρότημα στη Δέσποινα Τραβλού και στους διοργανωτές αυτού του συνεδρίου. Και θα ήθελα να πω από καρδιάς μου ότι εχθές την πρώτη μου συνάντηση, την πρώτη μου ομιλία ως πρόεδρος του Ναυτικού Επιμελητηρίου Ελλάδος την έκανα στο Ίδρυμα Ευγενίδου, με το οποίο μας συνδέουν και στο Ναυτικό Επιμελητήριο άρρηκτες σχέσεις, αλλά μας συνδέουν και οικογενειακές προσωπικές σχέσεις. Και η πρώτη μου ομιλία σε conference έγινε όταν ο Leonidas Dimitriadis-Evgenidis, πρόεδρος αυτού του board, υπεγράψει με αυτό το memorandum. Θέλω να σας συγχαρώ και να δώσω και ένα χειροκρότημα και σε εσάς και σας έχω ανάγκη, το ξέρετε. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm speechless. That was very good. Thank you, Yorgos. That was very good. This was the best recognition of the good work that is being done by our working groups and our advisory board. And I think I have nothing else to say. Yes, we will be there. We want you on board. We want you on board. Here, we are doing a lot of work. So, yes, we will go on. So, let's go to our panel. We have the panel now, Overture to Complexity. Addressing geopolitical challenges and regulatory shifts in shipping. In today's session, we will explore the intricate and evolving landscape of the maritime industry, focusing on critical issues such as the impact of geopolitical tensions on global shipping and trade routes, the challenges posed by regulatory shifts, including the IMO's decarbonization goals, the outcomes of COP28, and regional initiatives like the EU ETS, and the environmental and economic risks shaping the future of shipping. Our esteemed panelists bring a wealth of expertise and diverse perspectives to these topics. Mr. Leonidas Dimitriadis-Evgenidis, IMO Ambassador in Greece and President of the Eugenides Foundation, who will offer insights into the global regulatory landscape and international collaboration. Dr. Dimitris Fafalios, President and Director of Fafalios Shipping, and a key voice from Intercargo, representing ship owners navigating the practical challenges of compliance and adaptation. Mr. Fafalios is also the Secretary General of the Union of Greek Ship Owners. So he's really a very institutional person and a very knowledgeable person, since he's also a naval architect. Mr. Alper Shah, Managing Director of the IEEE Standards Association, whose expertise in technology and international standards will shed light on innovative solutions for the industry. Professor Kostas Sinolakis, a worldly renowned professor of engineering and environmental science, who will provide a forward-looking perspective on climate policies and their impact on shipping. And Mr. Stratis Apergis, co-founder and CEO of Levante Ferries and leader in coastal shipping, who will highlight the unique challenges and opportunities in regional collaboration and innovation. Through their collective expertise, we aim to unravel the complexities of today's maritime challenges while exploring opportunities for innovation, adaptation, and collaboration. Let's dive into this multifaceted discussion, and I invite everyone to join us in exploring solutions that will shape the future of global shipping. So please, gentlemen, proceed. I also want to let you know that there is a workshop about port electrification on MC32 room, so that's why some of our delegates are there now.
Hello. Hi. Welcome. Hi, Kostas. Hi, Kostas.
So I will ask with Professor Kostas Sinolakis. Professor Sinolakis, how do you assess the role of climate change policies in reshaping the operational and economic models of shipping companies, particularly in regions most vulnerable to environmental changes?
Okay. It is a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon to everyone. And I'm pleased to be here to discuss these dual challenges that the shipping industry faces. One is the urgent push forward towards decarbonization driven by climate change policy worldwide, and the other one is the rising wave of global economic instability. Both of these forces obviously offer monumental challenges to the industry. Let's start by setting the stage. Shipping is well known that it contributes 3% of global carbon emissions. Whether this is substantial or not depends on the perspective. The reality is that everyone has to do their fair share. So whatever you feel it's a small, it's a very small percentage or big, everyone moving forward has to do their part. Climate change represents one of the greatest threats to the planet, and I just flew in from Los Angeles today, and last night, and I can describe and can tell you, the feeling of, how difficult it was for the firefighters to fight a fire when you had, 100-mile-per-hour winds, and generally a phenomenon, a whiplash between extreme rains and droughts that was triggered by climate change. But coming in to the more specifically, over the last decade, international bodies like the IMO have rolled ambitious decarbonization targets. These include the IMO's target to reduce carbon emissions by 50% by 2050 compared to 2008 levels, with a longer-term vision for complete decarbonization. The goal is a response to both the growing pressures of climate action and recognition of the critical role that shipping plays in world trade. Obviously, it requires transition to new fuels and technologies. The roadmap includes transition to alternative fuels such as ammonia, hydrogen, biofuels, and the implementation of energy-efficient strategies. Obviously, these transitions don't come without significant costs. Shipping companies need to invest in research and development, retrofitting their fleets, and adopting new fuels in early stages of commercialization. The difficulty with that is they have to do this without fully knowing what the long-term solution is. In terms of regional climate policies, the EU has the emission trading system, and this is one of the most impactful regulations in the European Union. This system is designed to limit carbon emissions through a cap-and-trade mechanism, and is now expanding to cover the shipping industry beginning in 2023. This means that ships operating in the EU waters will be required to buy carbon allowances and cover their emissions. For the shipping industry, obviously, ETS represents a huge regulatory challenge and a cost burden. The companies are forced to account for every ton of CO2 they emit when operating in European waters. And worse, these costs fluctuate widely depending on supply and demand, which introduces huge unpredictability. And shipping companies have a high carbon intensity, especially those running older vessels, and these will face high operational costs potentially ending their profitability. I'm glad I'm not running a shipping company, but I wanted to set the stage at what is ahead of us.
Yes, and now let's go to another issue, the geopolitical complexities. And I would like to ask Mr. Leonidas Dimitriadis-Evgenidis, as the IMO Ambassador in Greece, how do you see the IMO addressing the challenges arising from geopolitical tensions and their impact in global trade routes and maritime safety?
Despina, thank you so very much. I would like just to make one brief remark. I was very much touched by Mr. Alexandratos' words, and I really indeed, dearest friend George, the willingness of your chamber, to participate in this dialogue we have started with IEEE, because it's the cornerstone of the lack of international standards. And it's very good that this bridge with the UK, which is so important for shipping and education, we move to the right direction, because a big problem we have in all this process of decarbonization is the lack of proper impact studies. We didn't follow the example of MARPOL, and we make the crime of 2008, which led us to political decisions, and to see how important it is, because the friends from UK before addressed some questions, how European Union, and I make a positive criticism, wrongfully interprets, instead of giving global solutions, these ETS measures. Two cases, just not to talk theories. We have the car carriers. Turkey, they don't have ETS.
So if a car carrier was making the own carriage from Piraeus, then it was taking all the ETS Levi from passing Gibraltar all the way through. If they're going through Turkey, they were only taken to the local leg. Hypocrisy number 2, ETS and Greek cabotage. With the way that this measure is applied, big ships who have no reason, they call Milos Island, which is perfectly legitimate, in order to avoid ETS, destroying the fundamental of an unsubsidized line, which, with the new laws coming with the fuel they have to use, the conventional ships were the backbone of shipping versus the fast crafts, it's almost lethal. To do what? They pollute less? This is a joke. So it's so, therefore, valuable, the position of Greek shipping family, that we have to go through IMO in taking international measures and steps. If I move one step back to come to the geopolitical factor, because geopolitics, which something appeared in the mid of 19th century, they come in a much more violent way nowadays, because who could imagine a few years ago with what we're confronted nowadays? I can start with Ukraine, and I can go and talk for hours, because it's a long list. It's much longer the list than one the eyes meet. And, but you asked me to put it under IMO eyes, so I'm not expressing my views. I take what is IMO position, because IMO does not have any enforcement. It's the framework, according to United Nations, 176 states, the question of ratification. I think as far as geopolitics are concerned, and I repeat, I speak strictly how IMO sees today. The number one preoccupation of IMO is the dark fleet. The dark fleet, although they have no enforcement, they have a very close monitoring, and the main argument is the question of substandard ships. Because as far as IMO is concerned, these ships, they are not safe, they possess a lot of threats, and they're averse to proceed with the new, so to say, regulatory aspects. Number 2, which unfortunately takes no better situation, is the question of piracy. And if you add to piracy all the rockets which our vessels are receiving, also our vessel has been attacked, thanks God they missed it, it makes things intolerable in the sense that instead the global society solving the problems offshore, we who serve the 92% of the trade, polluting the whole shipping, is polluting less than Canada. We are taking all the bullets in order to address and resolve all the issues regarding, so to say, the outcome of the regional fights. So IMO, they take an important steps. They make an office in Egypt in order to monitor locally better the situation. But personally, I don't think IMO can do a lot of things, because everything is a question of international law and enforcement. And particularly, we are living in times where the recent political developments, they take position which is difficult to assess, and definitely they may have an impact also on geopolitics. All in all these things, my fear is that they're adding, because even if you are compelled, shipping will find a solution. It's not our fault, because there are pirates, and we have rockets in Hormuz. You take a longer route, then we are condemned that we pollute more because we take longer routes. And Dimitri has a very good example. Very interesting, it was very nice what you said before. So we are always the easy target, because shipping is very important, but it's very fragmented. And except of liner, shipping has a lobby and is responsible for a lot of good and bad things happening in shipping. We cannot really understand the substance, but I'm optimistic that we will find altogether a reasonable solution. Otherwise, life will give the solutions.
Yes, and what about IMO decarbonization targets? I will ask that to Mr. Vaglios. From Intercargo's perspective, what are the most pressing compliance challenges ship owners face with IMO decarbonization targets and COP28 outcomes?
Thank you, Despina, and thank you to Slide2Open and to the team. It's a great honor to be here, and to the sponsors. Intercargo represents the dry bulk sector, which is the largest shipping sector in the world, between 13,000 and 14,000 large vessels.
with a total dead weight which exceeds 1 trillion tons. However, these vessels are predominantly in the tramp trades. And the tramp trades mean that the vessel does not have a fixed itinerary. They could be in a Brazilian port 1 month, in an Indonesian port the next month, then in Australia, then in Africa. They can be everywhere. And this poses the biggest challenge, is where are the large cross-trading shipping sectors going to find the alternative fuels? And that these alternative fuels must also be safe. So this is of extreme importance, and we go back to the fact that when we had one fuel, predominantly fuel oil, both economic models in shipping could progress with and develop their own enormous efficiencies. Leonidas and I were discussing something that actually my brother came up with, and Haralambos. And he reminded me that in 1942, a Liberty ship of 10,000 tons consumed 40 tons per day to travel at 10 knots. 5 years ago, a 200,000-ton Newcastlemax to sail at 10 knots needed exactly the same amount of fuel. That means that we have become 20 times more efficient without a single piece of environmental regulation. And this, I think, is very, very significant, and it's something which is very, very difficult to explain to the regulators at IMO. Of course, we need to decarbonize fully. Professor Sinolakis talked about the 2050 targets, but we have to be able to achieve this respecting our economic models, not placing, for instance, the liner model ahead of the tramp model. So we have a lot of work trying to explain to our regulators how actually shipping works, the impact of the charterer, the impact of the fuel supplier. Of course, from our side, from the ship operator's point of view, we have to try and work together with everybody in order to create and in order to reach the targets. But I'll tell you one thing, another example. If I retrofit my ship with LNG to make it dual fuel, this might be great for one charterer and absolutely terrible for another. So on the one hand, the ship might be very competitive for one particular trade, but may find no work because it has been retrofitted with LNG. And this is especially for bulk carriers because of their design, and we don't have so much space for the alternate fuel tanks on deck. And we must also remember that even the bulk carriers being ordered today are still predominantly fossil fueled. Regarding, but however, with IMO, we are in constant, through our flags and our port states, we are constantly trying to improve the decarbonization regulation. Regarding COP28, we find that COP28 is very useful to follow, but not really directly relating to shipping. But I'll stop there.
Okay. And geopolitical complexities, let's put the aspect technology. Alpes, I would like to ask you, how can technological innovations and international standards, such as those developed by IEEE, help the shipping industry navigate the complexities of geopolitics and emerging risks? I mean, in the previous panel about alternative fuels and electrification of shipping, we heard from many speakers that we need standards. So how can you relate them?
So first off, thank you for the invitation and being on this esteemed panel. I would say that, what is the purpose of the standard? And the purpose here is really to address a very real problem. And this is the most critical piece. When everyone has the same understanding of the problem that needs to be addressed, then scale can happen, and folks have clear direction on what needs to occur. But when you don't have it, fragmentation, different approaches are taken, more inefficiency is brought into the system. This is not a new problem, and it's not native only to the shipping industry. Actually, the exact parallels are happening right now on the AI front as well. But this is why, and I don't believe Dr. John Proselytis is in the room right now. He may have stepped out for the other panel. But his work that he has begun doing with the IEEE around, first, very much this point, around how do we look at port electrification? What are the key elements here, and who needs to be at the table? This is the very first critical step towards a successful standard. The market must buy in. And when you have this, it becomes much easier. It's easier when you have the scale and reach, such as the IEEE does, through many of the engagements that we have at national levels, at regional levels, but even at the local levels in terms of the standards that come out. I would say that along with this, one of the most important pieces is not just the implementation of the standard or the existence of the standard, but it's that it's being implemented in a way that's consistent with the expectations. And as policies come out and regulations come out, one of the most difficult challenges that come along with this is ensuring that everyone is applying it the same way. How do you know that someone else is not cheating the system or getting an unfair advantage? And at the same time, some of this is because of inexperience in the implementation, and other times it's intentional. To help, this is where regulators and policymakers can take advantage of certification, of testing, based on concrete global standards. So I would say that, number one, it's really important to make sure that all the right actors are there. And you never get everyone at the right the first time, but that's why having an open system is so important. When you have an open system, then when you have 500,000 members, such as the IEEE does, across so many different vast areas, it becomes easy for them to also come help as you need them. The second is that having the policymakers and regulators in the conversation helps to create a closed loop. And this closed loop is really important because it helps to reduce the amount of inefficiencies. It reduces the amount of legalities and lawsuits that emerge when it's very difficult to implement. And then the third piece here is making sure that all of the actors that have a stake understand what's at stake for not implementing it. This is why it's very critical when the policymakers and regulators are involved. They understand very clearly the direct line back to their implementation goals. When you have this, it makes it much clearer in terms of how something could pragmatically be brought to the table and then scaled, because the education, training, and everything else that supports it becomes natural. Thank you.
Yes, so yes, this is one of the main reasons that this is so important, because it's a common language, first of all. And then it's a way to be able to check and have specifications. So yes, I think this is very important. Mr. Apergis, what are the unique challenges that coastal shipping faces in meeting IMO decarbonization targets, and how can the industry address them effectively?
Mr. Travlou, thank you very much for inviting me here today. I was thinking all this time how to present a little bit our situation without being very cliché. And if you allow me to dramatize a little bit the situation is like we are driving our beautiful car, we're going down the road. We are very relaxed and easy, and suddenly someone informed us that in a few kilometers down the road, there is a dead end, there is a big wall coming, and obviously we can't stop because we still need to trade, we still need to continue. On our way, there are some side roads, some detours that we can take. We are not very confident which one of them is the right one, the one that will lead us to the side behind the wall. And by the way, we need a different car for each and every different road that we're going to take. And okay, and to add a little bit of magnitude to the complexity, changing our car costs a lot of money. So we have now a multiple of risks to face. We don't have enough time. We are approaching the wall, the dead end. We must select one of the side roads in order to avoid the crash. We can't stop. We risk of choosing the wrong road, and at the same time, any selection needs money. So I dramatized a little bit our situation, but believe me, in the eyes of a ship owner, sometimes it feels like this. I must tell you that Greece has a very dense network of coastal shipping, one of the densest in the world. If we analyze a little bit the fleet, we can see 2, 3 large companies which are very well established, which they have all their internal departments, the financing, the regulatory. And then we have 3, 4 middle-size companies that are trying to cope with all these regulations and challenges. And then we have a lot of small family-owned business with 1 or 2 vessels that in the end, they also need to comply. I must say that last week we had a summit with our association, the Ship Owner Passenger Shipping Association, and the president of the Institute of Economical Studies presented the results of a study that said that the GDP of each island and subsequently the GDP of Greece will severely be affected from the adaptation of these regulations if all this cost is passed to the passengers. Because with the lack of financial aid or some support or at least some national or European policy for all of us to follow, I am afraid we will all try to push the cost a little bit down the value chain, which is the passenger. So, to answer to your question, it is a challenging task. We as an association and also our ministry is trying to support in this direction. However, I must tell that the road is not very clear yet. One thing is for sure, our president of our association, Mr. Theodoratos, as he said in the summit last week, he said, Greek ship-owning companies are willing to invest, are willing to take the risk. However, we need a more clear picture as to how to move forward.
And you're among the first who have to comply, for instance, with shoreside electricity. Starting from 2030, passenger ships, container ships, and what other ships? And cruise ships.
Cruise ships as well.
Cruise ships, which are very big electricity energy consumers, are obliged to be to get plugged in ports if they stay longer than 2 hours, and they have to adjust their ships in order to do that. Ports have to be able to supply inland energy, shoreside energy to ships, and there are issues such as acceleration of corrosion that we are now detecting, and we are not sure if where does this go. So yes, it is very good for the societies around the ports that there are not emissions from ships staying in ports, but what about the industry and the economic effects on the societies as well? Because this has an economic effect on the society as well. So here we go back to the sustainability and standardization. And I would like to ask Alpes, Mr. Sach, what role can standardization play in accelerating compliance with IMO decarbonization? Oh, no, this is something I asked you. Yes, I did. No, it is a different. IMO targets and ensuring uniformity in environmental regulations across regions. I will repeat, what role can standardization play in accelerating compliance with IMO decarbonization targets and ensuring uniformity in environmental regulations across regions?
Yeah, I'd love to just say you create the standard and you hit the IMO target, but it's not quite so. I think you've heard, the complexities from everyone on this panel and throughout the day. And part of the most important aspect here is that in order to meet the set targets, you have to have the ability to meet those targets. Because to meet those targets requires a level of investment and infrastructure change and training and education and all this. This is not something that happens overnight. And this is where, as much as we all aspire to meet targets, sometimes we miss them. So one of the most critical parts then is, as we consider what role can standardization play in helping to perhaps reach the goal, or at least come closer. I would take the question maybe a different way, which is, how can standardization help begin to take the necessary steps to go down this path? And I bring it back to really this first point of, let's make sure the problem is well understood and we have the right stakeholders there. Because the problem is not seen by everyone the same way. Even when we talk about alternative fuels or decarbonization, not everyone agrees what is the right fuel to use. Not everyone agrees even what mode for decarbonization to apply, and whether there's even going to be a tax credit approach that may be applied in certain ways. So it means that one of the best ways to begin is to meet with the IMO, have the stakeholders, the technical actors, the regulators, everyone, and understand how can this be done? Because this isn't everybody problem. This isn't just the shipbuilder's problem. It isn't only those manufacturers' problem. It's everybody's problem. And everyone is affected if it's not addressed. So the role that can be played by an organization like IEEE to help facilitate down this path, and also in partnership with IMarEST and others, is very much to apply our framework to connect into the necessary stakeholders, bring them to the table. And we're a global organization, and global means also not just the point of technologically everywhere and having reach everywhere. It also points to the fact that harmonization is possible through our system. And this is key. And we can help bring a level of awareness to help accelerate. So essentially, we can look at time compression initially by advancing this point of what problem do we want to solve the fastest, and what can everyone actually invest in within the market to make it a reality. This is where I would say it begins.
Yes, yes. Specify what you want to do and then standardize it, in other words.
Yeah, and it's much more complicated than just, right? But yes, this is the starting point.
Don't start experimenting, after all.
This is what we say.
Yes, exactly. So, Mr. Apergis, As a representative of passenger shipping, how do you envision regional collaboration, improving the sustainability and efficiency of ferry operations in Greece and beyond? I want to stress out for our international audience that in Greece, because we have a lot of islands, many islands, and they are all inhabited, most of them are inhabited. People need to get supplies, people need to travel, and these roads, these sea roads are not always very profitable for a company, for a private company to operate transportations. So it's a very complex issue that the passenger shipping in Greece companies have to face. And coupled with all these regulations and compliance issues, makes it really a very, very difficult exercise to solve.
Mr. Travlou, there is a very nice word in Greece is nisiotikota, and I was looking in the vocabulary. In English is insularity. So what we have to do as companies operating in the coastal shipping is we have to enhance by any way the insularity. This means making the islands habitable, having all their needs available, like in the mainland. Now, collaboration. Collaboration is a very, very interesting word. Let's discuss theoretically. Definitely, collaboration can assist and enhance the way that the way that the companies, the regional companies, can address all the challenges they have today and serve the islands better. How they can do it? They can do it in many ways. They can share resources. They can negotiate collectively, for example, for some retrofitting now that we have all the obligations to retrofit or to modernize some of our activities. They can share some personnel. They can do common research. They can even share the way they sell their tickets. There are many ways that collaboration can assist the companies, the regional companies, to address their challenges. However, I would say the most challenging part in this is how we will convince ourselves to collaborate among us. And I'm speaking very honestly because we are in the market, we are trading. The collaboration mentality needs to be developed, needs to be, needs to grow. Mr. Dimitriadis will understand what I'm trying to say.
If I understand, I'm advocating what you said.
It is mostly a matter of perception and really understanding where we are in the moment of time, and the benefits are there. The benefits will come. However, it's up to us as a nation and as businesses to think a little bit more collaboratively.
And which will bring us to another question for Mr. Sach, having to do with the MOU we signed today, because it has to do with collaboration and sharing expertise and trying to do the best of the fields that each one of us is good at. So how do you see the new partnership between IEEE and IMarEST contributing to the development of sustainable solutions in the maritime sector, particularly with regard to decarbonization efforts?
So I begin by saying I agree on a number of very good points made earlier, including I enjoyed the story about the dramatic story that you outlined as well. Because this relationship that we have just formalized here between ourselves and IMarEST is not about either one of us. The point is, it's about all of you. And the question is, how do we work together to help accelerate your ability to collaborate and address your very real issue, which is this issue that affects all of us? And here, this is the benefit of our system. The IEEE has done time and again in very challenging areas, partnering quickly with others to address very localized challenges, regional and global. So our system is very native to this. But the point is really making sure that we are working in partnership and making sure that the voices are captured to address the real question, not just an arbitrary question or a marketplace question.
If I can make a brief comment about partnerships and collaborations, it's extremely important for the shipping industry to partner with the science and the engineering community to be proactive. I mean, there's no question that the IMO will impose standards. I mean, we have the European trading system, the ETS is coming up. Partnerships are extremely important, and it is not a question, I mean, I just have to stress it again and again, how important it is for the shipping industry to be proactive. Bring on board the scientific community and say, hey, together, this is what we think it's realistic. This is it's going to be much more credible than having the ship owners on their own saying, well, we are going to face tremendous costs, this is something that we cannot do, etc. It'll be the shipping industry will have a much more powerful voice if along the way they manage, and you manage, to have the science community with you, and all in one voice go and say, hey, this is what we think is a realistic road ahead.
So time is up, and I would like to ask. Can I Yes.
You're stuck with me for another few hours.
That's my pleasure.
We have to make comments.
The panel a bit. I think it's difficult to have sanctions stick, and it's difficult to have over-regulation stick. We are hearing President Trump the other day talk about wind energy and how it should be, the use of it should be tamed. I think Mr. Aperis could easily find alternative uses for his ships if Europe is going to impose strict tariffs. Alternatively, people operating vessels can find alternative use. So I'm wondering, how are we going to find a happy mean between over-regulating, trying to impose, and the fact that we live in a free world where other economies are going to welcome?
Yes.
Very briefly, 1.5 minutes. First of all, I think there were very stimulating and provocative comments. I start with what Mr. Alexandrazos has mentioned, and I come to Mr. Aperis. And I mentioned it tacitly before. It is so important, the question of collaboration, because the 60% of Greek worldwide shipping is medium-sized shipping companies, and still, I think companies like yours and ours have a role to play amongst the very big ones. So it shouldn't happen. What happened, we were the victims of it, being in liner shipping with this concentration in the 2 or 4, 5 players, which I don't think is necessarily the best thing to happen in the world. Along these lines, we did what Professor Sinalakis have said. We collaborated with University of Southampton, and we have made a retrofit analysis on a conventional vessel in all different alternatives except fusion, and the results are astonishing. They're astonishing in such a way, so I keep asking myself why all this worldwide expertise, they never sat to bring simple pieces together that each one is committing and binding to make a group of vocal vested interest on one solution or the other, and at the end we're all going to be drawn. Because certainly there's not only one pathway to go. So in order to come up positively, because IMO would do what they will have to do. They will gather, they are going to have an assembly the second half of the year to come with the intermediary measures versus the decorbanisation of 2015. For the first time, even IMO watched it in their own world, said approximately to 2050. So Dimitriadis was a good step forward. They used the word approximately. So there is still a lot of things to do, and I'm convicted. And we, as a group, as our foundation, and all together, we are prepared to sit together because we think that if we could put together the Greek brains and we collaborate, we could have a win-win situation for the betterment of insularity as far as shipping is concerned, coastal shipping, but also worldwide shipping, because we always want to be a part of the solution and not a part of the problem.
So anyone who would like to add here, I feel that Mr. Papalios has something to say.
No, it's been, we've had some fantastic input, and we have to remember that we all want to reach a common goal.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, and what Mr. Aperi said, we have different roads and different vehicles by which to reach this goal. And this is where things get complicated. I said earlier that the market itself drives efficiency and drives innovation and technology. But you cannot regulate or impose a particular fuel or a particular solution, technical solution, for instance, wind power or something like that. You cannot impose it as if it is the solution. It is part of a larger global solution. And we have to understand the dynamics of who is making the decisions. In the passenger sector, there is a different set of people making the decisions. In the tramp sector, it's predominantly the charterer and the cargo that makes the decisions, and the ship owner is simply providing capacity. There is no input that we can have unless our charterer and our cargo owner are compliant or wish to support that. So we have to be very, very careful that by introducing regulation, and I have to say I'm very much for standardization, and we could go on for a complete conference talking about shoreside supply, and I do believe it should be standardized. Unfortunately, a cruise ship or a ferry and a bulk carrier have incredibly different electrical requirements. So if I have a bulk carrier, a very small one, where 4 cranes are working and all of them are working at the same time, I can bring down an entire town in terms of electrical load. So in English there's an expression, horses for courses. And we have to educate our regulators, and we have to work with the shore side, because the shore side at the moment is lagging our industry. We have the ideas, we have the technology. Now we have to look to our regulators and to the shore side to fully understand and to keep up. Thank you.
And I would only add a comment to what Leonidas just said. I think it's very difficult to make the shipping community cooperate. This is a free market, as it rightly should be. Different companies have their own thresholds. So I believe more in pragmatic regulation and gradual and pragmatic standards being introduced rather than trying to force things. And that is always a disagreement Professor Malakis and I have in our various discussions.
Fully agree.
Any last question, comment you would like to make? Otherwise, we move on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, Angelos, this is your turn. You take the...
Thank you.
We have the φωτογραφία. Ναι.
Θα μας πει η διευθύνη. Ναι, μας γυρίζουμε λίγο την καρέκλα μας. Όχι τελείως, αλλά...
So our next... Λίγο πιο κοντά. Νομίζω θα βγει καλή συζήτηση. Δεν σας καθυστερήσαμε πολύ. Όχι. Όχι. Πήγαινε εσύ κατευθείαν.
Καλά. Okay. Ωραία.
All set. So, welcome to one more session. Allow me to introduce Mr. Economou, CEO of Marine Tours, a well-known figure in the shipping industry through the services that are being offered to the industry in a multitude of facets. So here we are to just inform you and learn about new trends surfacing.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I really like the approach of Mr. Alexandratos, sharing that over 100 industries or service industries or jobs are surrounding the maritime sector. And this is true. We are one of those sectors from the travel side, from the travel industry. And I would like today to share with our audience what can we do to support the ESG targets and assist the maritime industry achieve its ESG targets.
So since you are mentioning ESG, maybe you can inform us about how corporate needs in the shipping industry can move along with ESG requirements. Are they contradictory, or can they learn to coexist, these two elements?
No, they're not contradictory. It's a matter of approach. We can have a sustainable travel program as long as we add the sustainability elements within our travel policy. So it's important to have a travel policy and address it in a way that travel is not approached as a cost, but as a means of creating value.
As an investment?
Exactly. And I want to bring specific examples. So a travel policy should address the ESG targets of a company aside from its actual strategic targets. From carbon offsetting to carbon emissions to reporting, which can actually prove the actions that the company is taking as regards its travel program. And not only that, it can also address the human element. So the S part of the S part of the ESG, the social part.
We've spoken today a lot about the human element. Tell us a little bit about the human element vis-a-vis crew. Crew, we hear, is difficult to come along, so we need to take care of the crew.
Correct.
We need to offer them comfort. We need to offer them stability in their travel arrangements.
Correct.
How can we achieve that in an efficient, effective, but humane way?
Okay. A sustainable travel program, first of all, it promotes business. It creates very serious job satisfaction and increases significantly the corporate reputation of the company. At the same time, the crew that they have to travel, their travel begins when they leave their home. Okay. They need to feel safe. They need to know that they're going to have a seamless travel, feeling that they can address someone to support them 24/7. They're going to board a sustainable company that's going to offer them service. They're not going to have high layovers.
They need to feel they're taken care of.
Exactly. They need to feel they're taken care of. I had a discussion earlier today. If someone could, in some way, make a report on how a traveler, a business traveler, is feeling and their experience through a non-sustainable trip versus a sustainable one, the feelings are completely contradictory. I mean, we've all been business travelers, and we know how it is to travel for 24 hours and having to wait, for example, for 12 hours at an airport just for the company to save $100 per trip, for example.
That doesn't make it sustainable.
Does it make it sustainable? No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
So what's the definition of a sustainable executive travel experience?
Okay, first of all, I would say that the traveler must be part of this decision.
Okay.
To be able to choose the itinerary that makes him feel balanced.
But let's say I'm a corporate entity and I have strict corporate policies. I allow my executives to travel business class. I allow them to have some flexibility. How can I make it sustainable also?
Yeah, that's our job. So we sit down with the client and we set the limits through which we can work, operate, and offer the options to travel. Okay. And part of this process is also communicated within the organization. The travel policy shouldn't be something kept somewhere in HR or procurement or accounting. It's something to be shared. Why? Because it's an internal investment for the company. And this way, you can also not only maintain your talent, but you can also advertise this and increase your brand reputation, gain talent from the market. It is very, very well known, especially in the corporate segment, and now I'm referring to the executive travel, that executives, they care a lot, especially executives that travel a lot, what is the travel program of the company they're joining.
It's interesting. So now we're touching on a subject of an organizational chart of a company. So it's not like HR arranging everything as it used to be. Now there's dotted lines between divisions, and someone can step in and turn around to you and say, you know, I don't like this. I want it done differently. I want to travel differently. I want my crew to travel differently. So more stakeholders within a company deciding on how travel is affected, right?
Yes, this is a fact. It's not only management. It's not only HR. It's not only finance. It's a combination of all these departments, because its department requires, they have different OKRs, okay? And we're here to consolidate this and create a travel program that actually serves the purpose and the targets of the company. It's not addressing it from the cost side. Cost is always an element, okay? And it's our job to do our best, okay, to do it at the most costly optimized way. But
so there is such a thing as consolidated, sustainable, and optimized, right?
Yes, there is. There is. It's not a fantasy, and it's not a story. It's, let's say, a process that we can work on and base it on fundamentals. But we need to agree, and first of all, the company needs to agree, what do they need from their travel program to serve? What are the targets that this travel program actually serves and helps achieve?
Give us a few targets that the corporate entity should have as regards their travel. What are a few targets?
Let's take it from the sustainability side, which is, let's say, a current topic. First of all, you need to be able to choose the right suppliers, okay? That they can objectively and fundamentally prove, not only internally in the organization, but also to the stakeholders of the organization, that they can actually offer sustainable services as regards both the footprint, transparency, we'll go to governance, but also the social part, okay, of the service. Secondly, you need to be able to derive objective reporting.
Objective, sorry?
Reporting.
Reporting, okay.
So, for example, we offer our clients the choice, the option to choose fares, not based only on price, but also based on environmental footprint. If you take flight XA, for example, your footprint may be 500 kilos of carbon for this trip. If you take flight Y, it's 350 kilos. Why? Because not each supplier uses the same aircraft. Not each supplier is utilizing investment in sustainable fuel. And if we make the right choice of suppliers, we can also get a report from that.
So nowadays you tell me that when a travel executive in your company books a ticket, they go on a screen and they have all this data lined up for them and it's there to communicate?
Yes.
Okay.
It's there. We have the tools, we have the technology to be able to offer these kind of services. But for me, and I wouldn't be here sharing this. This is step B. The priority is step A. Let's sit down and discuss what we would like to achieve with our travel program, aside from traveling people from point A to point B, because it's a given. We're going to do it.
So given the changing trends in travel, what are certain goals that companies and executives want to achieve? What shifting trends are you noticing?
We have been discussing about sustainable travel the last 4 years and implementing technology tools in order to be able to offer it, et cetera, to our clients. So we're slowly communicating that it's coming. It's going to come fast. It's better to start organizing from now. So for me, yes, best practice, initiate now. Let's start building it because we're not transporting goods. We're transporting people, and people react to changes. They need to buy in to this process. So that's, for me, one very important step. We have in front of us very serious geopolitical challenges that we cannot predict how they will go. We have regulatory pressures that it's going to come, and from what I heard from the previous panel, the shipping industry needs to be part of that discussion instead of just receiving the feedback from the regulators. Okay, travel needs to be part of that because it's a very important element of the OPEX of the vessel. Okay, and finally, we need to be able and ready to support let's say, drastic challenges non-anticipated, like a second pandemic. 2 weeks ago, we're hearing about a new virus in China or somewhere else. It's going to come. Globalization, billions of people are traveling. A new pandemic may come. What are we doing? Are we prepared to face it? So my best practice would be, let's start the discussion from now. We don't have to implement things that we don't see valuable now.
But educate people.
Okay, let's educate ourselves. Let's educate internally the organization. Let's try to find the value within this mentality.
Some personal trivia. I've always been curious, and you're perhaps the person to answer the question. What % of travelers actually pay the sustainability donation that frequently airlines request you to pay? They say this is the footprint you will leave. If you like, you can counterbalance that by paying X, Y, Z. What % of people actually tick that box?
Okay. I can only share my knowledge as regards Greece and our internal turnover. A very, 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 very small percentage. Okay, everybody knows that the airline is trying to upsell. And it's true. The airline is a company, and they will try to make the most out of that. Again, the story behind the mentality we're trying to build within an organization is what will make the difference. If we try to measure things one-to-one, I pay $1, I want $1 in value. This is not about ESG. ESG is very expensive, everybody knows it, and sometimes all the advocates of ESG, they're all about, okay, but the Chinese don't have ESG and they're cheaper than us, they are more competitive, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, it's the ethics that you want to conduct your business.
So just as a sort of a closing point we can leave, we need to to create a travel compass for organizations and gradually try and get there by educating people? Is that sort of a
clearly, this is the message. Clearly, this is the message. And I will say again that we are one of the 100 or more sectors that are supporting and will continue to support the maritime industry from our role in the travel segment.
So if you're not traveling sustainably, Mr. Economou is going to put you on the right track. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I stay on the stage. Mr. Kala, thanks. Please join us. Dear fellow panelists, friends, thank you for joining us. Thank you for the audience for joining us. I'm not very good with introductions, and I don't need to make them. They're all up there. Despina Travlou and I decided to put together a diverse panel from industry specialists, from banking, and from the legal profession. Nowadays, more than ever, I think, without good lawyers, we can barely get out of our homes without getting an opinion on something. So we felt we wanted this mix in opinions. So here is our panel. Most faces here are very, very familiar to the community, but I will introduce Mrs. Ann-Christine Stuckert. Thank you for joining.
Thanks.
We understand that, just summarizing very liberally, that when it comes down to all things green and sustainable at ABN AMRO, and how a shipping portfolio can be built and maintained in a sustainable way, you're the person to talk to, correct?
Indeed. Correct.
So thank you today for sharing your perspective. And without putting you on the spot, I would like to ask the following. Are banks really prepared to offer sustainable loans, or is this still a wish list? We have the Poseidon principles, we have other principles. They are there, they're principles, they're not regulations, they're guidelines. I understand that within Poseidon principles there have been disagreements of late. In the end, business needs to be transacted. There's a bottom line on a balance sheet, and banks do need to show good results. Can we, in 2025, still finance sustainably and make a profit as a bank?
I would say yes, we can. So I think the concepts of green financing, also sustainable financing, has been in the market for a long time, but I think it has gained a lot of traction in recent years, and we've seen that especially in the green loan, green bonds, and sustainability-linked loan segment. And we've also seen that companies are more interested in these concepts because also corporates and companies know that their investors are looking into sustainable investments, and they want companies that they invest in to be green and to be sustainable. And we've also seen that these kind of sustainable finance concepts can also be sort of a guidance for companies to prepare for all the upcoming reporting that is getting mandatory from, for example, the EU. Because by the concept of a sustainability-linked loan, we tie the margin to the achievement of KPIs. So when a company is achieving certain ESG KPIs, they get a discount on the margin, and if they don't, they pay a premium. But by really looking into certain KPIs, a company can figure out how they're performing and how they have to report on certain metrics, so they also sometimes use it as a guidance for upcoming regulatory reporting. And we've seen that companies are very much interested in these kind of finance structurings because they see the need for it as well, and they can also improve their sustainability performance through these KPIs, for example, or through really dedicating objectives to green projects. And for us, we've seen definitely that there has been a strong increase in companies opting for these kind of financings.
That is interesting. Okay. Zefi, you are a seasoned lawyer offering your services in a mature shipping company. If you are going to advise your principals, will you head for a bank that's on the legal front and easier on this sustainability level? Will you care that much, or will you just say, I want the most efficient lending package for my principals and proceed as such?
First of all, good afternoon to all, and thank you for inviting me. Okay, my friends here, my lawyers, esteems, they know that we are one of the first companies, actually, that have worked together with a big bank, international, and we have created, actually, sustainability clause. It is in the concept like ABN is doing. Actually, this helps us because, of course, as a company, we need to have KPIs, and we have, and we monitor all our performance. So we take the utmost of that by having this clause and this sustainability management system in the loans. So every time that our KPIs, our performance actually reach the KPIs, we have a margin adjustment, a reduction of the margin.
Okay.
So certainly we are one of the company that
it's an incentive that's important for you.
Correct.
Okay.
So that's it.
Alexandre, from your perspective, do you see two things? Are these incentives important for many of your clients? That's one. The other thing, with this over-regulation, what I believe is over-regulation in financing, are we maybe losing the forest for the trees, making it difficult for companies to invest, grow, in the end, invest in modern technology vessels which assist sustainability? Are we helping, or are we detracting from this flexibility that shipping companies should have through the over-regulation that lawyers sometimes impose?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me as well, and thank you for these interesting questions. I will actually start from the second one. I mean, in my view, I don't think that there is over-regulation when it comes to sustainable finance. I'm saying this because we don't really have regulation from central banks, for example, and we don't even have incentives to banks to provide sustainability-linked loans or green loans. I'm not aware of any particular advantages that banks or other alternative financiers perhaps receive if they offer sustainability-linked loans or green loans, bonds, or whatever. And there is actually no real regulation in place. It's more of self-regulation.
Not for sustainability, in general.
Yeah, in general. There is a lot of regulation when it comes to shipping, of course. Yeah, that's...
And shipping finance, banking, the way lending is regulated and monitored.
It is, especially when it's bank finance. So I'm not referring to alternative financiers. Of course, there is a lot of regulation, which is there, okay, to protect the taxpayer in case a bank fails. So we have all the Basel Accords. We have other regulation. Shipping regulation is indirectly included in ship lending. So in all our loan facilities, obviously, we have long terms, detailed covenants and representations, including all the regulations, both relevant to the shipping and to the banking sectors. So we ended up having loan agreements which are 180 pages long, whereas when I started working on this field loan agreements. The first loan agreement I drafted like 22 years ago, it was 30 pages long, so nothing compared to the past, obviously. So there is a tremendous change there. I wouldn't say that, I mean, despite all that, I wouldn't say that it's actually the banks or you know, the loan documentation, including sustainability finance, which overcomplicate things and we lose the forest for the tree. It's simply a fact that there is a lot of regulation, new regulation coming in on the shipping side and on the banking side. And all this comes in the documentation. Yeah, and we end up with this significant volume of terms which we have to draft as lawyers, and the shipping companies have and banks have to review, read and comment.
So Yanni, where does that leave your clients? Can we forget name lending? We have forgotten a lot of that in any case, but can we sort of write it out for good, or are we, can we expect banks to a little bit override some of that regulation and try and see the true good projects that on paper might look good, but others might not look that good on paper, but in fact they might even be better because there's a name lending element to it. What do you see in your practice?
Obviously, the assets matter. So first of all, obviously the banks will look at the assets in order to be able to recover. However, I have to admit that relationship is very, very strong. So even, of course, with Greek banks, this is a given. And Greek banks are also very competitive, as you know. Currently, with the terms that they offer, are very competitive. And in some situations where the relationship is strong, and of course you have a very AAA borrower, for instance, then you even see terms which are outside of the market, in favor of the borrower. So if you ask me, I think it's definitely still a relationship-based lending. From my experience, I see that the banks do take into account who is leading the company. The big Greek banks, it's a very sort of usual thing for Greek banks to take personal guarantees. And so this shows the value that they place on the person, because, okay, it's very rare that they would try to enforce those securities, but I think they do, you know, who is behind the shipping company, who is leading the shipping company does matter. And the relationship with, even with non-Greek banks, it matters a lot. We see many occasions, even non-usual shipping lenders that they do, and they want to keep up relationship with the family on a regular basis as well.
That's all very encouraging then. Alexis, you've experienced so many markets, public, private. You are CFO of a very substantial group. What's your feeling about financing? Is it over-regulated? If you didn't have the size that you represent through your position, would it have been tougher to get things done? Is it harder to convince Anne-Christine to finance you? Do you have to be more accountable than you used to be? What's your feeling?
Well, many thanks for having me. I'm not sure if the mic is... Yeah. Can you hear me?
No, I think it's better.
Okay. Look, things have changed over the last decade or so. I think, you know, with the emergence also of the alternative capital providers, they have come in to perhaps, you know, fill in a gap. Fill in a gap from traditional banks exiting the sector. Clearly, for larger groups, it makes it easier for lenders to be comfortable and secure credit approvals for the transactions, because it's easier for them to show that there is a track record, both in terms of operational, financial, and, you know, more recently also the ESG performance of a particular group. So the traditional banks tend to sort of cover that part of the market very well. The alternative providers, on the other hand, they tend to focus more on non-recourse transactions, where they look at a particular asset. They do not rely on a corporate guarantee to get the lending approved.
Is your feeling that it's less regulated, so not over-regulated?
Correct, that is correct.
And therefore more efficient sometimes, if more expensive, of course?
It could be more efficient time-wise. They typically would have a shorter timeline for approval. Cost-wise, they would be, it would be expected to be more expensive. But then also, I think on the sustainability part, I feel that, you know, obviously it is primarily the banks that have been the signatories to the Poseidon principles. So obviously, initially, I think it was sort of, there was also a herd mentality, you know, since X, Y, Z are part of the Poseidon principles, you know, we also need to join, otherwise we are singled out in the market, you know, in a negative context. But that can also have some, you know, some adverse effects on loan availability. So, for example, there is this trajectory that the portfolio of the participating banks needs to achieve certain targets. There's a path to 2050. And I think the banks have, in the last couple of years, they have realized that it's quite aggressive. And they are trying to keep up with those numbers. And that sometimes can lead to decisions which, you know, otherwise they would not be taking. So, for example, you are faced with a client that has a, you know, modern eco ship. Well, actually, in terms of the path, maybe it does not qualify with today's, so to say, point on this decreasing line of emissions. However, it is better to what the existing portfolio of the bank has on average for the vessels it's financing. So, you know, the banks have also, I mean, they would like to achieve the target, but maybe they also need to compromise and do the transactions that actually improve the existing portfolio rather than just decline the business and say, oh, this is not super efficient, but...
You use a key word, compromise. So
yes.
We now have a new US administration. And if we talk about compromises, that could be the order of the day. We never know, but we hear a number of things that are going to change. Some of them, I would say, for the better. But who are we to judge? We'll see. So, assuming that all of a sudden the US financial and banking market started being less regulated, so therefore Alexis would not have to give reports on a number of things, would not be held accountable. What pressure would it be on you, representing a European financial institution? Would you have to look at things from a different angle? Would you stay your course? What do you think could develop in the upcoming 1 or 2 years if we see a deregulation of financial services in the US?
I don't think that European financial institutions will change course. I think that the ecosystem that has developed here and also how the market is developing in Europe will not deviate from how it has developed so far. I think we've already seen in previous syndicates, for example, when American banks have been involved, that they have already back then been less stringent with certain aspects when it comes to ESG. And I think European banks are still a bit more afraid of greenwashing accusations. So I think, and also because the EU, or for example the IMO, they give certain points or certain regulations, I think European banks will stay on that course.
Even if Zefi turns 2 commitment letters down that you sent her, and you're trying to get her business. You believe you will
I think,
stick your gun out and not change, correct?
No, I think that even if, and I mean, we've seen it already that some of the US banks have stepped out of the net zero banking alliances recently. But I think that because most European banks and also a lot of Asian banks who are part of the Poseidon Principles, I don't think that everyone will step out of this commitment. So I think that the trajectory will be followed as is. I think there might be some small shifts maybe in terms of if you're on a syndicate and US banks are in that as well, that you might have to renegotiate certain aspects and you might not be able to implement everything to the fullest as you were used to. But I still think that European banks won't all of a sudden deviate from implementing certain ESG clauses in their transactions or strategies, because at least here, or for example, for us, sustainability is so much implemented in our strategy and in all aspects, from KYC processes to due diligence to also then the lending aspect, that this won't change all of a sudden because it's so much ingrained in the overall structure and in the mechanisms. And we, of course, we also have to report to the ECB. So if we're not compliant with what the ECB demands from us, then we're also in a squeeze.
Any contrarian view here? Anyone would like to agree or disagree?
No, Agile, I just want to add an additional, let's say, angle to this point. We were recently negotiating, we were on the side of the borrower, and we're trying to negotiate a specific clause. That was on sanctions, of course, but the issues are similar. The chartering department of the Shipping Company said, don't negotiate, we apply all of them. So it is not just the banks here, it's everyone that applies. There is what we say in law, opinio juris, that gradually it becomes a way of like an established law. And let me tell you, if let's say a US bank, let's say, withdraws or relaxes the regime, I think the risk there would be that it might end up with a lesser value security. If the ship is not able to approach European ports, Asian ports, because it is not compliant with ESG or with the sustainable principles and all of that, would the US bank be able to enforce a mortgage on a ship which is non-compliant? No.
I think the owner you spoke to might take a bit of a different view, and again, please, if a Capesize were making $120,000 a day versus what they're making today, maybe that could be an incentive to maybe cut a few corners here and there. I think a lot of what we're discussing might have to do with where we are today in the markets. I don't know, any views, any...
If I may, I think banks in the European Union wouldn't change their way of doing things, simply because what they are actually doing is incorporating the compliance with the laws and the regulations which are in place anyway for shipping. So, for example, when it comes to Poseidon principles or sustainability-linked loans, what the banks actually require in the terms we are drafting is compliance with the IMO objectives, okay? Or
it's just a reporting requirement. It's just a reporting requirement.
Reporting requirements,
so
yes.
It's a reporting requirement. There's nothing more to it.
Yes.
But so the question, yeah.
I think to the point, the earlier point about you know, whether I think it would be very adverse. There would be a very adverse impact if someone were to sort of quit the Poseidon principles, contrary to, I mean, I think in the US with the Net Zero Alliance, I think people, did not really notice or, paying attention to that. But I think for the Poseidon, I think because it has had more visibility, I think it would be more penalizing for someone to exit. But I wouldn't be surprised to see actually the trajectory change. So in our view, the decarbonization trend is set to continue, but I think there is room to adjust the pace, make it more realistic, So in that sense, perhaps, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see, also the target for the loan portfolio of the bank to sort of, be smoother than what has been announced. Because if every year they're coming out and saying, oh, we missed the target, and the other bank missed the, if most banks miss the targets, then at some point they will sit down together, I assume.
Yes, I agree. I don't believe
and they will,
it's due to the USA or to Trump's. It's simply because, as we say, ship owners, I think that they were the first, actually, that built and created all the criteria and the performances, and then the banks follows. So if we see that we cannot move forward with now the EU fuel maritime, for example, which we don't know how to apply, or we don't know who is going to pay, or the charters, then the ship owners, I believe, they have to change the KPIs, the performance, the criteria, and then the banks, they should adapt if they wish, of course, to keep. So it's not that they change and they do not follow the IMO. It's simply that's going to relax, as Alex says, the criteria and the targets, the KPIs. That's what I feel.
In ship financing, we talk a lot about overregulation, we talk about sustainability, and Yanis yesterday on the phone turned around to me and said, yes, but we don't talk enough about AI. And this is something dear to my heart, which I would like to raise during our panel discussion. So this is an opportunity for us to maybe visit something new in the ship finance sphere, AI, and how it will influence the discussions we will have maybe 3 or 5 years from now.
In my view, I think a lot. Right now, it is premature. It is not ready yet. However, there are platforms, and there are even big international law firms that they create their own platforms, creating specific sets of documents, and then you can put on the side the term sheet and say, listen, do I have compliance? And essentially produce the work of a junior associate. And this is how, I mean, overregulation is, I mean, for the lawyers, it's not, as Alexander said, it's not really overregulation, it's just a clause.
But
so
will it help you check your compliance?
Oh, for sure, because then you know which boxes you have to tick.
So therefore, Alexis won't be paying steep fees to you.
I agree. I agree.
And Zephy, they'll turn around
with the
and
exception,
say, this is AI generated, so why are you charging?
It is, with the exception that he may be paying higher fees just for the partners, because then you would need strategic advice and more global view, but you may not need groundwork that
so you're going to strategically be advising your clients on how to become more commercial, maybe, and not cut corners, but maybe take a more commercial read on some of the regulations, correct?
Absolutely. You will devote your time, instead of producing paper, to focus on the regulation, focus on the negotiating points, and I think it will provide a better service to the client, more sustainable, both in terms of costs, more efficient, but not right now. But in the next 5 years, I would say, even now some platforms do this. But I think in 5 years, the environment, and you will have more providers given this opportunity, you will see it more and more. And also the banks, and of course the borrowers will expect lower costs. But this goes also for the banks, not just for
I have to say, of course, there are
the
platforms. Actually, yesterday I searched in a platform a contract in Switzerland, according to Swiss law, not to Greek law so far, or to English law. And it was proved very efficient. But what Yanis says is a little bit discouraging. I think the teenagers, like my daughter, who is now sitting for exams for law school, to go to law school, because if she's waiting to become a partner, you know, she will not get paid.
You need the work, because there is also what they call AI hallucinations. So AI cannot do everything. But you need to have the materials and the knowledge in order to feed your, let's say, language model, as they call it, and then on the basis of that, so you need the knowledge. But I agree, and this is also my feeling, that for the younger lawyers, it may become more difficult the next 10 years. Not now. So I think for now,
those lawyers that are in law schools, I think they're still good. Maybe those that are still, around the age of 10, 11, so-so.
Borderline. Alexander, you
If
wanted
I
to
may, yes. I just wanted to mention that we have been looking into AI software and all that for a few years now. We have recently appointed in London a head of AI, who is basically working along with a number of partners and other lawyers, finding solutions to simplify things, make things easier when it comes to drafting and all that. So far, our experience is that all these tools and software which is available in the market is extremely expensive, much more expensive compared to what we pay to junior associates.
So, right now, for the moment, I agree. It is still not so cost efficient, but the tide will change as more, because it's a matter of...
Yes, when I've seen the numbers and, the zeros behind the proposal.
I agree.
You have not tested, so you don't know even the result.
The other thing I want to mention is that I'm not sure, at the moment, I don't think actually that these tools are working properly.
Yes.
We have been doing some testing. I was in the steering committee for that, and the end result was not where we expected it to be. Yeah.
But was it a good starting point?
It's a good starting point. It's an interesting starting point. You basically fill in a questionnaire instead of giving the term sheets to a junior lawyer to draft the first draft of the loan agreement, for example. You're filling in a questionnaire, and you end up with a document which you then need to check, and you spend a lot more time to correct it. So I'm not sure how efficient that is, unless, of course, in like the next 5 years, we see we have more software available, which actually does the work.
This is what we concluded as well. It is expensive and premature, but it's on the right way.
Okay. So
and it is on the right way.
Here to stay.
I would prefer a junior lawyer, to be honest, compared to AI.
We'll see. We can have the discussion in 5 years.
So if we wanted to leave some piece of advice to our audience in terms of making ship financing effective, efficient, and yet sustainable, what would be a wish list if we had a 2-3 year horizon of things that we would like to see change to help us all in our respective capacities become more effective?
I think that has been echoed already a couple of times today, but I think it's definitely collaboration between everyone involved. So that includes the ship owners, that includes policymakers, that also includes us as financial institutions. I think that there needs to be a stronger collaboration, because we all need to figure out together what the way forward is when it comes, for example, to alternative fuels. So I think once decisions are made, then we can also structure financings in a way more predictable way and say, these are the conditions, this is the fuel that we want to see, this is how we know an asset's going to develop under these fuels. So I think that will also help the sustainable financing going forward if we all figure out parts together and collaborate and see what's working in the industry and what's not. So I think that would definitely help. And I also think that, initiatives like the Poseidon Principles, but also other initiatives will become stronger, or at least I hope. And I hope that they also persist. And I think by that will also help to kind of path a way forward in terms of where's the industry heading.
Okay. Other feelings, wish lists?
And just a point which is a bit more on the regulatory front. I think there has been an increasing burden in terms of documentation, additional documents that need to be provided in the context of loan documentation as well. And I think it would be helpful if there was a sort of a more common list of requirements. So you get, everyone understands.
To get some uniformity.
Get some uniformity, because otherwise it sort of makes things more difficult for the borrowers. And linked to that also, which I think it's less of a European issue, but perhaps more for Middle Eastern or Asian borrowers. Again, a different treatment in terms of whether these documents need to be legalized or notarized by apostille or otherwise, and all this again creating additional inefficiencies. So in an age where we want to be relying more on electronic means of communication, and I mean that has also to do with potential also on the payment side. So there are things that have become, there are tools out there that can be used, and I think the banks need to sort of incorporate those in their workflows, and there is room to simplify matters.
To be honest, I don't believe that this will happen. I mean, every year you see that all the banks and all the governments and even the insurance companies, not only banks, all our stakeholders, they keep asking for different and more documentation. And of course, we see nowadays that even I think your bank, ABN, they're asking for notarization of documents and attestation. So this is something we all want, and personally myself, which I'm dealing with this every day, but I don't see that this will happen. I hope that at least all the banks, they have the proper guidelines, they have the training, so they can easily understand what the clients provide, so they don't come up with more questions. And I think that the banks needs to be transparent and to have also all the governance ESG principles apply.
I guess what I can wish for is for the documentation not to exceed 250 pages, because obviously, it adds a lot of work for everyone.
For the environment,
we have to work on the basis of LMA precedents these days. The LMA always keeps updating the precedents and putting up.
Remain relevant. Yeah.
Try to remain relevant and include more and more provisions in the documents. Fees remain the same for the past like 10, 15 years, whereas the volume of work increases. So I hope there is a balance there.
Alexander and Yannis, sorry, why the banks keep asking for hard copies? Because I think that the borrowers, they don't want the hard copies of the loan documentation. So we have the electronic versions. Why we have to sign all these 120 pages and print and have the Bible? So.
Well, I guess we only sign on the last page, so it's
but
not.
Still we print. I mean, that's why it's paper.
On that front, unless we have any other words of wisdom to share, I'd like to turn to the audience and see, is there anything that is on your minds that you'd like to ask our panel members, things you feel strongly about? Okay, well, then thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies on the front. Εδώ. Είμαστε, χωράμε. Χωράμε. Ευχαριστούμε και εμείς. Δεν σε ταλαιπώρησα. moving on, may I please introduce Mrs. Asimakopoulou to our audience.
Hello, and thank you for the invite. I'm Semiramis Asimakopoulou, representing Signal, and today we will present the annual 2024 market review that we did. Maria, my colleague, working as a market analyst with us, has prepared the presentation, but she was not here today to present it, so I will do that on her behalf. So, talking about the market, I mean, we heard a lot about finance and emissions and geopolitical shifts. So I'll go through 4 things. Geopolitical shifts and how the world that we're in today has a direct impact on freight. The fleet dynamics, how the fleet is growing over time. We look at some trade patterns focusing on supply and demand. And at the end, we look at ship prices and if the ship prices are here to stay. We'll start with geopolitical shifts. And this presentation was done before Trump's speech. So, I mean, we all know that shipping, fortunately or unfortunately, survives and pivots around bad events. So, and we had many of those the last few years. So, of course, like the stability of the market depends a lot on how of these events will continue. So, looking at, for example, Suez Canal as an example, looking at what Trump said about Panama Canal the last few days, the sanctions on Russia and the trading pattern changes across Russia, Ukraine, and China and India, they all have a direct impact on the market. And typically, the market benefits from these bad events. So uncertainty highly depends, and freight highly depends on uncertainty. I'll use this as an example, just to show how the market reacts fast in this type of events. So here we look at Suez crossings for tankers and dry, and how we have seen a massive reduction of Suez crossing over time. Of course, vessels still cross the Suez Canal, but there is a significant percent of the fleet that goes around to the Cape of Good Hope. Of course, this means more ton miles, therefore longer voyages, and a reduction in the fleet that is available to trade. These events happen immediately often, and they often stay for quite some time. So they are not the same between tankers and dry, but you see that the reduction, especially in certain months, certain periods, it goes more than 50%. So these things happen quite fast, so it's not something that will go away straight away. Supply and fleet dynamics is what often determines the market, and I think that's what has kept the dry market low. We see here a straight line. It's funny if something has drawn it. This is based on actual numbers. And as other panelists have said, the worrying effect of the aging fleet is something that it's also there. We see that in 2024, the average dry fleet has grown by half a year, let's say, compared to the year before, but 2.5 years compared to 2020. Similar numbers we see for tankers. So clearly the fleet is increasing and the average age is going up, which means that what we hear about decarbonization and what we also heard from other panels doesn't really have an impact on scrapping activity. Old vessels find their trade, find their way to operate within this market. And this eventually, I mean, especially if sanctions go away, it will have a bad effect on the market. So looking in detail on dry bulk, there has been very limited scrapping activity. And it looks like the segment that will be hit the most is the Supramax segment. If you see here, in 2025 and 2026, we expect more than 100 vessels per year being delivered on the Supramax segment. That's probably not good news for the market, especially if the old fleet, as we saw earlier, keeps finding its way to operate, and this is tolerated in the market. When we look at tankers, we see similar trends, and the segment that seems to be the most impacted is Aframaxes. So in 2025, as you see here, we expect more than 50 deliveries on Aframaxes, and the same for 2026. So both tankers and dry see a significant increase in terms of the fleet size. Looking at demand and ton miles, the dry market actually, when we look at Capes, typically the larger segment determines how the freight market performs. Demand has been kind of okay, so it's not 2024 dark gray line compared to 2023. We've seen decent demand, but the market towards the end of the year should have recovered, and it didn't really. I personally think that it was more driven by sentiment and Chinese economic slowdown than by fundamentals. Supply and demand was balanced, and I'll show you another graph in a bit. But when we look at tankers, though, demand for tankers, and looking specifically at larger dirty tankers, has gone down, and that had a direct effect on rates. If you see the blue line, second graph, is ton miles for ton days. Actually, it's more or less the same. Ton days is a better signal, let's say, because it also has congestion and duration at ports in the equation. So ton days have gone down, and the rates have also gone down. So I am less optimistic personally on the tanker side. And when you look supply and demand together, and I'll focus again on the larger segments, Capes and VLCCs, if you look at this little graph here, the number of ballasters, meaning the number of available ships for C3, that is the main route for Capes, currently it's really high, but actually around December, early Jan, the market should have recovered. And when you look at supply versus demand, this is the graph in the middle, the market is quite okay. It has some potential, and it's not as undersupplied as somebody would think. As oversupplied. Oppositely, on VLCCs, the market is really oversupplied. So while this week and last week we've seen a big spike, I don't know if you follow the tanker market, but lots of vessels got sanctioned, and therefore the VLCC market really went up. This is this little red spike here. But it feels like this is more driven by sentiment and the fact that people were worrying what will happen with these vessels coming out of the market, at least from the normal trades. But actually, the market is oversupplied. So here we see the graph in the middle. It's almost the opposite compared to the previous one. So again, a bit of a validation that the fundamentals for the tankers market, especially looking at larger vessels, they're not that optimistic. So with this situation, so basically lots of vessels being delivered, and the older ships finding their way to operate, to find niche trades, niche voyages, niche charterers. That means that the scrapping activity most probably will not increase in the few years to come. So that tells us that ship prices have potentially a risk to not be sustained. So when we look at ship prices, what has happened over the last few years is that we've seen an increase. Here is an example, a Cape example. It's a 2020 build, just as an illustration. And we see an increase in on the price of the vessel, and that has been relatively significant from 2022 onwards. Similarly, for a VLCC, again, 2020 built, Japanese built, I think, what we see, Japanese. What we see here is, again, an increase. With this market as it is, and the fundamentals being, as we discussed before, not significant increase in ton miles, a high number of deliveries in the coming years, the logical thing that somebody would think of is that in the next years to come, we should see pressure on the ship prices. These prices, they don't seem very sustainable for the near future. So to conclude, and I'm trying to do this faster because I know that we've taken more time, the global fleet growth has been significant, and a lot of orders have been there. The dry bulk segment seems to be driven a lot by the Chinese economy and a lot of sentiment around the demand from China, both for coal and iron ore. Also, coal has been very interesting the last few years. There has been new trading patterns that has allowed to, for example, Indonesia to deliver coal into China. The tankers market has had big fluctuation, and we haven't seen in 2024, typically Q4 is always a good quarter, we haven't seen the freight rate increase that we typically expect. And rebounding refined product demand depends a lot on geopolitical shifts. Geopolitical shifts, of course, is one of the main drivers. If suddenly the Suez Canal opens as before and all vessels, including, let's say, the oil major vessels, start going through, that will have a direct decrease on the voyage days for like normal voyages that cross the Suez Canal, and therefore a direct decrease on ton days and ton miles. So monitoring closely these geopolitical events, understanding what the impact will be. Trump pretty much said that he will put tariffs to everybody, including China, including Europe. I think only Australia is out and safe. He talked about Panama Canal. How this thing will play, typically we'll see new trading patterns, new flows from different countries. And most of the time, these have, at least at the beginning, before the market stabilizes, a direct effect on freight rates. So not super optimistic looking at the graphs that we saw earlier, especially on the tankers market, which is the one actually that we are in Signal more heavily. But the dry bulk market is more balanced in terms of supply and demand. I would like to thank you. For the ones that do not know Signal, we are a group of 3 companies: Signal Maritime, a shipping company; Signal Ocean, a technology company that delivers the data that we show here; and Signal Ventures, an investment arm that focuses on startups within the shipping and commodity space. Always here to welcome any questions and any data inquiries that you might have. Thank you very much, and thanks to Maria for preparing the graphs. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation today. Slide2Open. Actually, it's my 3rd year coming here.
There you go.
And I'm enjoying a lot. And I hope the audience will enjoy our today's conversation.
Thank you for joining, representing a successful 2nd-generation business.
Thank you very much.
You've managed to grow it, to modernize it. You continue modernizing.
Yes.
So, and you're doing that during correcting times in the dry bulk market. So, yes. What does it feel these days to be operating a modern fleet in a market that is seeing...
Not so good, eh?
Not so. It's not terrible, but it doesn't give you a thrill.
Actually, we have already starting to put new buildings sold on the dry sector, dry deals, since 2021. We have already placed 15 new buildings. We have already received the 4 new buildings in Amura 2024, and we're expecting 10 to 11 new buildings to come on the next 3 years. I'm always a big fan of building new ships on Japanese shipyards, mainly only in Japanese shipyards, on the best quality shipyards in Japan, because the dry bulk ships, they are very competitive there. They are very fuel efficient, and we are always using conventional fuel.
And good yards don't accept anyone. They accept the better.
Yes. Japanese has more loyal ship owners, and we are investing from handy up to Capesize. So we're expecting to have 8 Supramax, Ultramax, and 2 Capesize for 2028. Also, we are using only conventional fuel because we don't know which fuel will prevail. Will be ammonia, will be LNG, or will be methanol. But it's not easy when you are ordering a vessel to choose which one of these, because these new engines, the dual fuel engines, it will cost 10 to 12 million more, and you're not sure if you find the fuel, which fuel will prevail in the future. So what is the point?
You don't build your ship alternative fuel?
No, we do conventional. I'm still doing conventional. Even for 2028 or 2029, we are still doing unconventional fuel. These ships are burning 40% less fuel in the market. We having now, just to give you a small example so the audience could understand the big difference, is that we are burning 12 at 12. Sometimes my operating people mixing with the fuel and the consumption. So we have 12 tons at 12 on London position, which is fantastic results. You cannot deny such a nice results. I'm very competitive with these ships, and during the crisis, our ships are the first to be chartered.
Do you manage to negotiate better terms with your banks because you are Mr. Sustainable?
Yes, I'm always doing better because the banks, the hull insurance and the P&I, they like to have new buildings. Now, they don't pay much of attention which fuel are you using, but if they say a company with 15 new buildings coming for the 2028, they want to do a deal with us, and we're getting very, very good terms.
So you're finding the benefits there. So good for you. Correcting market.
Yes.
Is it the time to invest? Maybe, not yet. First of all, think of the geopolitical challenges around us. What goes on in your mind?
This is a very good...
You drive home in the evening.
Okay.
What are all these thoughts?
Okay, this is a very good question. I'm a big fan of new buildings on the dry sector. And the reason is that now, as we see the crisis now for the last 3 months, our fixtures have dropped almost 60 to 70% below what we used to fix. For the last 2 weeks, we're fixing below our break-even points on dry ships. But the good thing for that I'm cautiously optimistic about the dry market for the next future, because I see the people start scrapping. They will start thinking of scrapping. For the last 2 years, as the market was very healthy and on very good rate, nobody was thinking scrapping. But the good news that I see last week, 4 to 5, 76,000 Kamsarmax, the LME, all the LMEs, they already approached to Bangladesh to be scrapped. So if the market continues, this bad market continues for the next 4 to 5 months, I see that people will start thinking seriously to go for scrapping. And from 1st of July, there is the new Hong Kong Convention, which the shipyards need to have the new eco-friendly in order to accept to make scrap, which if the people will wait the scrapping, after 6 months, definitely the price of scrap will come down. So I'm thinking, and I'm very, I believe that the owners with old ships, they have to think of scrapping with these rates.
So on the one hand, owners will scrap.
Yes, for sure.
But do you...
There's no any other option. Fixing vessel 1,000 or zero, or only bunkers, because we have reached only bunkers in these days that we're talking. I think people will start thinking seriously of scrapping.
But do you think many of your fellow ship owners will go to the yards in Korea, in Japan, and China and order ships because the order book is still relatively low, and therefore they see an opportunity to order at better prices, more fuel-efficient ships? What do you think?
Yes, I think people will start, first of all, they need to sell the old tonnage. First of all, they need to sell on second hand or scrapping. Thereafter, the only opportunities with the new regulations which are coming is to invest on the new ships. I don't see any other opportunity in the market. Now, some people are buying 10 years, 15 years old. I think this is a wrong move for me, because you invest in very old design engines, tier 1, phase 1, which is 20 years old design, and I don't think with this vessel will be competitive. The main issue, in order to be successful on the dry bulk, you need to have competitive ships. Otherwise, I don't think you can sustain in this competitive market. Because how you can compete my handy size, which are burning 12 at 12. Whatever I'm fixing on the 15 years old ship, I'm 4,000 better due to the consumption. So it's very important. And people, they start to realize that, but it takes time.
So Drydale doesn't go for 5-year-old modern ships, only if it's a huge opportunity. Otherwise, you prefer to go and build another ship.
Yes, we prefer to go and invest in new technologies, a new design, a very competitive vessel. You need to be competitive in this high competitive market, only with a good and quality ships on the dry sector.
So how does it feel to be Drydale and be facing geopolitical uncertainties, challenges?
Do many of these challenges help shipping? Many times they do. Today, what do you feel? Obviously, the market is not good, but generally speaking, are you concerned, or do you think we might be nearing the end of many of the more intense challenges we've seen in the last 2-3 years?
Yes, I'm a bit worried because the market has dropped a lot. I told you 60 to 70%, but everybody is worried about the new tariffs, which are coming from the new US president. And actually, today and last week, there was increased tariffs in Canada, in Mexico, in China by 10%. So everybody is waiting to see. And on the dry sector, when we see a bit, people are worried very easily because we carry raw materials. So when the country sees that there is no clear future, what will happen, they stop importing things. So when they stop importing things, the first thing is not to import raw materials, and they're using their own stock. As you know, China has 150 million tons of iron ore. So they say we need to see what will happen with the new policy, and thereafter we'll decide. That's why we are facing such bad market. But I'm cautiously optimistic about the 2026. I believe, first of all, that the first 6 months of this year will be very bad. We will keep fixing our ships below break-even. But I'm cautiously optimistic about 2026 because we see a clear picture of the dry market, and people will start thinking seriously of scrapping. We need to scrap a lot of older ships. And one other thing which I would like to say, and I keep saying that, IMOs will stop operating more than 25 years old ships. In order to reduce the CO2 emission, I don't find it correct a new vessel burning 40%, and next to me to be a vessel with a 25 years old, which is burning 3 times or 4 times more CO2 emission. It's like a car. Do you drive a car 20 or 25 years old in the roads? No, nobody is doing so. I don't find any reason having old ships. We have to stop trading the older ships above 20 years old, to stop giving classification society papers to do that in order to sustain on this green environment. Otherwise, why to have all the ships which are burning huge emissions in this market?
I think a lot of it has to do with business choices, because there are people who have made good returns operating older ships, but there are people like yourselves who are making...
Yes, but this is not old story anymore. With the new regulations cannot sustain anymore. I think with the new right ship inspections, which are getting very, very tough, the new regulations, the increase of the hull insurance, when they see old ships, they always give much more premiums on the older ships. With this market, I don't find any reason to give this, to still running old ships, which the OPEX will be 2 times more from the new ships, as you can imagine. So I think they have to put a stop on these old ships anymore. Just go on the new technologies with much less CO2 emissions.
Well, then we can only wish you good luck in showing your modern face.
Modern face, for sure, okay.
You're optimistic about 2026. That's only 11 months away, and maybe after the summer...
Yes, after the summer...
improving markets, but...
Okay, yes. And actually, we have also we have 4 new offices. We have Singapore, Dubai, we just Brazil, and 1 month ago we opened in Houston. As you know, I'm very close with the cargo operators and cargo owners. My operating office now, we have 4 offices, branch offices, and 1 office, head office in Greece. We are very close on the cargo bookings. We are doing almost 5 million tons of cargo. We utilize these cargoes for our own ships and to our time charter in ships, because we are doing a very good level of operating. We have 25 ships on long-term time charter ships. We have 12 of our ships, so we are controlling 40 ships in this market. But as I'm always saying, on the dry bulk, the cargo is the king.
So you're well hedged with cargoes as well?
I'm well hedged on the cargoes.
You have the knowledge.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing some words with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Angelos, for the invitation. I'm very proud to be here, and I will be looking to see you next year also,
and good luck
on a better market.
2025. But
For
we'll
sure.
see each other before next.
For sure, for sure. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you.
Okay. Ευχαριστώ πολύ, Άγγελε. Άντε.
Να δώσουμε τα χέρια. I'm not very good with introductions, so may I please call George Laius on the floor to introduce his panel and guide us through another interesting discussion. Thank you.
Good evening to all. When Despina called me and she told me the topic of this panel, I said, oh, what a nice idea. When she then told me the actual panel members, I said, oh, what a nice mix of interesting people. When she sent the CVs of these people, I said, oh my God, there are so many things that these guys have done, so I need a day to ask them questions. So thank you, Despina. Thank the organizers for giving me the chance to present a panel, a shipping panel that will not discuss about shipping. So without any further ado, I will present the panel, the speakers of the panel. So I call to the floor Irini Veniamis, principal of Be Wise. Then I call Mr. Theocharis Terzis, Director of Queensway Navigation, CEO of VesselTech. Then is John Theodorakis, Principal of Swisschem Gas. And last but not least, I took two of his 4 or 5 titles. Dimitris Kokinis, Captain Dimitris Kokinis, Founder and CEO of Proteus Social Innovation and Development, Insurance Claims and Cruise Engagement Manager, United Overseas Management. So, okay, I will start with the lady of the panel. Irini, creativity in unrelated fields can often inspire innovation. How has your passion for cooking, yes, you heard well, for cooking and other creative outlets influenced your leadership in shipping?
Hello, thank you for the question and thank you for inviting me here today. I would say that the chef school, Le Cordon Bleu, was actually instrumental in helping me build a career in shipping. Think about it. My learning how to cook impressive and delicious meals was surely the quickest way for me to marry a ship owner. In all seriousness, I look back on the course and I see significant parallels between the high caliber of the cooking course and with our industry. After my higher education, I graduated university and completed my studies, my business studies, went on to complete the course of Gramenos in shipping, trade, and finance, and then pursued my passion in law and obtained an LLM. And yet, I can promise you that I encountered the most aggressive competition at Le Cordon Bleu. Fellow aspiring chefs would refuse to share notes amongst themselves, never shared tools or ingredients, and sometimes unpurposely would sour your dish when you were looking the other way. Le Cordon Bleu was truly an eye-opening experience, which prepared me for a competitive zero-sum world of shipping. Le Cordon Bleu was predominantly male-dominated. I found myself with only 2 other female classmates in a group of 30 students. This was my experience of such a skewed demographic, and it's not unlike in the shipping world, and evidently today. The hours were painfully long, and you had to dig deep through the day. Part of our assessment was required to make a dish with limited ingredients, limited time, and limited tools. On occasion, it seemed artificially punitive when, for instance, a French school would not allow you to use butter as a main ingredient. But you had to adapt, you had to be creative, you had to think on your feet in order to overcome this hurdle. Again, I find myself in such predicament every day in my office. Actually, the parallels go on, and I don't want to bore you with any more of this but I believe it's suffice to say that this rigorous and competitive cooking course served me well in more ways than one.
Okay, very interesting indeed. So, Harry, question for you. Greek shipping is renowned for its adaptability. Can you share a creative solution you or your company found to a shipping challenge?
Yeah. Obviously, there are no, extremely innovative solutions that no one has ever think about it before, or you are the only one that you are doing. So what you try to do is to just look into the available options that you have, options that they are actually feasible, and you try to adapt with what is available in the market and what you foresee that this will be the future of shipping. So what we have been doing in our company, at least, is we are not just looking into the options. We do believe that the shipping will be transformed in technology-wise. So we are investing a lot in technology. We are investing not only in terms of using technology tools, but we have actually shifted the company towards a technology future. So we invest we have a new branch that we invest on new technologies. And we do believe that technology will be the key in the future. Vessels and the way that the ship managers are operating is changing day by day. And we believe that if typical traditional Greek shipping company, which usually we are small to medium companies, we want to survive against the big entities, the big managers, etc., we need to give to our company a competitive edge. And for us, competitive edge would go through technology. We believe that technology is basically equalizes the odds that we have to compete with the big entities. So whatever has to do with platforms, a way to improve the performance monitoring of the fleet, inventories that we can now monitor electronically, and we are doing a pilot project to monitor everything electronically, and other things that they give us competitive advantage in terms of securing our stores, provisions, etc. We use everything, and we try to be in the edge of the technology. This is what we do at the moment.
Okay. Now, John, Swisschem Gas has managed to put itself amongst the handful LPG traders worldwide. Can you tell us more about Swisschem Gas and the journey of the company to today and your plans for the future?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all, for having us here. Just a brief introduction for those who don't know us. Swisschem Gas is an international LPG trading company focusing in the VLGC sector. We buy physical cargoes, charter in vessels to move them, and deliver them to our customers, predominantly lifting out of the US and exporting into the Far East. And we do a lot of hedging and paper trading behind that to manage our risk. At the moment, we're trading about 3 million tons per year with a revenue of $1.5 billion. We have 10 vessels on time charter, of which one is owned by ourselves. And we charter another 3 to 4 vessels on the spot market every month. There is one, just to frame it into perspective, our background as a group, as a company, is in shipping. And the reason we've decided to trade LPG and not any other commodity is that LPG is the only commodity where shipping and trading go so much hand in hand. LPG is a byproduct of oil and gas, which you cannot store unless you liquefy it in very cold temperatures, so there's no wide storage available. And so the balancing of the market is happening through ships. And that's where the expertise of shipping is the biggest asset an LPG trader can have, as opposed to other commodities where you need upstream production, you need storage, you need distribution, and so on. In LPG, the most important asset is shipping, and that's why we've expanded into LPG trading. It's not the first. Swisschem Gas has been around for over 20 years. It came through the acquisition of Swiss Marine acquiring Quantichem, a major LPG trader in the 1980s and 1990s. That was done back in 2000. All the activities merged in Athens until 2006, 2007. when the book started becoming too risky and everything was wound down, and we restarted the company in 2016. So it's been effectively 8 full years of trading so far with the second revision of Swisscom Gas. It's been a very challenging market at the beginning and a very hard market after that, and now we're back to a more normalized one. What we've done is, having grown the book and being a significant trader based in Athens that dictates and manages a very big book of LPG positions, there is one benefit that, looking into the future, that LPG has a very green feature, green specification to it. So it is effectively a transition fuel, which has a big edge into developing markets, and we think that the LPG market has potential to grow further. And looking further out in the future, there is also the play with ammonia, which is a close cousin of LPG, let's say. Ammonia is carried on similar vessels with LPG, and as the energy transition kicks on, which might not happen as fast as we thought a year ago, we do expect ammonia to become another energy commodity that will be traded on and will have similar features to LPG, where we will look to expand into.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Dimitri, from your time at sea to leading social innovation projects, how's your maritime experience influenced your leadership and problem-solving approach?
Thank you very much for your question. Just a background for people who do not know, because it's not very advertised. My involvement with social innovation projects started back in 2009, and it's basically a thing between perception and reality. When I was still working at the family business in Golden Destiny back in 2009, I had a realization that, I'm from the island of Andros, so everybody expects that Andros is a shipping island and all that stuff. Until we made a small donation to the Maritime High School of Andros. And we realized that at that point, there were only 12 kids in the 3 years of the high school, first, second, and third grade. So it was a big shock between the perception of what a maritime island is and what is the reality. And this commenced a journey of a deep dive down the rabbit hole of shipping and operations and all that. So from being in an office in Piraeus, dealing with sell and purchase and commercial aspects and finance and all that stuff, suddenly you go down on the field and you see what's going on. So since then, Proteus Social Innovation Development started as an initiative to as a professional orientation program for kids in the island, and then soon it expanded in focusing on the field more and more, and looking at the ships, what's going on the ships, the communication gap between the office and the ships, and all that. That led me leave the family business, go back on the ships, sail on different types of ships to acquire knowledge of what is going on in the field. So it was like a personal investment of myself to see what is really going on and try to see how we can bridge that communication gap, which led now the Proteus Social Innovation Development being a company that deals with regional insular economic development based on the regenerative principles of the Capital Institute, with sail training, tall ship sail training program in cooperation with Norwegian tall ships, focusing in promoting maritime culture with the Aegean Maritime Museum, preserving traditional boats, and basically going on the field and focusing on the kids at the same time while sailing at sea, to see how we can bridge the gap and bring the seafarers and the understanding of the seafarers closer to what we see in the office. Because nowadays, like more and more people are focusing on the commercial and the financial side of things, and the operational side of things has been stuck in a model of, let's say, of the 80s and the 90s. So there hasn't been a lot of focus there. From that, it led various different projects, and coming to now and working back in the shipping industry with United Overseas Management, we still try to do innovative projects on the ships to improve crew engagement, because having third-party managers, you need to be closer to the crews. You need to bridge that gap between the ship and the owners again. So just to conclude this initial question you did, I think that it's the focus on the people and the understanding that people are the ones who produce the work. We may charter the vessels at good rates, we may buy good ships and all that stuff, but unless we have the people to run the operation, unless we see that the ship is a factory that's producing the work of transporting goods by sea with an efficient way, with the least possible off-hires, least possible claims and accidents and all that stuff, then that's what maximizes also the returns. So people is the key, I think.
I guess we all agree. And Irini, your career blends shipping with passions for art and real estate as well.
Yes.
How do these creative pursuits influence your decision-making and your overall professional mindset?
To be honest, the dry market is recently out of its historical bull run, and the tanker sector appears to be continuing its rally with a lesser steam. So my point is that most ship owners over the past few years have built a considerable real estate and art portfolio. For better or worse, the ship owners usually diversify their portfolio in that manner. So it's far from me to be suggesting how to invest and help our mindsets. I can, however, suggest, share with you two quick inspirations from the art and real estate market that I believe has served me well into the shipping market as well. The first is that the value of the art is both sentimentally driven and subjective. So while you might be a professional investor in art, unless you really like the piece, you don't buy it. You follow your instinct. Art prices are volatile, and the market of the art market might move away. So at least you have the personal gratification that you like what you've purchased. And if you stick your guns down, and usually the market will change, and your decision of buying that initial thing will eventually make your piece valuable again. How does this relate into shipping? And trust your instinct. Do not fall into the temptation of doing what the market is saying. Analyze on your own, come to a conclusion, and then, of course, you pay attention on what people are saying, but do not follow. You have to come to your own conclusion. For instance, if you have an art enthusiast that has come down with some money, and you have an art broker that pressures you to purchase an up-and-coming artist, so be it. You will make your own judgment. You will follow your own instinct. As far as the real estate is concerned, real estate have absurd high taxes. You have corporate tax, you have dividend tax, you have profit tax, you have NFIA. It seems as if the state is partnering with you in your investment. Except when things turn sour, then you're on your own. You have contractors that will rip you off, budgets, and timelines which are meaningless. And to be honest, when you're in Greece, it doesn't really make sense in investing in real estate when you have shipping as an alternative. And yet we're all drawn into it, and we chase the 2 to 3% of yield. Why? Because bricks and mortar are tangible, and they do depreciate much less faster than our vessels. So there is a preeminence of this structure, the homes we buy. We can visit them, we can live in them. Perhaps in our way, we ensure the continuity. Well, consider the mindset that you want to build in your corporate culture and your office. Your employees want to feel home, permanent, not a volatile craziness or fluctuating mood. So my two reflections from art and real estate is, one, trust your instinct and do not simply follow, and build your employees' culture in that way that they can call it home, because in that way they will give you 110% of themselves at work.
This is a really nice view. I haven't thought about it, to be honest. You know, I recently bought a piece of art, so I will think about this like, yeah. So, Harry, as part of a second-generation shipping family, how do you balance upholding tradition while bringing fresh ideas and innovation to the company?
Yeah. With, I don't know, a lot of patience, for starters. I mean, I have been one of the blessed, let's say, people in this industry, because I had a father who was very open, and he was very willing to accommodate, let's say, all this transition into the second generation. And as far as I know, because it happens to know the guys in the panel, they are the one, also some of the ones that they are very lucky. However, this is not always the case, and except from that, it's always tricky to have at the same company, on different levels, it doesn't matter, people from the old generation and the new generation. I think that everything starts from respect. You need to respect them. You need to understand that they have gone through a very long career that you don't have. They have been through experiences that you don't have. They do have something to offer on the table, and you need to find out what exactly they have to offer on the table and take the maximum out of them. You should never expect that they will act the way that you are thinking or you are acting. You cannot ask from a 60-year-old ex-chief engineer to be completely on top of the PMS, of an electronic PMS. You can never do that. So you need to be realistic of the expectations that you have from the old generation and try to take the maximum that you can. If you are able to combine the two things, I believe that magical things can happen. I mean, an experience from an old guy and the old generation of ship management together with the new guys, that they bring the technology, the fast thinking, the fast reaction. I think you can do amazing things if you combine those two things.
Yeah. Thank you for that. John, physical commodity trading, although has a strong shipping element, is not often the path for diversification of shipping companies. What are the challenges you face, and how do you overcome them? What would your advice be for other people looking to establish an operating desk, such an operating desk?
Don't do it.
I mean, pretty much that would be that would be my conclusion. But I mean, we're seeing overall, taking a step back, and we're looking at the major trading houses. They're leveraging more and more their presence into shipping. So we're seeing the opposite direction. We're seeing big trading houses becoming big ship owners. We've seen that evidently in LPG for the reasons I mentioned earlier, and the link between cargo and ships, but we're seeing it in many other commodities as well. So everybody's starting to see the value of ships and what the volatility that comes out of it. When it comes to Swisscom Gas and setting everything up, and I'll focus only on the version that I've been through, which is the refounding of, let's say, 2016. There is one big challenge with the it's trading market and it's LPG, so it's a very closed market with very high barriers to entry. The sector we're trading in is dominated by all the major trading houses, the Vitos, the Trafiguras, the Mercuries, and so on. All the oil majors, Shell, BP, Chevron, Exxon, and then you have the national oil companies, ADNOC, Aramco. So for a tiny ship owner, Greek ship owner, getting into this space, it's obviously a very big ask to be accepted. And it helped a lot that we had the history from before. So a lot of the relationships were in place to enable us to do that. But then it also takes a big effort to KYC with every single person and trust you that you're going to deliver the cargo to them on time and on spec and with no surprises. So it takes time to build that track record and trust with everyone in the industry, because it's a small space, and one mistake will ruin your reputation. It's also equally difficult with the banks, I think, we saw it was challenging, especially back in 2016-17 when we established all our credit lines. Trade finance is not known in Greece, so trade finance banks out of Geneva, they look at you like an alien, especially with the brand that Greece had on itself back in the days. And then there are also obstacles in terms of the procedure requirements. You need to have we're executing 20 to 40 trades a day, and we need a system to monitor those, and the banks also want to know that we're monitoring that. And that is a very expensive and tedious exercise that thankfully we've had experience in the family that from a development perspective, and we build our own tools. So that's a big edge that we have. So overall, the barriers to entry are significant in this market, and it takes a long time to overcome them. A second big challenge that I would see, and this has to do a lot with being in Greece, is building a solid team. And comparing to shipping, in shipping, your assets are your vessels, and whatever happens, you know that you have your ships there. In trading, your assets are the people. You don't really have more assets than that. And being in Greece means that you need to find people that want to get into trading, and there's a very limited talent pool. You have to bring people from abroad, train them and build them up here, and that is a huge investment to make. So that also takes time. And hopefully I would like to inspire more people to get into building trading, operating or trading platforms, because that means that the talent pool, similar to shipping, should grow over time in Greece. And a third big obstacle, a big challenge, I would say, and I think that is the most important one, it's a very, very different mentality to shipping. Irini painted a very good picture of what it feels like to be going through buying an asset and holding on to it, and then until the market improves. So it's a more static business from a commercial perspective compared to trading, where everything that you have on your book you need to question every day, every hour. So as a ship owner, you have two things to play with. You buy or you sell your ship, or you time charter it out for a long duration or a short duration. In trading, you can charter in, you can charter out the same day, you can buy and sell a cargo the same day, you can open and close your hedges, and you have a lot more things to do. And you're expected to make money year in, year out, as opposed to shipping, where you accept the reality that you're not going to be making money every year, or at least healthy returns. So that mentality, that thing with trading is that's so much more complicated, and I found it so difficult to to kind of cultivate that mentality in a shipping group, where we look at things simplified, and suddenly you have a P&L and exposures that are much more dynamic, and they change throughout the day, and you're expecting them to change throughout the day. That's very difficult. And I do see a lot of people that try to get into trading FFAs and other derivatives. It's not as simple as, like, I have a feeling that May is going to go up and I'll buy 7,000, 8,000 a day. It's a lot more complicated than that, and you have to make it more complicated than that to make the maximum return with minimum risk. So I think that's the most difficult part, and all of that takes time, really, and persistence in building that.
I'm stressed. Really? Stop. Okay. Dimitri, your work in environmental and social initiatives is, I would say, at least inspiring. How do you think shipping companies can balance business goals with creating a positive societal impact?
I think it is it's a matter of, let's say, consciousness and strategy, in a sense. It's how we view wealth. I mean, I think we have to see wealth more holistically. If we see wealth holistically and focus on value-based management, then I think that the shift can happen faster. I do not think regulations are the way to go. And I think, as I stated before, I mean, my main interest is people. So from the ESGs on the social and environmental and governance, I think the S part, the social element of it, which is the people, is the most important thing, but it's the least sexy in the sense that it does not create technologies to create more businesses and all that stuff. So it is the infrastructure, the people is the infrastructure, and the social aspect is the infrastructure to continue and maintain the know-how that we have, to grow people for the tasks that we want them, whether it's trading or technology or cooking or everything. So focusing on the people, I think, is very important. And I think it's just shifting the consciousness towards a more holistic approach to what wealth is. Is it a short-term gains approach? What is the bottom line? Are we just looking to make money? That's fine. Are we looking to make money that is sustainable or regenerative, that can take us into the future, that can take us to the future generations? Are we building a stage for future generations to have a growth or an expansion without the barriers of the past? I think this is the key, to see wealth holistically and start living, investing based on living systems approach, a more regenerative approach. So going beyond sustainability, understanding what are the elements of your business. And I think to reach that point is just to see where the obstacles are. I mean, like when you start removing obstacles, you see that organically we would do the right thing anyways. And there's a lot of companies here in Greece that are very inspiring, like Mr. Fafalios that was speaking before. It's a company that has lasted over generations, a conservative company which investing in people, investing in the know-how of the business, transferring the know-how. There's a lot more companies like that, but I think it's all about seeing it holistically.
So may I say that your motto is, let's redefine wealth? A new definition of wealth.
Yeah, let's understand what exactly we're doing. Let's understand where the value is on what we do, because the value is not only making money here, because we experience a very positive, let's just say, environment here in Greece with the taxation system and all that stuff. But we have faced lately that a lot of companies are required from the Union of Greek Shipowners to put more European Union flags. That's why also Mr. Rupas has, with the Portuguese flag, a lot more clients. This is an outcome that we did not see the wealth holistically and our industry holistically, because it's much harder to have a Greek flag. And now, you have limitations on the number of seafarers and the regulations. So, we are losing that advantage that we had, or that we did not expect that we were going to lose it, with the size of the fleet that we have. And there's other elements to that as well. So if you take it, on the organizational level, on the operational level, we have to understand what we do. And what we do is we have factories which are at sea. The crews are basically, the captain's the general manager, the chief officer is the CEO, the chief engineer is the chief engineering officer. So if we start seeing our industry in a different view, I think it would help us a lot to redefine what we do and redefine the industry.
Okay. So, Irini,
the third question.
Okay, the last question, and I'll let you be. Okay. I promise. Shipping is often seen as traditional. How can embracing diverse perspectives benefit the industry?
Well, I think it's been a while since shipping is seen as a traditional industry. It feels this question was written a decade ago, to be honest. As I've exhausted my few minutes, I prefer not to exhaust the audience patience with me. I will simply say that I'm very proud that I work and belong in this dynamic and fascinating industry. AI has infiltrated all facets of vessels and offices. Women are occupying most senior positions, roles in shipping, and our vessels are becoming more and more effective by the day. It is really amazing to be a part of this industry that literally binds all the world together. Yeah.
George, may I, instead of a question, can I just do
a
follow-up? Yeah,
yes.
I mean, I was hearing the panel, and it's very interesting that basically no one is doing only shipping. Sorry? No one is doing shipping, basically.
Okay.
Everyone is doing something else. I mean, it is a combination of different industries. If you hear the panel and if you hear also the last speakers that they spoke, no one is doing just shipping. Everyone has, it's just the core, the backbone. For some, maybe not anymore. Maybe you are shifting your company towards something else. But as we stand right now, I see that all this traditional, I'm a ship owner, it's not here anymore. Everything is affiliated with something else. I do technology, he does trading. No one knows why, but okay, he does trading. But I mean, everyone does something as a satellite or not around shipping. So I think that the industry is completely changed nowadays. No one is just doing shipping. We do something else, something which has to do with combining
not traditional.
Yes, not traditional, at least for sure, yes. For sure.
You know, I agree 90%.
Okay.
And I fully agree that with all the aspect that all of you are doing something on the side, you are well educated, gone to international universities, new ideas to the companies, corporate structures and everything. I fully agree, but when you are a new generation with respect to the old generation, you may want to go like with the fifth, sixth gear, but you go with the second or third gear because whereas you want to change everything.
True.
So there is a traditional element, and it's not in the bad way.
Yes. No.
So don't get me wrong. Tradition is not necessarily bad. So it comes back to Harry's point that when you marry the experience and the aggressiveness of youth, but myself from the finance world, and I can see that the changes in shipping companies and the mentality, like from being secretive and I don't want to share any information, and now this is changing, and it's a very nice change in the mindset, which helps every party, like even it's a shipping company, the financier, the board, the lender. So it's a win-win situation, and we all need to move to the 21st century. With the conscious of the time, I can have another 5 questions, but conscious of the time, I don't know whether there are any questions before closing this panel.
May I raise a point?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think on the last discussion that started, I think the important element that also needs to be trained, we need to be trained on it, is the element of and the fact of succession from one generation to the next. So, yes, we need to know where we came from in order to be able to proceed. One problem, let's just say, that was raised to me, and I'm sure that was raised to all of us, because we're from shipping backgrounds, is that everyone says that the first generation builds, the second continues, the third destroys. So I was working on that problem in my head for many years and all that stuff, and I think the conclusion that every generation has to be a creator. So if every generation is a creator and the previous generation allows what has been created already to be a new base out of which the following generations can create, then it is an element of success, which also dictates respect for the past and for how and the traditions and how everything was created, and also from the previous generation that is being succeeded, respect towards the future. So it needs an element of respect and a maturity from both the successor and the successee. So, if I may.
If I can add on that, combines also a lot with what Theo Harris mentioned, that we're in the fortunate position to have the support, because what is being transferred to a lot of us is, and this generation, what we're seeing is, it's not just take the assets and find a way to run them. There is a lot more mentorship, a lot more know-how, a lot more freedom to figure out things, and that is the real value that is being transferred and not the wealth or the assets themselves. It's the experience, and I think this is why there are cases like Mr. Fafalios where you've had it over generation, because some families have figured out a way to pass that over time, and in Greece having these strong family principles in our culture has helped a lot in that. But this generation is doing it differently, I think, from the previous ones.
Definitely.
That's very exciting and positive or not. We'll find out.
Time will show, eh? Okay. Okay. Okay.
From Mr. Eugenides. Okay, so go on and...
No, we can have the question.
The question, Leonidas. Your question. Do we have a microphone? Oh, yes.
Although in our case, it's now the fourth generation, the third generation is out, I hope we didn't destroy it. I want just to clarify one thing. It's the one side of the story, but it's not only succession, because there are people who start like ancestors from the beginning. So we shouldn't pass the message that we only talk about succession of generations. It is succession plus the possibility for new people to enter without a grandfather. So I feel important to state that.
Yeah.
It's very important for Greek shipping, but it's not the only thing, succession.
Okay.
Even with succession these days, simply to maintain in these challenging times what might have been passed on is a challenge in and of itself. But yeah, I agree with Leonidas.
Yeah, succession does not mean necessarily nepotistically from the father to the son, etc. It means from one generation to the next, because there's mentorship and all that stuff. And I think one thing that we have to look at is in Greek shipping is how many new Greek ship owners are being created. Because this is, I think, something that if we look at it, I think we are creating as a nation less new ship owners than we did in the past. And I think that's something that we need to enhance, because that's something that is keeping the industry in the country, and all the jobs that are being created and all the wealth and all that stuff. So.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Being here. The most punctual.
Εντάξει. Αυτά παράδειγμα θα κρατήσουμε λίγο τον κόσμο και θα...
Καλησπέρα. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Thank you. So we also have English speaking, right? Yes, Sophia. So I'm a musician and a composer, and I've been invited here today to sing a few songs for you, to close this day, and hopefully start this year successfully to all of you. Μια η άνοιξη, ένα το σύννεφο, χρυσή βροχή, βροχή που χόρευε σε καμπόρι μου ως το πρωί, σαν στάχια έλυσες πάνω στους ώμους μου χρυσά μαλλιά, σαν στάχι χόρεψες, σαν στάχια μέτρητα ήταν τα φιλιά. Μία η θάλασσα, ένας ο ήλιος της, γλάρη λευκή, ήλιος και θάλασσα, γλυκό κορίτσι, ζεστό πρωί, πρωί κι ορθάνιξα τα δυο σου πέταλα με ένα φιλί κι εσύ μου χάρισες όλη την άνοιξη σε ένα κορμί. Μη μιλάς άλλο για αγάπη, αγάπη είναι παντού στην καρδιά μας, στη ματιά μας, τρώει τα χείλη, τρώει το νου κι όταν θα έχουμε υποφέρει καλημέρα θα μας πει, θα μας φύγει, θα ξανάρθει κι όλο πάλι απ' την αρχή. Χθες ήταν έρωτας, χθες ήταν σύννεφο, χρυσή βροχή, χθες ήταν θάλασσα, γλάρος που χόρευε με το πρωί. Τώρα είναι η σιωπή, τώρα είναι η λησμονιά και ο χωρισμός κι όλα τα αστέρια του θα ρεις πως έσβησε ο ουρανός. Μη μιλάς άλλο για αγάπη, η αγάπη είναι παντού στην καρδιά μας, στη ματιά μας, τρώει τα χείλη, τρώει το νου και όταν θα έχουμε υποφέρει καλημέρα θα μας πει, θα μας φύγει, θα ξανάρθει κι όλο πάλι απ' την αρχή, κι όλο πάλι απ' την αρχή, κι όλο πάλι απ' την αρχή, κι όλο πάλι απ' την αρχή. Διονύσης Σαββόπουλος. Ευχαριστώ. So my other half is from Brazil. My mom is from Brazil. So I will play for you a song that most probably you know. And let's say that we're in the streets and the beach of Ipanema. Tall, tan, young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking in. When she passes each time she passes, I smile. When she walks, she's like a samba that sways so cool, sways so gently that when she passes, each one she passes goes up. Oh, but I watch her so sadly. Why can't I tell her I love her? Oh yes, I would give my heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at me. Tall, tan, young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking in. When she passes, I smile, but she doesn't see. Slide-a-ya-do-da-do-da-you. Tall, tan, young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking in. When she passes, each time she passes, I smile. When she walks, she's like a samba that sways so cool and sways so gently that when she passes, each time she passes goes on. Oh, but I watch her so sadly. Oh, can I tell her I love her? Oh, yeah. give my heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at me. Tall, tan, young and lovely, the boy from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, I smile, but he doesn't say no. No, he doesn't say. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Σας ευχαριστώ. So are there Greeks here? No, a few. So maybe you will remember an old advertisement here in Greece, a beer advertisement. And the song was something about kuti kuti kuti, kuti kuti kuti, da 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 da, chane me kuti kati, είναι μια μπύρα, a beer. So this song was written in 1936 in Brazil. And I'll play for you the Brazilian version, the original version. And it talks about two blue parrots, yes, papagalaika. They fall in love and have many, many, many children. That's what the original song says. Chico, chico, sol, chico, chico lá, está comendo todo meu fubá. Olha, seu Nicolau, que fubá se vai, pega no meu pica-pau, um tiro sai. Então eu tenho pena, susto que levou, e uma cuia cheia de fubá eu dou. E alegre já voando e piando, fubá, meu fubá, saltando de lá para cá. Houve um dia, porém, que ele não voltou. Seu gostoso fubá o vento levou. Triste fiquei, quase chorei, mas então vi. Logo depois não era um, e sim já dois. Quero contar, mas tinha a vida dos dois. Tiveram ninhos, filhinhos depois. Todos agora saltam ali, saltam aqui, comendo todo meu fubá, saltando de lá para cá. Um tico, tico só, um tico, tico lá, está comendo todo meu fubá. Olha, seu Nicolau, que o fubá se vai, pega no meu pica-pau, um tiro sai. Então eu tenho pena, essa que levou, uma cuia cheia de fubá eu dou. E alegre já voando e piando, fubá, meu fubá, saltando de lá para cá. Houve um dia, porém, que ele não voltou. Seu gostoso fubá o vento levou. Fiquei, quase chorei, mas então vi. Logo depois não era um, assim já dois. Quero contar baixinho a vida dos dois. Tiveram ninhos e filhinhos depois. Todos agora estão ali, estão aqui, comendo todo meu fubá, saltando de lá para cá. Todos agora estão ali, estão aqui, comendo todo meu fubá, saltando de lá. Todos agora, ia, coringa, coringa, coringa. Ευχαριστώ. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Thank you. Let's do the last two songs, τα τελευταία δύο τραγούδια. And if you allow me, I'll play a song I composed music for. The lyrics are by Stratis Paskalis. Είσαι μέσα μου σιωπή, είσαι η ευρυδίκη. Δεν μπορώ να έρθω σε εκεί, μα σ' αναζητώ. Τα δυο χέρια μου σου λένε θα έρθω να σε πάρω, μα τα μάτια μου κοιτούν μόνο μια σκιά. Πόσο σ' αγαπώ όταν σ' αγαπώ και δεν μου μιλάς και σ' αναζητώ. Θέλω να σε βρω, να παραμιλάς γύρω από το νερό και να μου μιλάς και να σου δω και να σε ζητώ, να σ' αναζητώ, θα σ' αναζητώ για να μη σε βρω. Είσαι μακριά, είμαι εδώ κοντά, εδώ. Είσαι μέσα μου σιωπή, είσαι η ευρυδίκη, δεν μπορώ να έρθω σε εκεί, μα σ' αναζητώ. Τα δυο χέρια μου σου λένε θα έρθω να σε πάρω, μα τα μάτια μου κοιτούν μόνο μια σκιά. Πόσο σ' αγαπώ όταν σ' αγαπώ και δεν μου μιλάς και σ' αναζητώ. Θέλω να σε βρω, να παραμιλάς γύρω από το νερό και να μου μιλάς κι ώσπου να σε βρω θα σε κυνηγώ κάποτε φυγή σου δώσε φιλί μέσα απ' την πληγή, μέσα απ' τη φωνή βγήκε η μουσική. Πολύ. Okay. Για να κλείσουμε, ένα κομμάτι που νομίζω αγαπάει όλη η Ελλάδα, δεν ξέρω εσείς, αλλά όλη η Ελλάδα σίγουρα, και το έχει γράψει η Αρλέτα. Ακόμα κι αν φύγεις για το γύρο του κόσμου, θα είσαι πάντα δικός μου, θα είμαστε πάντα μαζί και δεν θα μου λείπεις, γιατί θα είναι η ψυχή μου το τραγούδι της ερήμου που θα σε ακολουθεί. Τα ήσυχα βράδια θα περνάει φωτισμένο τη ζωής μας το τρένο και θα σε μέσα κι εσύ και δεν θα μου λείπεις, γιατί θα είναι η ψυχή το τραγούδι της ερήμου που θα σε ακολουθεί. Τα ήσυχα βράδια η Αθήνα θα ανάβει σαν μεγάλο καράβι που θα σε μέσα κι εσύ και δεν θα σου λείπω, γιατί θα είναι η ψυχή μου το τραγούδι της ερήμου θα σ' ακολουθεί. Το τραγούδι της ερήμου που θα σ' ακολουθεί. Το τραγούδι της ερήμου που θα σε ακολουθεί. Εύχομαι καλές θάλασσες, καλή χρονιά, Happy New Year, and all the best to everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much. Happy everything.